Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. Welcome Minister Matt Keane and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Treasurer and Energy. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In those circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Keane, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Mr San Midha, Joan Wilkie, Mr Gardner, Mr Stephen Walters, Mr David Deverell and Mr Stuart Walters. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on the cards on the table in front of you. I'll begin with witnesses on my left.
I'm Ms Rachel Perry. I'm Deputy Secretary of Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability, Department of Planning and Environment. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
James Hay, Chief Executive of the Energy Corporation. Now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth.
And I'll just get you guys to share that microphone for Hansard. We're answering questions. Thanks. Mr Grimes.
Paul Grimes, Secretary of the Department of Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We are joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3 p.m. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and we begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to you, Treasurer. Always a pleasure to see you, and greetings to your officials as well. And also, Dr Grimes, congratulations on your first appearance of budget estimates in your new capacity as well. Treasurer, I just wanted to start by asking you about your government's extraordinary decision to close the rail network last Monday. When were you first advised that the government had decided to shut down the rail network?
I found out about the rail network being closed on Monday morning.
And what, first thing?
When I read the paper.
When you read the newspaper? Fair enough. So no one else in the government had told you prior to that the government was shutting down the rail network? No. Did anyone ever tell you prior to Monday's shutdown that there was a serious possibility that the network might shut down?
I was aware that there was proposed industrial action, but it wasn't specific. In fact, the first thought that I had on Monday morning about why the rail network was shut down was when I opened the Daily Telegraph and I read the head of Unions New South Wales, Mark Morrie's comment that this would be the year of rolling strikes.
And so prior to that, you perusing the paper that morning, you hadn't had a discussion with, say, for example, the Transport Minister about the possibility of the government choosing to close the network?
No, I had not.
And you didn't speak about this with the Premier, I presume?
No, I had not.
And you hadn't spoken about this with your office, your Chief of Staff?
No, I hadn't.
And did you have any discussions with Dr Grimes or anyone from Treasury about the possibility that you would be closing down the network?
No, I don't think I did.
So until Monday morning, you were effectively blissfully unaware that the government had a plan to, or at least a contingency plan, to shut down the rail network.
So, I mean, as I said, I was aware that there was increasing pressure from the union movement, and again, on Monday morning, Mark Morrie, the head of Unions New South Wales, said that this would be the year of rolling strikes. This would be the year where the union movement would hold the people of New South Wales to ransom to achieve their ends.
So you're saying that you had no awareness that in response to the comments of Mr Morey or others, your government, you had no awareness they had a contingency plan to shut down the rail network. That's your evidence.
What I'm saying is that I was aware that the government was obviously aware, as was I, that the union movement was planning on strike action. As to the specifics of that strike action, I'm not sure. So it's entirely appropriate that the government would do contingency planning for all scenarios, just like we did.
But were you aware of that particular contingency plan in response to the factors you're describing? Did anyone tell you, did anyone say that this was an option, that there was a plan afoot, that there was thought being given to this, taking this type of action?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised that the government would plan for all scenarios, including
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, I'll take the point of order.
If the Honourable Daniel Mookie asks a question, right, he should wait until an answer is given. On at least 2 occasions now, the sentence has just started, only 3 or 4 words have been asked, and he hasn't even been able, the Treasurer hasn't been able to finish the first sentence. It's just not appropriate and not the way our estimates should be conducted.
Well, in fact, the way estimates should be conducted is question followed by answer followed by question, and so Mr Mookie has the call.
Thank you. Just specifically, Treasurer, I'm asking you now for the 3rd time, not whether or not you're surprised such a plan existed. Did anybody brief you on it?
Of course, I was not briefed on specific contingency planning. It should come as no surprise to anyone that a range of scenarios that governments would consider and plan for would always be briefed to the Minister.
Yeah, and
so
Treasurer,
on that specific contingency plan, I wasn't briefed on it, no.
Okay. But, Treasurer, your count seems implausible, given your chief economist gave sworn evidence to the Fair Work Commission to support the government's application. Are you telling me no one told you that your chief economist was giving evidence to support one of the most aggressive employer actions taken in New South Wales in response to an industrial dispute in the last decade? You're seriously telling us that your chief economist is in a position to go to the Fair Work Commission and give us sworn evidence and somehow you don't know?
Daniel, can you just repeat? Sorry, Mr Mookie, can you please repeat the question? Because I was just trying to source the affidavit.
Oh, I've got a copy for you.
Would you like? Would you mind passing here? Because there's
You're telling
in there that
me, I've got one as well for the government members if you want as well. You're honestly telling me that your chief economist is in a position to go to the Fair Work Commission and give sworn evidence to support one of the most aggressive actions taken by an employer in response to industrial action in the last decade, and you as Treasurer don't know about it?
No, that's not what I said. I said that governments plan for all kinds of scenarios. The irresponsible industrial action that we saw occur in recent times, and which has been threatened by the union movement across New South Wales, is of course something that government prepares for, and just as they did on this occasion.
But Treasurer, were you aware that your chief economist had given a sworn affidavit to the Fair Work Commission days before this action in support of an application to terminate a bargaining period, and in which he flags a 2-week shutdown. Are you seriously saying that your chief economist can go to the Fair Work Commission and give sworn evidence in support of a high-profile industrial dispute and you don't know about it?
Well, the chief economist has said in his testimony here that he's been informed and verily believes that the cumulative effect of industrial action is that there will be a complete stoppage of services for a period of the notified action. However, he also says that some services may be running on the first morning of the notified action.
Treasurer, he also says...
It was scenario planning. There was nothing specific, and he was providing general advice, Mr Mookie.
Sorry, Treasurer, I'll take the point of order.
Point of order is effectively the same as Mr Harlan's before. The Treasurer is trying to give an answer. As he's giving an answer, Honourable Daniel Mookie is running all over him.
To the point of order.
Well, in fact, I'm happy to rule on this. They're both interrupting each other. So I will remind everybody that it's question followed by answer followed by question.
Treasurer, given you are quoting from the affidavit, which is good, I presume you've read it, can I take you to paragraph 2?
Sure.
Chief Economist says, the role frequently briefs senior government ministers. Quite clear, second paragraph. Clearly, there's a habit of you getting briefings from the Chief Economist, and you're telling us seriously that the Chief Economist will brief you on the most minute gradation in the bond market, but won't tell you that he's about to give sworn evidence to support an aggressive action by your government. He's telling the Fair Work Commission that he briefs senior government ministers, and you're telling me he never told you and you had absolutely no idea that the Chief Economist was giving this evidence until you found out last week.
So, Mr Mookie, I have a weekly catch-up with the Chief Economist. It's incorporated into my weekly catch-up with the Treasury Secretary. As it is, I have briefings from a number of my DepSecs and senior officials. And in the catch-up that I had with the Chief Economist the week before this action occurred, actually, I don't think we saw him that week. I think we saw him the week before. It was not brought to my attention that he had considered this as one of the contingencies that he had been planning for.
But no, did you ask him to prepare this evidence?
Which evidence?
The affidavit?
The scenario planning?
No, the affidavit. Did you ask him to prepare
I didn't.
Who did?
I'll have to ask Dr Grimes if he can illuminate you on that.
My understanding is it was a request from the Crown Solicitor's Office directly to Mr Walters.
Sorry, Dr Grimes, do you mind just bringing your microphone forward?
Yes, sure. My understanding is it was a request directly from the Crown Solicitor's Office to Mr Walters.
And do you know when Mr Walters got that request from the Crown Solicitor?
I don't have that information in front of me, but would be able to take that on notice and provide it to you.
And look, Mr Walters is coming this afternoon, so I can ask him as well.
Ask him this afternoon as well.
But did Mr Walters tell you, Dr Grimes, that he was intending, or had been given this request from the Crown Solicitor's Office?
No, I wasn't aware of that request that was made of Mr Walters.
So the Chief Economist, you're saying the evidence is that Chief Economist gave this without telling the Treasury Secretary or the Treasurer?
He hadn't advised me, Mr Mookie.
That's correct.
Treasurer, when did you find out that Dr Walters had given this affidavit?
When I read the affidavit in preparation for budget estimates.
So what, last Friday?
Last week, Thursday or Friday, yeah.
And you had no idea otherwise that your Treasury was putting an application in to support this aggressive industrial action by your government?
I found out when the matter was before the Fair Work Commission, and I was provided a copy of the affidavit, which I obviously read.
So we have this account separately given by the Premier that he had no knowledge, the Transport Minister had no knowledge, and the Treasurer had no knowledge. So are we honestly meant to believe that this extraordinary decision to shut down the network was a conspiracy of bureaucrats with total ignorance of their political masters? Is that the evidence you're giving today, Treasurer?
No, the evidence that I'm giving is that the government was scenario planning for the aggressive action that was being proposed by the unions. We didn't know how or when that action was going to manifest itself. We obviously planned for that reality, that your friend, Mark Morey, the head of Unions New South Wales, was going to hold the people of this state to ransom to achieve his ends. And quite frankly, Mr Mookie, I would expect you, as the alternate Treasurer in this state, to be picking up the phone to Mr Morey and demanding that he say that he will not be doing anything that will impact the citizens of this state, and come back to the table, negotiate with the government in good faith to achieve a mutual outcome for everyone.
So, Treasurer, you're telling me that your bureaucrats were secretly planning on this contingency scenario and never bothered to tell any of their political leadership, that you had complete ignorance of this. That's seriously the evidence that you're giving.
This is a wild fantasy that you're trying to push. The evidence that I'm giving is that the government was taking responsible steps to plan for the eventuality of the threats being made by the union movement.
But Treasurer, you say the government was planning.
Can I finish my answer, please, Madam
No,
Chair?
because you're not answering the question.
The year of rolling strikes, which
yes,
was on the
Treasurer.
front page of the Daily Telegraph last Monday, threatening the commuters of this state, threatening the people wanting to go to hospital or the kids wanting to go to school because they wanted to get an outcome for their rents. Now, these things need to be negotiated, they need to be worked through, but that is not the way to do it. So, of course, we were going to prepare for the aggressive, threatening behaviour that the unions were making very publicly in the Daily Telegraph.
But you say you were going to prepare, but you yourself had no knowledge of the preparation, which leads me to one of two conclusions. Either you're not being straight with us today, or you're completely inattentive to what's happening in your portfolio, which is...
No, that's not accurate. Governments do contingency and scenario planning for a whole range of possibilities. That's responsible government, Mr. Mookie. You should know that, and you would expect the department to be thinking about these issues and making sure that you have got plans in place in the event that they arise. There's nothing unusual with that, Mr. Mookie.
If you don't mind turning to paragraph 9 of Dr. Walters' affidavit, it says here that on 16 February he was overseeing modelling of the immediate economic impact of notified action. Just to be clear here, no one is sort of suggesting that it's inappropriate for the chief economist to prepare such modelling if he's asked. But this was 4 days before. And that it's quite clear that it wasn't just Mr. Walters. He says here, I was overseeing a team. There were more people involved in Treasury. It must have been known to you, and to be fair, Dr. Grimes, it must have been known to you. How is it possible that such modelling and such a position can be prepared and you not be told?
Well, the way you're framing this is outrageous. I mean,
Well, I'm asking you questions.
Stephen Walters is the chief economist for New South Wales. He's overseeing a team. I'm sure he doesn't sit there and put the data into spreadsheets. He would be overlooking...
Well, to be fair, he suggests that he does.
The assumptions that would be made when trying to come up with the economic impacts that would occur as a result of this aggressive union behaviour.
But what's remarkable about this is that he says here that he oversaw the modelling of the economic impact of notified action, and he actually does describe the 3 scenarios that he's modelled. Not one of them was notified. None of these scenarios were at all being threatened by the union whatsoever. If you check on page 10 and you actually see what the union had notified, it would have been illegal for them to undertake a 24-hour stoppage. They were never planning to take a 24-hour stoppage, nor were they planning to take a 2-week stoppage. The only suggestion of a 2-week stoppage came from your government, seemingly without you having any idea whatsoever. Which brings me to the question, why was he modelling 3 scenarios that wasn't being threatened whatsoever?
That's just absolutely wrong. I mean, the reason we got to this stage...
Treasurer.
Well, can I finish? You've put a question to me. We got to this stage because the union movement would not provide the staffing necessary to run the train system. And don't forget, I mean, are you seriously telling me that if the staffing is not there and the advice from the experts who run the rail system says that running the train system would be unsafe, that you would continue to run the train
what
system?
I'm putting to you
I'm trying to finish my answer.
No, what you're trying to do is distract from not answering the question. I'm allowed to pull you back to the question.
Okay, we just need one person. Sorry, both of you just need to wait. We need one person at a time, particularly for the purposes of Hansard. We've got to keep a transcript of this, and they can't capture it if we're both speaking over each other. Question followed by answer.
The direct question, Treasurer, which you are evading, is that the 3 scenarios that the chief economist modelled were never notified by the union. And hence, why was Treasury modelling these scenarios? These were not the scenarios that the union was all suggesting, all of which seems to suggest that the government had a contingency plan in place and was thinking about a 2-week stoppage. And apparently, according to you, you had absolutely no idea in complete ignorance of this.
That's not what I said, Daniel. That's not what I said, Mr. Mookie. What I said was that the government plans for a number of scenarios, which is what we've done in this case. And these would be 3 of the obvious scenarios that might occur. You'll have to ask the chief economist as to why he chose those 3 scenarios, but what I'm telling you is that I was made aware of this work once I read the affidavit from the chief economist.
Just to be clear, were your office ever given a written brief explaining this at all from the chief economist prior to the affidavit going in?
I don't believe so, but I'll take that on notice.
Thereafter, were you given a brief?
No, we were not.
So no one told you? So you were as reliant on public media as everybody else? Seriously.
I'm reliant on the chief economist to
not tell
go
you.
and do scenario planning for the threat of industrial action that had been kept secret on the front page of the Daily Telegraph.
It's on the front page of the Daily Telegraph.
Exactly. So I was trying to make the point that the unions flagged their intentions on the front page of the major newspaper in Sydney. So, of course, it was responsible for Treasury and all agencies impacted by this to do the work
No one told
to
you.
plan for the public for New South Wales.
Treasury, the modelling apparently that Dr. Walters had prepared days before, there was even a suggestion, while negotiations were still on foot, he suggested that a 2-week stoppage would have cost the economy $370 million and affect 1.59 million workers. No one brought that to your attention.
I mean, unions have proven they will launch illegal activity. We need to plan for that reality.
no one tells
this is not
you,
the first
the
time
Treasurer.
that's happened, and it was flagged that this would be the year of rolling strikes, aggressive, threatening behaviour to New South Wales citizens.
No, that was the minister.
No.
Point of order, Mr.
What I'm
Point of order,
saying
Madam
is
Chair. We have
we
Penny
knew
Sharp
full well.
and David Shoebridge interjecting.
Point of order.
Neither of them are the questioner, neither of them are the answer.
According to...
The Treasurer has the call to finish his answer. If he has, Mr Mookie has the call.
I'd just like to finish by saying that it is not unusual for the unions to launch illegal strikes. It's not unusual for the government to then plan for that eventuality.
Well,
that's what we did here, and no one was aware that what happened on Monday would have occurred. But we were planning for these kind of events because of the threats that were made by the union movement to the people of New South Wales.
Treasurer, the only people who took an illegal industrial action last week was your government when you chose to lock out the rail workers. And according to the chief economist, the 24-hour stoppage that your government brought about, we now know would have cost the economy $33.3 million at least and affected 150,000 workers with the loss of 354,000 work hours to New South Wales. Given that your government's lockout last week cost the economy $33 million, are you going to support the Fair Free Day today, and why wasn't it done in full? And are you in a position to provide any further relief to the 150,000 workers your government illegally inconvenienced last week, apparently without your knowledge?
Well, of course the government doesn't want to see anyone inconvenienced, whether it be going to work or going to school or going to a hospital. This government has always tried to make sure that we deliver for consumers across this state, and we will continue to do that. And our track record speaks for itself, whether it be the record investments in schools, whether it be the record investments in infrastructure, or the $45 billion this government spent in ensuring that we get through this pandemic safely and we come out the other side stronger. So I'm not going to apologise to you, Mr Mookie, for making sure that we scenario plan for all things. But to your point, with regard to affected commuters, I want to make sure that we do look after their interests, that we do ensure that this doesn't happen again, and we work through these issues in a responsible way with the union movement. And my message today is for them to sit down with us, come back to the negotiating table, and put the consumers and travellers of New South Wales first.
Treasurer, do you think next time your government decides to shut down the network, you'll be told?
I think that what happened was a disgrace. I think that the unions saying that they will not staff the timetable that they'd agreed to on the night before was appalling. And if the advice is from those that run the train network that that behaviour is unsafe, then of course the government will always put the safety of rail commuters as its top priority.
The crossbench, Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Nice to see you. Dr Grimes and team. Nice to see you all. Minister, you've got a chance here now to say sorry to the people of Sydney for your government shutting down the rail network with no notice and causing that chaos. You say you're not going to apologise to this committee, but we will apologise to the people of Sydney for what your government did.
Well, of course I apologise for anyone that was inconvenienced as a result of what happened on Monday. It's not acceptable. People were massively inconvenienced. They turned up at railway stations and there were no trains there.
And
that's not something I ever want to see. And of course I want to apologise for any inconvenience that was caused.
And are you going to apologise to the people of Sydney for having a minister that tucked himself up into bed and let the train system be shut down by bureaucrats? So you're going to apologise for having a minister who was too tuck it out and went to bed?
Point of order, Madam.
I'm going to apologise for that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'll take the point of order.
When it comes to questions, the standing orders of the House actually apply to the questions being asked. And that question asked by Mr David Shoebridge was packed with argument and ironical expressions and should be ruled out of order.
And the question's in order. It's up to the Treasurer how he wants to answer
simply
it.
describing what happened. I know it's awkward and
I've already
embarrassing for the government.
Slow your head, David. Going.
Minister, are you going to apologise for a Transport Minister who was too tuck it out and popped himself into bed and let the entire train system get shut down by bureaucrats? Are you going to apologise to the people of Sydney for that?
Look, you'll have a question to ask the minister to make his.
You get a chance to say sorry.
What I've got.
You get a chance to say sorry.
You have to apologise for another minister.
You get a chance to say sorry now.
Ask him.
I'm going to take
Have
that
a
chance to say
ask
sorry
him.
for anyone that was inconvenienced as a result of what happened last week, the aggressive union tactics that led to the shutdown of the rail network. That's not something that I ever want to see, and I want to see us get back to the table, work through these issues and put the commuters of New South Wales first.
To be at the table, you have to be out of bed, though. You accept that?
These are questions that you can ask the Transport Minister.
But you
You'll have
agree,
plenty
if
of
you were
time to do that.
negotiating, it'd be a good idea to get out of bed to negotiate.
I'm not
You
going to
accept
play
that?
these hypothetical situations
hypothetical,
with
it
you.
happened.
I'm here as the Treasurer of New South Wales, happy to take any questions that you have
But you
that
normally,
directly relate to
you
my
normally
portfolio, Mr.
negotiate. You
Shoebridge.
get out of bed to negotiate. You do that.
Mr. Shoebridge, I'm always happy to answer your questions, but this one doesn't pertain to me.
You keep saying that you read the Daily Telegraph on Monday morning, and that's when you became aware about the nature of the train strike. Is that right?
Yes, the first time that I was made aware that the trains were being shut down was when I read that article.
Yeah. You've got the affidavit there in front of you, don't you?
Yes.
Have you had a look at the actual formal notices of intention that the union gave your government about the nature of the strike? Did you ever look at that before you read the Daily Telegraph?
I had not seen the notices of intention from the union movement.
You don't think that might have been due diligence? You've got a bureaucrat saying that this may cost $350 million, and you never even had a look at what the nature of the industrial action was.
Well,
you didn't think to do that?
As I said to Mr. Mookie, I didn't see the affidavit or the modelling or the scenario planning done until a week after the train strike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to accept that your government sleepwalked into this. I'm beginning to accept that. But can I take you to the annexures to the affidavit that you've got in front of you?
You can take me to the annexures, of course.
You see, they're referred to as Annexure A in the affidavit that Mr Walters had in front of him when he was doing the modelling. You've got two notices, both dated the 9th of February. Do you see them?
Yeah.
They're about a periodic ban on the performance of foreign depot working for train crew, periodic ban on overtime, periodic ban on working with labour hire, a ban on accepting altered working conditions, limitations on where crew can sign on and sign off. That is miles away from a 2-week stoppage, isn't it? That is just miles away, not in the same universe, is it, Minister?
Well, the government was scenario planning for a range of possibilities, and that's what they did.
But what they weren't scenario planning was for what the unions told you in black and white 2 weeks before would be the nature of their industrial action.
But I
they
think,
weren't
Mr.
shutting
Shoebridge,
down the network.
I know you're trying to get your grab up on the
that.
news tonight, but what I'm saying is that I wasn't made aware of this scenario planning until after it had occurred.
But
So
now you are. Now you've read that in addition to the Daily Telegraph.
I know
now you know you were wrong.
The problem is
I'm
you
trying
had
to
a
put evidence
strategy
in
here
front of you.
today, and I've told you that I wasn't made aware of this work until after the fact. So can we just
Well, I'm showing you now.
move forward from
I know
there?
you slipped. I know your government sleepwalked into
I
the
know that's
industrial
the
action.
grab you're trying to get up on the
I know
news
that's what
tonight,
happened.
but
I know that's what happened, but
That's
I'm
not
showing
what
you the
happened.
evidence now.
This decision was made because the unions put safety at risk. That's why this happened, and we need to get back to the table. The unions need to act responsibly, and we need to find a way through that safeguards the interests of taxpayers and also ensures that people, when they turn up at the train station, can get to work.
Dr. Grimes, if you were aware of a pending $350 million hit to the state economy, which may happen in the next fortnight, would you tell the minister about it?
If I was aware that was something of that sort happening, I would tell the minister about it. I had not been aware of the scenarios that were being considered by the chief economist.
So you're part of the sort of the sleepwalking team as well. You didn't
Point of
know
order,
about
Mr.
this,
President.
Madam
My understanding, Mr. Shoebridge, is
the
there's a
Honourable
Point of order,
So I'll
Madam
take the point of
Chair.
order. Mr. Hahn.
The use of the word sleepwalk is clearly not in order. It is an ironical expression. It doesn't reflect what happened, and it shouldn't be permitted in the question.
Whilst it's part of a question, the question is in order. Mr. Shoebridge has the call.
Dr. Grimes, your chief economist apparently did some modelling showing a potential $350 million hit to the economy in the next fortnight, and you didn't find out about it until you read the Daily Telegraph? When did you find out about it?
The chief economist, under, as I understand it, long-standing arrangements that he has adhered to, undertakes his work directly with the Crown Solicitor's Office and has not had a practice of providing briefing on the affidavits that he is providing to the Crown Solicitor's Office.
Do you think, reflecting on it, if you've got the chief economist saying there's a potential $350 million hit to the state economy, that maybe someone should have given you a call, given you some notice about it? Do you think, reflecting on it, that might have been a good idea?
I wasn't advised, Mr. Shoebridge, and all I can do is answer the questions of what's occurred.
Well, but I'm asking you going forward. I mean, you can talk about sleepwalking, and maybe it's not right because I don't think the minister got out of bed, but I'm talking about what happened in the past. Reflecting on it, do you think it might be a good idea to have a little warning bell when you've got a $350 million problem looming?
It would be useful to have that information if there is a serious risk of a particular scenario occurring.
And you see, that's the point, Minister. The only serious risk came from your own government. This was never the union's plan. This was your government's plan, and your hyper-aggressive former police
I know
minister,
you're trying to get your
now
grab
transport
up.
minister.
The
Let me finish the
reality
question.
is that
This
you're
was
not
never
asking
the
a question,
union's
you're
plan.
making a statement.
Okay.
Dr.
You're making
Grimes
a
Both
statement.
of you
I'm
have
very
to stop.
happy for you to ask a question, but you're making
Both of you, we
statements
need
for your
one
news
person at a
grabs
time
tonight.
for
And that's all you're
Hansard.
interested in here,
Well,
Mr. Shoebridge, because I've seen
I'm
you play this
interested in
game
an
before.
answer.
Okay, really, one person at a time for the purposes of Hansard. Much as I love the robust debate, one person at a time.
Minister, you now know from your own senior bureaucrat that this was never the union's plan. This was never on the horizon. The only way this kind of disaster could happen was if your government shut the trains itself.
The
That's
only
the
way
truth of it, isn't it?
this disaster happens is because the union movement compromises the safety of train commuters across the network. And that's something that we never, ever want to see happen again, Mr. Shoebridge.
Say his name. Say his name. Say David Elliott and accept that he's the disaster that caused this. Say his name.
Point of order.
What has this got to do with my role as the Treasurer of New South
Point of
Wales?
order.
I know you don't want to
You
say
can
his
do
name.
your stuff
I know
for the
you don't want to
TVs.
say Elliott.
You can
Sorry,
do your
Treasurer
stuff
and
for
Mr.
the TV.
Shoebridge, there's a point of order that I need to take.
It's taken
Order.
from me.
Like a game show.
Madam Chair,
We haven't even started with you.
Treasurer, excuse me, Treasurer. Everyone needs to be quiet. I have to take the point of order from the government.
Madam Chair, this was budget estimates. As you said before, it's question, answer, question, answer. The Honourable David Shoebridge seems to be wanting to take dictation here and getting the minister to repeat lines.
I want to know what he's called in cabinet. Is it, the Dark Lord? Is it Voldemort? Can we say his name?
Question followed by answer. Mr. Shoebridge.
So, Minister, are you going to commit on behalf of the government not to do this kind of economic sabotage again, not to shut down the Sydney Trains network, which, on your own evidence...
I'm going to commit...
No, let me finish. On your own evidence, that decision cost at least $33 million.
Well, no one obviously wants to see this happen. I've said very clearly that I apologise for any inconvenience that commuters saw last week. We never want to see that happen again. But what I am going to say is that we are always going to do scenario planning for a range of things, including irresponsible behaviour of the union movement, putting rail commuters at risk of safety.
Well, you better scenario plan for a rogue minister going forward.
Well,
I think that's what you got to do.
You can ask the minister those questions when he comes up on Friday.
That's time. The crossbench again. Mr. Orzac, Mr. Latham.
Mr. Latham. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and...
Good morning, Mr.
Mr. Latham, can I ask you to just move the microphone up?
Yeah, Minister, I can turn to your energy responsibilities. When did you first find out that Eraring was going to close early?
I first found out of the decision to close Eraring a day or two before it was announced.
Right. Why then in your press release on the 17th of February, so just 11 days ago, did you write Origin raised the possibility of this closure a number of months ago?
Because they raised the possibility of it.
When did you first find out about the possibility of the early closure of
Around July that year, 2021.
Do you recall the question and answer session you and I had at these budget estimates on the 3rd of November?
I do.
And I asked you if which of the operators of coal-fired power stations had told you they're leaving early, and you said none of them have told me that they're leaving early?
That's correct.
So you were aware in November, for a period of 4 months, of Eraring telling you, Origin telling you of the possibility of Eraring closing early, but you thought that wasn't sufficiently important to actually tell this estimates in November?
No, that's not what I said, Mr. Latham. What I said is no decision had been taken to close Eraring.
What were the terms and nature of the conversation in the middle of last year about the closure of Eraring?
Well, obviously these are commercially sensitive matters, and we did have confidential discussions with Origin Energy about a range of possibilities. I'm not going to go into those confidential discussions other than to say our focus was on doing the scenario planning for a range of possibilities that might arise to make sure that whatever happened as a result of a private sector provider making a decision, that New South Wales consumers, New South Wales taxpayers would be in the best position possible.
Why did Origin come to you in the middle of last year if they weren't intending to close the power station?
Well, they had obviously some concerns about the economics of coal-fired power stations. They had some concerns about ESG pressures, their ability to raise capital, their ability to attract shareholders. These are not just concerns that Origin is dealing with. These are concerns that every owner of coal-fired power stations around the country are dealing with.
Well, in November at these estimates, I quoted you from a column in the Australian newspaper expressing how you were greatly concerned about the early exit of the coal-fired power stations, and you said we are talking to the owners of these assets. And I asked those operators which ones have told you they're leaving early, and you said none of them have told me they're leaving early. Do you regard that as an honest answer to this committee?
Yes, none of them had made a decision to leave early, Mr. Latham.
And what were the nature of the negotiations that you had to talk about possible scenarios, whether you were going to possibly pay them to stay open, whether you were going to acquire the power station, any other arrangements?
Well, I mean, as I said, these are commercially sensitive matters. Market participants came to us because, they could trust us to keep their confidences. I'm not about to breach those confidences here today, other than to say that we had to review all scenarios that were put to us through the prism of what's best for taxpayers and what's best for electricity users.
And you made attempts, though, to try and keep the power station open? in those negotiations?
Well, I'm not going to go into hypothetical scenarios. I'm not going to go into confidential discussions, but we did look at all possibilities to ensure we kept security in the system and we kept prices stable.
So at that point, you knew it was closing?
No, we didn't know it was closing. There were a number of possible scenarios which we obviously considered.
So it was just more scenario planning,
Or scenario planning, that's right.
but not something that was sufficiently important to tell this committee in an honest and frank fashion on the 3rd of November that Origin was in discussion with the government about the early closure of Eraring.
Lots of market participants engage with the government around a range of possibilities until they actually decide to go ahead, then obviously the government will prepare for those possibilities, but it may not necessarily eventuate. In this case, a decision to close Eraring eventuated in February this year.
In the time period in which you say there was a final decision about the early closure, you're saying 2 days. You're saying also that you received advice from AEMO about the consequences of this that you then spoke about on the day of the closure announcement?
May I just correct the record, Mr. Latham, and just be very clear? I'm not sure that it was 2 days, but it was a roundabout. So I can check that date where we were
How
at.
did AEMO give this detailed analysis that
I'll come
you
to that in a
spoke
sec,
of?
but just
So
with regard
within the
to-
space of 48 hours.
But just with regard to the time that we were specifically notified of the decision to close, I will come back to you and confirm that. The advice was after. The advice, I'm told, was after the market closed on the 16th of February.
So 1 day, all overnight.
Yes.
Well, where did you get the advice from AEMO that you spoke about on the day of the announcement? How did you have detailed, what you claim to be detailed advice from AEMO that New South Wales would continue its capacity targets if you only found out the night before? It's just a fantasy to say AEMO would have had a chance to provide that advice within the space of 12 hours, isn't
Not right at all. Obviously, there are a number of scenarios that we asked AEMO to consider as part of our planning process. That's not unusual.
When did you ask them? When did you first ask AEMO to provide this advice about the early closure of Eraring?
I can ask Mr. Hay to answer that.
As part of working around the possibility that was advised to us, we've been working with AEMO since we were first contacted by Origin.
So you thought it was sufficiently important, Minister, in July, given the impending early closure of Eraring, to bring in AEMO to offer this advice, but not sufficiently honest to tell this committee in November about the early closure that you're discussing?
No, you asked me if any coal-fired power or any owners of coal-fired power stations had told me they were going to close. At that point, they hadn't. There was a possibility that that might have been a scenario, and there are possibilities of other scenarios which Origin flagged with us, and we planned for all those scenarios.
In the 9 months you were discussing this with AEMO, why didn't you ask for some modelling and their advice on the pricing of electricity consequences of the early closure?
Well, AEMO don't do modelling of prices, they do modelling of system security.
And on system security, you asked them about capacity targets. Did you ask them about unserved energy?
Sorry?
Did you ask them
With
about
regard to
unserved
AEMO?
energy?
Yes, we did.
And what did they say?
I'm happy to hand to Mr. Hay.
It's important to contextualise our conversations with AEMO. We, during this time, they were preparing their first energy security target monitor report under the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act. So AEMO has been appointed as the Energy Security Target Monitor. That report has been published in December, and you'll find their analysis on unserved energy, including a scenario on early coal closures, in that report.
And what is it for Eraring? What did they tell you at that point?
With the measures that we've got in place, as announced by the government on the 17th, there is no breach of the energy security target.
No, what about unserved energy? I'm not talking about the capacity target, I'm talking about unserved energy and AEMO's advice to you.
My apologies.
They're two different things, aren't they?
They are. So there are, in the market, unserved energy is, the reliability test is about managing the possibility of unserved energy. It's not about avoiding it at all costs, because as you know, reliability comes at the expense of consumers. So the analysis always seeks to understand what is the prospect of unserved energy in the market, but that's set by the value of lost load, which is the price cap in the market.
And what's AEMO's advice to you about the possibility of the unserved energy because of this early closure of Eraring in 2025?
I'd have to come back to you on that.
You haven't got that available to you, Minister? I mean, it's a key issue about the future of our economy, isn't it?
Can you just repeat the question, please?
What's the advice from AEMO to you about the unserved energy consequences of the early closure of Eraring by 2020?
We're very happy to take that under this.
I'll come back to you. I just want, if you want the specific advice, I'll come back to you with rather than paraphrase it.
Okay, so in July, Origin tell you that they're likely to close this power station. You notify AEMO, and then you say that because AEMO is working on the assumptions of your package that you've announced, the battery and so forth. When did you first tell AEMO about the various measures that were announced on the 17th of February?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm happy for Mr. Hay to
Because
answer
that indicates clearly you were expecting the closure, weren't you? You knew of the closure.
No, that's not correct, Mr. Latham.
The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, is buying carpets an emergency expense related to COVID-19?
No, it's not.
And what about fitting out an office?
No, it's not.
Buying furniture?
No, it's not.
And presumably buying lunches and booking meeting rooms for public servants, is that a COVID-19 related expense? And so I presume you wouldn't approve of the use of any emergency COVID-19 funding for carpets, fit-outs or meeting rooms, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
And did your predecessor as Treasurer have the same standards?
You'll have to ask him.
Trust me, I will. But when you got your incoming description, were you given a criteria as to what will qualify as emergency funding and what would not?
No, I wasn't.
So, can you give us a guarantee that no one in your government has used $1 of emergency COVID funding to rort by buying these type of items?
What I can give you a guarantee is that I was very disturbed by the reports in yesterday's Telegraph. I think the journalist was Jake McCullum. Immediately I spoke to Dr. Grimes. My team spoke to Dr. Grimes about that. We will obviously review this situation to satisfy ourselves and the broader public that taxpayer dollars are going to their intended purpose, which is making sure that we get money out the door to help deal with COVID-19.
So just to be clear, you've ordered an investigation?
I've asked Dr. Grimes to come back to me and give me an update on where that's at and to look into these matters to advise me on how we can give the public confidence that this won't happen going forward.
Respectfully, I think I now count that's the third investigation that you've ordered as a result of questions that other journalists in the opposition has been raising since you've become Treasurer. I think you're breaking a record for the speed of investigations you've ordered as a new Treasurer. So I am pushing it. Is it an investigation? Is it a request for advice? Is it an audit? What exactly did you ask the doctor?
Well, we've asked for advice.
You asked for advice?
Well, I mean, what I would say is that the briefing that I've had from my Chief of Staff, who received a briefing from Dr. Grimes, is that the monies that were allocated were intended for COVID-19. There's obviously an appropriate process to get to the bottom of these issues through the Auditor General and the Ombudsman, but I will ask Treasury to go do some further work to ensure that the agencies are following the right procedures and protocols with how they allocate expenses in their internal management accounts.
And when will that work be finished?
We will get it done as soon as possible.
And who's going to do it? Is it an independent investigation or is it...
I can ask Dr. Grimes to give you an update.
I think, first of all, Mr. Mookie, we need to establish what the facts are here. Of course, as you would understand, Treasury doesn't have the function of auditing the accounts of individual agencies, so that wouldn't be a normal function that we would undertake. That would be undertaken by the Auditor General, but we'll certainly be following up to ensure that there's been consistency
I appreciate that, Dr.
with
Grimes.
the financial framework.
And to be clear, I appreciate that Treasury doesn't audit. Treasury approves, actually. And I'm not asking you about what they did. I'm asking about what you approved and what your department has approved, which, granted, took place largely before you became Treasurer. But we have people going public and saying, we are told just to chuck anything on the cost centre. Another one says the sheer amount of funds being charged to the COVID fund is bigger than some departments. Others are saying it's like finding a black American Express card on ground without a limit. These are sensational allegations to be made about government expenditure of emergency funding that is appropriated to help frontline pandemic response. Do you agree with me this is outrageous?
Well, I was shocked by those allegations. I've got serious concerns. My understanding is that they relate to the Department of Communities and Justice, their expenditure. Those questions should obviously be referred to the Attorney General.
It's three departments.
As ministers are accountable for the performance of the agencies.
And how do you know that there's not other departments?
Well, to be fair, actually, there's three departments. There's the Department of Justice, the Education Department, and the Health Department, which incidentally are the three biggest COVID spenders. And the reason I'm asking you is that legally, some of this money can only be spent with the Treasurer's authority. So whilst it's appropriate, and trust me, I will go ask their ministers, I'm asking you, what criteria are you putting in place before your Treasurer is agreeing to this expenditure?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that any public servant who believes there's an issue here should report it to the appropriate authorities, whether it be the Ombudsman if it's malfeasance, or the Auditor General if it relates to serious waste. And that's the first thing. So we have a robust governance framework here in New South Wales to deal with these issues. On the topic of Treasury, we obviously monitor overall budget process through the established monthly and year-end reporting requirements. There's not a process to audit every single line item.
I'm not asking about audit, I'm asking about approval.
Clearly, we need to make sure that our systems and controls are relevant and fit for purpose to deal with issues like the ones that you've just raised.
But it seems like your systems and control were inadequate at the time that this expenditure was taking place. Do you agree that
it certainly raised concerns, and that's why we'll look into it and consider whether or not the framework, the governance framework around these matters is up to speed with what should be expected by taxpayers in the state.
Do you happen to have Treasury's annual report with you?
Not on me, no.
That's okay. I might just pass you this then. I'll give you my copy here, if you don't mind, Treasurer. This is just an excerpt from the financial statements, note 3. I think it's page 56 for people who are following along at home. You can see there, I've highlighted a specific section which relates to the legal means by which this money can be spent. And the Appropriation Act is very clear here that this money can only be spent with the Treasurer's approval. Otherwise, it's illegal. And you can see there that Mr. Treasurer, then Treasurer Perrottet in 2020/2021 approved $346 million of COVID expenditure above the appropriation, which, to be fair, in that budget year went up. So, first question, how much have you approved under that section?
I'll have to take that on notice, but we're very happy to come back to you.
Please. Secondly, what criteria is in place for you? I want to put this directly to you, Treasurer, because the Act is very clear here. Have you read that section of the Act?
Which section of the Act is that?
Section 34 of the Appropriation Act. This is your bills, by the way, not mine.
Look, Mr. Mookie, I'm familiar with the Act, but if you would like to specify...
Well,
exactly
Section 34 and its equivalent section in all the Appropriation Acts since the COVID pandemic is very clear here. Emergency funding above the appropriation can only be approved with the Treasurer's authority. $346 million was approved by Treasurer Perrottet using that power. What advice did you get as Treasurer as to when and how you should be authorising this spending?
I'm happy to answer if that would assist.
Dr. Grimes, you went there when the Treasurer, but no disrespect. I will hear from you this afternoon, but this question is specific to the Treasurer because it's his legal responsibility. And to be fair, when you became Treasurer, Dr. Grimes wasn't your secretary, hence the question to you. What criteria were you advised and what criteria are you currently using when you trigger that power?
So with regard to this section of the Act, I wasn't advised by my then Secretary about these issues, but I will be seeking an update from Dr. Grimes and making sure that we pay close attention to the expenditure of these
Treasurer,
monies.
it's $346 million just that year, which, as a proportion of Treasury spending, is more than 10%.
Yes, I
more
agree.
than 10%
I
of
agree.
Treasury spending.
Under his predecessor.
Indeed, under your predecessor, the now Premier, more than 10% of the funding of the Treasury's budget was discharged through this. Can you give us any assurance that there's controls in place in respect to how $350 million was spent?
Look, Mr Mookie, as you know, we approve providing funding to the agency, but the specific funding decisions are the responsibility of the minister. So it's best you address your concerns to the relevant
that's
agencies.
inaccurate.
Yes,
Treasurer, that's inaccurate. The law is very clear here. That $346 million can only be spent with the Treasurer's signature. The then Treasurer, now Premier, put his signature to that spending. I'm asking you now, having been in the job, have you made any approvals under that power?
Mr Mookie, I think the fundamental thing is when the Treasurer is providing authority for appropriations to be provided, that departments are complying with any conditions that are applied. So that's really the fundamental question to be considered here and examined further.
Respectfully, the question I'm actually asking the Treasurer to consider is very specific. How much money have you approved using that power?
I will have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Treasurer, do you understand that in the wake of being told by 3 whistleblowers that they've been told to use this money as a cost centre for anything, that this cost centre is like an endless slush fund, that it's like finding a black American Express card, the fact that you can't tell us either how much money you've personally approved or the criteria you raised strongly suggests that there's no controls in place when it comes to this money?
Look, I've been very clear. I've got concerns. When I read that article, I was shocked by it, and I've asked the department to look into it and advise me on whether or not our systems and processes are up to scratch. But it's a bit rich for you coming here and giving me a lecture on financial management and slush funds when your leader took a trip to China, paid for by Wang Zhimo,
Are you serious?
a proxy for the Chinese Communist Party,
You can't tell us how
a
agencies
regime
are actually
that
spending
oppresses its
taxpayer
citizens.
dollars.
Treasurer,
I'm going to take a point of order.
Look,
I'm going to take a point of order.
Got to be directly
I'm going to take a point of order.
Treasurer, you've got to be,
Point of order.
you've got to be directly relevant.
And then
I'm going to
doesn't
take a-
disclose
Mr.
it.
Shivridge,
So
on the
I
point of
think,
order. Excuse me,
it's
Treasurer,
a
you need
bit
to be
rich, the
quiet.
Labor Party
Order.
lecturing me
Treasurer.
on sloppy financial
Excuse me, Treasurer.
Switch it
Take
to
a point of
vaudeville
order.
every
Mr.
time. This is
Shivridge has the
ridiculous.
call.
And that one.
The minister knows better than that.
I've used that.
Not only is that offensive on a variety of levels, it doesn't even come close to responding to the question. The minister knows better. I thought he was better than that, and I'd ask him to bring it to order.
Let's return to the questions. Mr. Mookie?
Treasurer, I will appreciate if you could just give us an assurance that you are actually paying attention to your core responsibility under law, which is to ensure that the money that is meant to be going to frontline workers who are responding to a deadly pandemic isn't being rorted by your government.
I can absolutely give you that assurance that we will be focusing on making. I can absolutely give the committee and the people of New South Wales an assurance that we will be paying close attention to these issues raised and putting in place the systems and processes required to give people confidence that money is being spent wisely.
Treasurer, the reason why there is further concern is because in your half-year budget review that you announced last December, you flagged and have put now into the forward estimates an additional $7 billion that's described as COVID-19 contingency spending without providing any information as to how precisely that money is going to be used. Given that we have allegations of rorting, given that you can't explain how you yourself are acquitting your legal responsibility to authorise funding, what assurances can you give us that that $7 billion of borrowed money isn't going to be rorted by your government?
Well, firstly, I can say that thank goodness we did make that contingency because no one foresaw the Omicron outbreak.
Did this after...
Can I finish my question, please?
Sorry, Treasurer.
I mean, you keep asking these questions, but you won't allow me to respond. We have put aside funding to ensure that we keep the community safe and we come out the other side stronger. That's what that contingency is there for. With regard to governance processes, I can say that in Dr. Paul Grimes, we now have someone leading the Treasury and supporting me as Treasurer that has the highest level of integrity and is one of the most senior and experienced public servants in the country. We're currently making sure that our governance framework in Treasury and around the expenditure of public monies, whether it be for grants or general government sector expenditures, is absolutely watertight. We're working through these processes, and I want to make sure that our Treasury is an institution with the utmost integrity and is even stronger in leading our state through this once-in-a-generation economic shock.
Well, look, in Dr. Grimes we all trust, but Treasurer, you are giving a very clear impression that under Treasurer Perrottet and the then Secretary, none of these controls were in place. And I'm asking you a very specific question here. This $7 billion...
That's not the impression I'm giving.
Well, that's the impression you are giving. Whether it's the impression you intend
what I'm
is a different
saying
question.
is that we have a new Treasury Secretary who is paying particular attention to some of these governance issues to make sure that we learn from issues that have occurred in the past, we address them, and we go forward in a way that delivers confidence to the people of New South Wales about how we expend taxpayer dollars.
What's your government intending to do with this $7 billion?
Well, help us get through the worst economic shock that we've ever seen. You've recently seen that we announced a small business support package, a $1 billion package to help our small businesses, and particularly those sections of the economy that have been hit so hard by COVID.
Treasurer, that package is separate to this $7 billion. You are aware of that, don't you?
We have a COVID contingency there, Mr. Mookie. We'll be outlining the expenditure during the usual course of the budget process, but we will be going through and making sure that any money spent is in line.
The confusion arises, Treasurer, because it's described as both a COVID contingency fund and a productivity fund. So how much of it is meant to be on COVID contingency and how much is it on productivity?
Well, as I said, that contingency is there to deal with COVID. That's the priority, but it will be investing in other things that will improve the productivity of our economy.
Treasurer, you personally appropriated this money in the half-year budget review. This was only in December. It's not that long ago. Can you give us any description as to how you intend to spend this $7 billion? I asked you specifically how much of it is COVID-19 contingency and how much of it is productivity. Surely you know how much of it is meant to be for contingency and how much of it is meant to be for the productivity measures that your government says it's pursuing.
Well, the priority is the contingency for COVID, and we will then see what is available for productivity measures. I'll hand over to Dr. Grimes.
I'm happy to hear from Dr. Grimes this afternoon, but I'm asking about government policy, which really only you can answer. Are you intending to use this money to introduce a land tax?
Well, here we go.
Well, it's
a fear campaign being run by you, Mr. Mookie. I've told you with regard to land tax. I've told you with regard to land tax that the government is working through a number of options to ensure that we can make housing more affordable and accessible for people in New South Wales. One of which options could potentially be looking at tax reform. But again, we're working through that process, and we'll be ready to make an announcement once the work is complete.
Treasurer, that's all good, but no need to be in fear of the question. The question was really quite simple. Is any of this $7 billion being reserved for that land tax or property tax reform proposal?
Well, no.
So, okay, fair enough. Is any of this money in the $7 billion being reserved at all for the introduction of a shared equity scheme?
No.
What about any of this money being reserved for the pursuit of measures to increase female participation like childcare reform?
Well, again, Mr. Mookie, we will go through and detail our policies in the appropriate way, and then we will explain how we'll fund them. So we're not going to play the budget process right here today.
No,
we're going to go through that body of work over the next few months.
But here's the difference
and
between...
then we have a budget at the end of the year.
If the Treasurer doesn't answer the question, I'm allowed to push him to directly respond.
Madam Chair, the Treasurer is trying to answer the Honourable Daniel Mookie.
No, he's not.
Not relevant.
He's really not.
I think
The Honourable Daniel
He's
Mookie
really not trying to answer my question.
UPS circa 1999.
No, we got along back then.
so. I will make the point that I've made earlier. Question followed by answer, followed by question, etc. We need to keep a proper record of this one at a time.
Treasurer, this is not an abstract policy development process that you're describing here. This is $7 billion you've already put into the budget. It's in the forward estimates, and we are borrowing this money This is a budget estimate hearing. I'll push you again to directly respond to my question, which is, are you considering using any of this $7 billion on measures which may well be welcome to increase female participation and do childcare reform?
The priority of that money is to ensure that we are prepared for any contingencies that arise as a result of COVID. We are living in uncertain times. No one predicted Omicron would hit the economy and the community in the way it did. So having that money put aside to deal with these challenges was the prudent thing to do.
How much of it has been spent?
We can detail that on notice.
Treasury, you said just 30 to 40 seconds ago, maybe a bit longer to be fair to you, that this was helped us respond to Omicron. That's good. I'm glad that it's there. But therefore, how much of it has been spent?
We can detail that on notice.
Has any of it been spent?
I can take that on notice.
So you don't know?
No, we can take that on notice. So give you an accurate reflection of what's going on. I don't have the detailed line by line expenditure items in front of me, Mr. Mookie.
Have you personally received a request that you have yourself authorised to spend any of the $7 billion contingency?
Look, any of that expenditure would go through the proper government process.
Yeah, which ends with you signing a piece of paper saying you can spend the money.
It would go
have
through
you
the appropriate
authorised
processes.
any of the spending of that $7 billion?
Through the appropriate processes, Mr. Mookie.
Have you? Personally?
Yes, we have. We have gone through the appropriate ERC processes.
So you're seriously suggesting that $7 billion has been borrowed, but you yourself can't tell us whether you've authorised any of the spending.
Not what I'm saying, Mr.
especially after we just went through the
That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it's a provision that's been made to deal with contingencies. Any expenditure or policies that have been paid for through that provision have gone through the usual approval processes.
You can't tell us what they are.
What I'm trying to understand is the legal authority for this money to be spent, because, again, it's not clear under what authority you appropriate it. So I'm just going to presume that the Treasurer would know, and that if the government wanted to spend any of this $7 billion of borrowed money, you'd have some knowledge of it. Can you at least tell us that you're being briefed on how this money is being used?
Well, of course we are. That's why
No, not
it's
we,
going through
you.
the appropriate processes. And Mr. Mookie...
You aren't regal. You're not a monarch here. I'm asking you to respond directly.
That's right. That's why we have an expenditure review committee to approve government expenditure.
Crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Treasurer, and to officials. I'm going to begin my questions by choking. Excuse me. As you're saying, we're living in pretty unusual times. And although we've had COVID, the climate crisis has not gone away. As you are aware, there are some extreme some floods and disastrous floods in Queensland and northern New South Wales at the moment. When we spoke at the last estimates, I asked you why New South Wales was the only state yet to have a statewide climate change adaptation plan. You said you'd only been in the job 30 days. I believe you've been in the job 146 days now. This plan is at least 7 years overdue. What's its status?
Well, firstly, I should say my heart goes out to those people affected by these floods. We're going to be seeing increasingly more extreme weather events like this, according to all our best climate scientists. Obviously, the government has a strong mitigation strategy, but the adaptation strategy is still being worked through. We hope to have something announced very shortly.
Can you clarify on very shortly?
I can't specify when. We've got to go through our cabinet process, but since our last meeting, Ms Boyd, we've done a significant amount of work. I know that it was promised many years ago, but obviously our assumptions needed to be updated following some of the work that the government has done with regard to its net zero targets.
Would we have been better prepared for the current floods if we had a statewide adaptation plan?
I don't think so. I think that the government, obviously, the floods in particularly northern New South Wales are a frequent event. This is
the worst in well over 100 years.
Terrible flood, but floods in Lismore are not unusual. That's the reality. We are well prepared through our SES, our emergency management programs, to be able to cope with those events. But obviously, given more extreme and frequent weather events as a result of climate change, we need to have a framework to deal with that, and that's what the adaptation strategy will be.
Obviously, it's pleasing to see Eraring bring forward its scheduled closure date. But as we see successive coal-fired power stations making that decision to close down and we move to renewables, the government has a responsibility, as I see it, to ensure that workers aren't left behind and coal communities aren't left behind, and also that we clean up the environmental sort of toxic legacy of those sites. In relation to Eraring, what is happening there with the ash dam risk? And the fact that the government's going to take on, will get the contingent liability once that coal station closes down?
Well, obviously, these sites need to be remediated so that the damage is not left for the community. The Eraring site will be treated no differently to any of the other legacy sites that the government does have some responsibility for. But we expect Origin to meet their obligations. Obviously, the terms of those contracts or those obligations were outlined in the sale contracts. But I'm very happy to hand to Mr. Gardner, who is overseeing that area.
Perhaps we can pick that up in the afternoon because my time is limited. But in terms of the contingent, so the unquantifiable contingent liability that's currently on the balance sheet, or not on the balance sheet, depending on how you look at it, now that we have a closure date, one of the elements to switch that into an actual quantifiable contingent liability has been met. When will the government be taking action to work out exactly how much of a hit the closure of Eraring?
Well, the government's doing we'll obviously have to do a lot of modelling to make sure that we get an accurate read on what that number is and what the exposure is to the state of New South Wales, but I think Mr. Gardner is best placed to answer those detailed questions.
Okay, I will pick it up with you this afternoon. And in terms of ensuring that there are jobs for workers, our excellent inquiry into coal ash dams did recommend that a task force be established with state government agencies, unions, industry stakeholders and community groups to lead a development of a coal ash reuse industry. And that was something that business was actually calling out for as well. The government's response to that report was quite disappointing, just noting it but not doing anything about it, and unfortunately referring back to the waste strategy, which, as you know, does not have any detailed strategy in relation to coal ash in particular. Will you be taking another look at that recommendation?
I'm very happy to, but as you know, I'm no longer the Environment Minister, and that's probably best a question made to Minister Griffin.
Okay. I would have thought it was the sort of economic transition question.
Sorry, specifically with regard to using...
creating
I thought you were asking about the waste strategy.
No, sorry, I'm talking about creating jobs in a new industry to reuse coal ash.
Well, the government's just announced a $500 million jobs package to catalyse the development of new industries. So, this could possibly fall into that. But it was more targeted at things like hydrogen, green steel, green aluminium, green chemicals and things like that, but also money directed towards heavy manufacturing. We think that policy, based on the work that we've done, will create about 1,000 ongoing jobs, and those jobs will largely be in the Hunter region, but certainly that package of funding would be available for projects like the one you're talking about.
Will you have another look at this report and consider actually earmarking some money towards this recommendation?
Yes, very happy to. Sorry, I thought you were referring to the role of the waste strategy.
Yeah, that's right. I will also be picking it up with him. Can we briefly, I don't think I have much time left, but can we briefly talk about the absolutely disastrous audit report in relation to the state's finances that was released not that long ago?
Of course.
I know that you are relatively new still in this position, but that audit report paints a picture of a Treasury that is perhaps riddled with cultural problems in terms of withholding information, not having a very good relationship or being very cooperative with the Audit's Office. What's your response to that report and what do you plan to do to fix it?
Well, obviously very concerned about the issues raised by the Auditor-General. Can I start by saying that I've got enormous respect for the role of the Auditor-General and the work that she and her team do. It's really important to safeguard the integrity of our finances in New South Wales, that we have a robust governance structure, which the Auditor-General is key to. As a former auditor myself, those concerns were greatly troubling. That's why I've asked Dr. Grimes to commence a review into these issues. That the Auditor-General raised the fact that these things did occur, but she didn't address how they occurred. So we need to get to the bottom of what's wrong with the culture, what's wrong with our systems and processes that led to a situation where information was not provided, or the Auditor-General felt the information was not provided that she should have had access to. We haven't announced who will be conducting that review, but it is about to commence very shortly. I'm very happy for Dr. Grimes to illuminate further.
And I'm happy to provide any further information now or this afternoon.
This afternoon would be great. Thank you. In relation to Tahi, and again, this is something we spoke about last budget estimates, but you were relatively new to the role. Having now seen the Auditor-General's report and understanding that there was a massive problem with the accounting applicable to Tahi, which has now been plugged with this $1.1 billion in the, just for this year, and then who knows? It's quite a budget black hole as far as I can tell going forward.
I don't think it's been plugged. I think it's an adjustment that's been made to ensure that the Auditor-General could.
When you became aware that that additional money was required to sort of fix the Tahi problem and get unqualified reports from the Auditor-General, what was your response to your department?
My response to the department was that we should be... the issue with regard to the $1.1 billion was as a result of whether or not Tahi was appropriately meeting the criteria to be recognised as a PNFC. In order to ensure that Tahi was able to be treated the way the government was treating it, it needed to generate a certain return. The Auditor-General took the view that that return needed to match the long-term or the inflation rate of 2.5% as opposed to what the government's position had been, 1.5%. And my view was that we should make that adjustment to ensure that we complied with the accounting standards.
Sure, but that was something that wasn't expected before that. So that $1.1 billion was an unexpected cost. And it's also something that then means that there's less money for spending on hospitals and roads and other things. Did you not take some sort of action to see how this error had happened within the department? Well,
that's not correct. When New South Wales, an entity owned by New South Wales taxpayers, receives money, taxpayers are not worse off. So the value for taxpayers is still preserved. And don't forget those access fee payments that are made by the operators, so Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains, do find their way back to taxpayers via a dividend.
Yeah, I think you need to read the report.
I have read the report.
Thanks, Mr. Porter. Mr. Latham?
Very detailed.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are there any other operators of coal-fired power stations who've advised you of the possibility of bringing forward their closure?
Are there any other owners of coal-fired power stations that have advised me of the possibility of bringing forward? Well, that's not already in the public domain.
And you said earlier on, confirmed by Mr Hay, that you had advice from AEMO about the capacity target but also the unserved energy for the early closure of Eraring. Why wasn't the unserved energy advice made public when you issued your press release following the closure?
Well, I'm happy for Mr Hay to answer that.
Just update something in my answer on that, and since when I explained we did work with AEMO as the EST monitor, the work that they've done on that is on the EST monitor report. That is a higher standard than the unserved energy and reliability standard in the market. Their advice is that with the measures that government has proposed in response to the potential closure of Eraring as announced by Origin in 2025, is that any breach of that target will be remedied by the measures that have been announced. AEMO have also advised on the 17th, when they announced their response when they commented on the announcements by Origin that they are now going to rerun the ESU, the Energy Statement of Opportunities, in which they will do the USE analysis as well. But I stress the EST Monitor report and the EST standard adopted by New South Wales is a higher standard. And the advice is that while if there was no response from government, there would be a breach. With the response that's proposed, there will not be a breach of the higher standard energy security.
Well, that's the energy security target, but unserved energy, as you acknowledged earlier on, is different.
It is
and
different,
you
but
can
a
meet your
lower
target
standard.
for 1 second, but if it runs for 4 hours, you've got an unserved energy problem. Now, if that advice is available, if what you're saying is true, why hasn't that been made public in the press release issued on the 17th of February?
My correction is that AEMO is running the ESU now in response to the announcements, and so the unserved energy advice will be forthcoming as per Daniel Westerman's comments on the 17th.
When do you expect that?
I don't. I'll come back to you.
Days, weeks, months?
I think they're rerunning it reasonably quickly, given the recent announcements the Treasury has mentioned.
So it's still possible Eraring's early closure can lead to blackouts?
No, we don't think so, because the target the
Said AEMO hasn't furnished
energy
the
security
final
target
advice.
monitor is a higher standard than the unserved.
Well, can you produce the documents after lunch that verify this point you're making? Because your advice has changed in the course of the hearing, and I think given the seriousness of it, the committee should see the documents.
Let's be very clear. We've got the highest energy reliability standard anywhere in the country.
This is a different matter of unserved energy, okay? You can have that target for 1 second or 30 seconds, but if the problem runs for 4 hours, you have blackouts. And I think the committee and the public are entitled to see that advice. And subsequently, when the final model is available to you, because it sounds like you're flying blind at the moment, it's available too.
So we'll
Please.
come back with some more detail around the difference in the standards, and your question is about the duration of the outage.
We'll come back to you on that,
It's
Mr.
about the
Latham.
unserved energy, which is, what people understand to be blackouts. Could I just ask about the jobs plan at Eraring? What's the Treasury advice on how many of the 500 workers will access any of the jobs that you announced in your press release on the 19th of February?
How many workers will access it? Well, we believe that there'll be, in broad terms, Mr. Latham, we believe
In
that
detailed terms, because these are the livelihoods of 500 workers and their families in
I'll get
Lake
to the
Macquarie.
details. So, as a result of our package, we believe we'll create 3,700 jobs. 1,000 of them will be new ongoing jobs. 500 of them will be from the development of new industries, and the remainder will be from the development of heavy manufacturing in New South Wales to support the renewable energy zones, etc.
Yeah, your third element was fast-tracking transmission links in the west of the state. You acknowledge Lake Macquarie workers won't access those jobs?
Well, transmission infrastructure needs to be built somewhere, and the Hunter region is a very good place to be building transmission infrastructure, which will then be used out in Western New South Wales. So the transmission infrastructure is not going to be built out in Burke or Western New South Wales. It's going to be built where the skilled workforce is to be able to do it.
Well, that's not what your press release says. It says the links are to the Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone and the New England Renewable Energy Zone. So no workers will gain access to those from Lake Macquarie. But can I come to your other announcements? 500 extra jobs from a $250 million investment over 5 years to boost manufacturing. How many jobs, how many investors are saying they'll produce those manufacturing jobs, or is this just pie in the sky? And why does it cost the public sector $500,000 per job, plus the private investment that would come in? Why are these jobs so expensive?
Well, Mr. Latham, there is a raft of private sector entities looking to invest here in New South Wales. Take one, for example, Twiggy Forrest, who came to see me last week, because of the policies that we put in place and you opposed, wants to invest his capital here to create jobs and opportunities for the people of this state. So, Mr. Latham, we have a clear plan to create jobs. We have a clear plan to grab the opportunities that are coming because of these global megatrends, plans that you opposed every step of the way.
A global megatrend. But how, when did Twiggy Forrest contact the Eraring workers to say he's going to employ them?
Mr. Latham, you're talking about a separate issue.
I'm talking about these workers, is it? It's no use to these
Mr.
workers
Latham,
unless they can get a new job.
I expect Origin Energy to meet their obligations to their workforce. I expect them to do everything within their power to ensure that those workers and their families are supported throughout this period. What government's job is to do is the best way to replace existing jobs is to create new ones. And then we do that by building new industries and creating new opportunities, which is exactly what this package goes to.
Under your global megatrend, can you today give a guarantee to each of those 500 workers and their families that they will get a new job, each and every one of them will get a new job under the things that you announced?
Mr Latham, what I can guarantee is that we'll be holding Origin Energy to account to make sure they honour their obligations to their workers and they do everything within their power to support their workers through this very difficult period. What the government's role will be is to create new jobs, new opportunities for those workers to be able to access. That's what we're doing, Mr Latham. And I'd appreciate it if people like you weren't constantly standing in the way of progress and lying to those communities about what is actually happening, lying to them about these changes that are happening through no fault of domestic governments, but through factors outside our domestic economy's control.
Well, if you'd taken my advice, these workers wouldn't be thrown on the scrap heap in 2025, would they? That's obvious. Don't talk to me about lies. But can I turn to our outcome-based budgeting? Outcome-based budgeting.
What was your advice?
Do you support... Well, not to proceed with your plan. It'll lead to blackouts, higher electricity prices and
What was your
unemployment for
plan
these
to
workers.
keep the electricity on?
It's called the head in the sand.
So, well, we'll come to this. We'll come
you
to
used
this.
to believe
We'll come
in
to
this
this,
stuff,
Minister.
Mr
We'll come to
Latham. I remember when you said
Sorry,
global
everybody, I'm going to
system
interrupt
is
you.
heading to the
This
folly of
is-
disastrous global warming. The predicted damage is well known. The loss of valuable ecosystems and arable land, lower crop yields and
what
rising
that's to
sea
do with
levels,
outcome-based budgeting,
You
which
used
is
to
my next
call
question.
climate skeptics dangerous ideologues who are devoid of reason and intellectual substance, Mr. I agree with you. I agree with you. What's happened?
Well, Minister,
What's happened?
do you support the rollout of outcome-based budgeting across all government agencies as a discipline imposed by the Treasury?
Of course we support discipline when it comes to expending public monies, Mr Latham. That's an obvious question.
Okay, and how's it been applied to energy so far?
Mr Latham, of course, how it's been applied to energy, we're making sure that New South Wales energy users get access to the cheapest, most reliable form of energy. And if you actually cared about those things, you would have supported our plans in the Parliament instead of supporting vested interests, pushing up power prices for consumers so people like Trevor St Baker and coal baron mates like his can make super profits at the expense of people in Western Sydney.
Has outcome-based budgeting been applied to the massive energy spend that you're engaged in?
What's the massive energy spend? What we've done is
Spending over
created
$10 billion
a
a year in
competitive
green
market
energy.
so the private sector can invest. And let me tell you how the market's
Well,
responding.
can you answer the question about outcome-based budgeting? Has it been applied
I'm
to the
answering
energy
the question
spend?
saying our policies with regard to energy are about creating competitive markets so the private sector can invest their capital. And let me tell you how they're doing that. Our Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone just saw 40 gigawatts of new energy proposals valued to the tune of $100 billion. That's private capital, Mr Latham. Now, I know you want to socialise the means of production again, like you have more in common with my friends on the left-hand side of this.
This is just gobbledygook.
That is outrageous.
Minister, do you stand by the answer you gave me on the notice paper in November that under your greenhouse gas emission reduction objectives, outcomes, that you've achieved in 2021 3.0 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent?
Mr Latham, you used to believe in climate change. You wanted to campaign continuously on global warming, combating scepticism, explaining the difference. In fact, there was this wonderful document that you wrote, Not Dead Yet, Labor's Post-Left Future, where you were the great champion of tackling
We are
climate
actually at time,
change.
so you've got
So
10
your
to
office
answer
is
the
spending
question.
a lot. It's good to see that your
Great
office is
things.
spending a lot of time in preparation for these ridiculous answers that go nowhere near being even directly relevant.
I didn't think you would be standing here defending Mark Latham and his views. I'm shocked by
I just
that.
don't defend
I'm quite
rubbish from
appalled
So,
by that. I'm
Treasurer,
quite
if you're not going to
appalled.
answer the
Defending
question,
the views of
last
one
chance,
nation
but we are at time.
Him your leader.
Well, we have
Thank
to- we
you,
have to
everybody.
ask what
So
he's
it
gonna do
is
to
now,
I think that was a tactical error at the time.
it's 3 minutes to 11. So given that we're due to break at 11, we're going to break now. That will be 15 minutes, so that means we'll be returning, what does that give us? At 11:12 this morning. So podcast off and we'll be back at 11:12.
Yelling, how's she going?
Bien. Welcome back, everybody. We'll continue questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Treasurer, it's been covered a little bit during the hearing, but I just wanted to go back to the issue of you previously advising this committee that there was not, well, it might have actually been PC7, but that there was not plans for an early closure of Eraring. Do you think it's a concern that you're saying one thing to this committee when you have knowledge of that there might be a problem down the track?
There was no decision to close Eraring until Origin Energy informed the market the other week. Obviously, we engage with market participants regularly. There are a number of scenarios that we have to consider as we plan how we keep the lights on in this state and how we put downward pressure on electricity prices. That's what you'd expect a minister to do.
Sure, we also expect treasurers and ministers to provide Parliament with accurate advice and not misleading advice. The reporting subsequent to the closure, which you say you found out the day before or whatever, is clearly not correct, because you have said in numerous media statements that you were aware some months beforehand. And again, I'd come back to the hearings in November where you suggested this wasn't the case. How do you reconcile those two things? Or do you basically think you can have secret discussions? And I understand that companies need to be able to speak with government, but how do you reconcile telling the committee and therefore the Parliament one thing and then acting differently because you know there's something else going on?
Well, that's not correct, Ms Sharp. That's a complete mischaracterisation of the situation. Obviously, a market participant talked to us about a possibility, a number of possibilities. We considered how we would respond to those possibilities, but I wasn't informed of a decision to close the Eraring coal-fired power station until after the last budget estimates.
But you were obviously aware that this was being contemplated, given all of the modelling and the work that you had done in the months prior.
Well, there's a lot of things that are contemplated by companies that I deal with or constituents that I deal with. It doesn't mean that is going to eventuate in an outcome. So we were doing the responsible thing, considering a range of possibilities from a range of stakeholders and making sure that our focus was on keeping the lights on, driving electricity prices
Sure,
down,
thank you,
and
Minister.
facilitating the
Treasurer, but just
modernisation
to
of
be
our grid,
clear,
Ms Sharp.
if this scenario happens again, you would answer in exactly the same way as you did in November?
Well, if you want to put a question to me, I'm very happy to answer it.
Well, that's the question. That you're satisfied that the answer that you gave to this committee in November last year, where you suggested that there was not going to be an early closure of the power station, was not on the books, when you've admitted and trumpeted, in fact, through the media that you were doing modelling previously based on this scenario. My question to you is, if we ask this same question again, you would answer in exactly the same way.
Well, you'll have to.
Yes.
It's clearly a hypothetical question that the Honourable Penny Sharp is asking and should be ruled out of order.
No, the question is in order. It's up to the Treasurer how he wants to answer it.
Well, I mean, if you want to put a scenario to me, I'm very happy to answer it.
Well, I've put the scenario, but I'm going to move on. I mean, it appears to me that, yes, you'll basically... There's a serious issue here, which is about the role of parliamentary committees and the answers that ministers and treasurers who come to them and give answers. And I think that there is a serious problem here, but I'm happy to move on because I've got more questions to ask.
No, I'm not going to.
I'd
like to address that, please, Madam Chair.
Given a chance, you didn't.
You've refused so far. I've asked you 3 different ways.
No, you've mischaracterised the scenario. I'm very happy to answer questions truthfully. I always take my responsibilities as a minister very seriously, responsibilities to committees like this, and I will continue to do that. And I don't appreciate you imputing my character here.
Well, you lied in November. That's
not true. That's not true.
Well, we'll come back to this, but I'll move on.
That is not true, Mr. Latham.
Well,
you should
Treasurer,
withdraw that.
Treasurer, let's move on.
That's a
Treasurer, this is my question time.
Boundless
Excuse me,
Mr. Latham.
Treasurer and Ms Latham.
This is my question time.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The Treasurer is requesting that Mr Latham withdraw a comment. I think that
He doesn't get to make points of order. Thank you.
Ms Sharp has the call.
Treasurer, when did your department start working on Project Phoenix?
I'll have to take... I would imagine that Project Phoenix would have commenced when we were aware of the possibility of Origin's intentions.
Why?
Which was when?
Which was
July 2021, which is what you said. And again, I'll go back to the point that that's not what you told this committee in November.
Well, you didn't
Treasurer, you
ask
said
me
earlier.
about
You said earlier.
when
A point of order, Madam Chair. You have rightly said question, answer, question. Now, what we just saw was the Honourable Penny Sharp, after an answer was given, not ask another question, but make an accusation which she hasn't allowed the Minister to reply to. Before she moves to another question, it would be appropriate to allow the Minister to reply to the accusation that the Honourable Penny Sharp made after hearing the Minister's answer.
Well, in fact, I think it was a comment, but I will allow the Treasurer to respond. I'm upholding the point of order. I'll allow the Treasurer to respond.
Ms Sharp, if you want to put a specific question to me, I'll give you a specific answer. You've never put a specific question to me. This committee hasn't put a specific question to me. I answered it truthfully and fulsomely, and that was, when was I aware of any power or any owners of power stations making a decision to close the coal plant? And I wasn't, because no decision had been taken at the point where you asked me that.
Thank you, Treasurer. Well, we can come back to this. So here's a specific question. How many jobs are going to be lost at Origin with the closure of Eraring?
Well, Origin will obviously, I've spoken to the CEO of Origin Energy. He has said that where possible they will try
No. How many jobs in total?
No, I'm trying to answer your question, but you keep talking over me. I've spoken to the CEO of Origin Energy. There are currently 400 workers at that site. Where possible, Origin Energy will try and find alternative jobs within their organisation for some of those workers. So it is not possible for me to clearly say how many workers will lose their jobs. What I can say, though, is the government is focused on creating new jobs and new opportunities to ensure that people that could be displaced by this decision could find similar high-paying jobs close to home as a result of our policies.
But basically, there's not. I mean, when large workplaces like this have previously, indicated that they're going to close, there's often quite a lot of government intervention in around supporting those workers beyond what the individual company's responsibilities are, which so far you're saying, well, where possible, they're going to give people a job, but you've got no idea about the percentage of those 400 workers. Is that right?
Well, what I'm saying is that the best way to replace jobs is to create new ones, and the best way to create new ones...
That's not my question. So
this is my answer, and I'm giving you my answer, which is the best way to replace existing jobs is to create new ones. That's why we're investing in creating new industries.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good, Treasurer. But there are 400 families who thought they had a job for the next 10 years and are now working out they're going to lose their. And I'm wanting to understand whether the government will consider any further support.
We just need one question and one answer at a time because Hansard has to record this. Treasurer, you can finish your answer and then Ms Sharp will ask her next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was saying is that Ms Sharp is able to ask the questions, but she can't tell me how to answer.
You have an opportunity to answer now, Mr.
That's
Treasurer,
exactly
so
right.
please do.
So what
Getting into tedious repetition here, Treasurer. You've said the same thing.
Excuse me. Point of order, Madam President. You've just, Madam Chair. You've just said that the Treasurer can finish his answer, and now the Honourable Penny Sharp is starting to interrupt again. And not even respecting the ruling you made.
Well, in fact, I would ask the Treasurer to continue his answer, but without making further argument. So please continue your answer, and then we'll continue with the question.
The government's focus was creating new opportunities by creating new industries and new opportunities in things like existing industries to manufacture the infrastructure that we're going to need to modernise our electricity system. This will see the creation of around 1,000 new jobs, and those jobs will largely be in the Hunter. So Ms Sharp is incorrect to say that the government is not supporting these workers. We're supporting the workers, we're supporting the region, we're supporting the state by creating new opportunities to grow our economy.
But there's no guarantee you can say to those workers that they'll have a job in 3 years' time. What you're saying is that you'll do your best.
Ms Sharp, what we're saying is that we're putting clear plans in place to create new jobs, new opportunities. We'll work with Origin. My expectation is that Origin meet all their obligations to their workers and do everything possible to assist them in getting new jobs. And the government will focus on creating new jobs and new opportunities for workers, their families and the entire region. That's what this package, $500 million package was. A package that was welcomed.
That's great. You have said the same answer now 3 times. Well, if you want to keep repeating yourself, you can, but I'd actually like to move on.
My answer, and I'm
Well, you've
just
said the
saying
same thing
that's
3
why
times.
our package has been backed in by a range of stakeholder groups who said this is exactly the policy that's needed for the Hunter region.
What assessment have you done or the New South Wales Government done on the regional impacts of early closure, things like school closures, reduction in services and local council revenue? Has any modelling been done on that?
Well, I know that the local councils up there have been doing a lot of modelling about the impact on their regional economies. I know that these issues are not new. The New South Wales Government obviously is concerned about the broader impacts, which is why we're trying to find a broad solution to deal with it. We want to create new jobs close to...
So who's looking at it?
We want to create new jobs close to where
Yes, you say what you want to do, but who's actually done the work?
That's what this package is all about.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, as you've rightly ruled before, question, answer, and the Treasurer is not being able to answer his questions because they're all finished up.
To the point of order, just
Yes,
want to
Ms.
check
Moggy.
very quickly. The Minister has to be directly relevant and responding to the question, and the questioner is entitled to push for a direct answer to a direct question.
Not
Yes.
by interrupting him.
Well, we're...
If she is not happy with it, she could take a point of order.
Indeed, but we're also, this is budget estimates, it's allowed to be robust. So I will make the point that I've been making.
Isn't. More than the House.
It is allowed to be robust, a robust
Order in
debate.
the House, so therefore it's not in order here.
Well,
Are you
question
taking a point of
followed by
order or are you just
answer.
interjecting?
I'm actually dealing with a point of order that's already... Yes.
Something you're very familiar with.
And I'm going to ask everyone to stop interjecting so that we can get on with this, because this is a great waste of time for everybody. Question followed by answer. Ms Sharp.
Who is undertaking the modelling in relation to regional impacts of the 400 jobs that are going to be lost on the edge of Lake Macquarie?
Well, there'll be a huge body of work that needs to be undertaken. Ms Sharp.
Who in government? The Chief Economist? Dr Grimes? Who is doing that work?
Well, the government has a range of bodies that will look at the impacts of industry, industry closures, industry impacts. One of those things, Ms Sharp, will be we've got an industry minister in New South Wales looking at these issues. We've got the Treasury. We've got a whole range of agencies that are committed to ensuring that we support regional economies going through a very difficult transition.
Treasurer, can we talk about the contamination liability on this site? There remains pre-existing contamination on the Origin site, and it's indicated in the total state sector accounts. Are you able to tell us what you believe that liability is likely to be?
There's a large body of work that will need to be undertaken to quantify the exact nature of that liability.
So just to be clear, when this was, the state's already made a number of warranties in relation to this. Are you telling me that you have no idea what the baseline is?
Well, there's a contingent liability. The government has obviously flagged that and disclosed that in its financial statements. There needs to be a large body of work to quantify the exact exposure that the state has.
Treasurer, when your government sold these assets, it prepared a study at the time that set the baseline in terms and quantified the liabilities. It's not like the work has to be done. The work is done. It's just that it hasn't been made public. So can we get a public sense from you, the work that was done back in 2013, what is the liability and the cost coming to taxpayers now that this liability is coming forward by 7 years?
Well, there needs to be significant work done to update the assumptions that were undertaken because more material has been put into those ash dams, and there's been.
This is not the ash dams. This is the pre-existing. We're not talking about the ash dams. We're talking about pre-existing.
The liability that the government will be exposed to. The best person to answer that is the person overseeing that work, which is Phil Gardner. So, Phil, can I get you to please talk to that?
So the principle underpinning this is that Origin Energy is responsible for the DDR, the decommissioning, demolition and remediation of the power station. The state is responsible for the pre-existing contamination. We have a baseline study, but we'll also then need to do further studies once the power station gets closer to closure in order to actually make a clear determination. And timing, I mean, the things that cause us not to be able to provide a definitive answer to the question, Origin's statement is actually a potential closure. So we actually don't know the specific timing. It's not specific. We don't have the subsequent studies that will then determine the exact nature and expense of that. So we need to do those 2 or 3 steps, and we need to have a notification to us from the regulators.
That. And look, to be fair, like that is right in terms of the deeds that we entered into with Origin. But actually, the question wasn't about the future studies. It was about the baseline study. Treasurer, have you been briefed on the baseline study that was prepared as part of SAIL as to what the potential liability was back then? And if so, can you tell us?
I haven't been briefed on that issue.
You haven't been briefed?
I haven't been briefed on that issue.
And in relation to the ash dam liability, there's been a suggestion that it's around $274 million it could take to clean that up, and that the state is responsible for half of that. Can you confirm that, Treasurer?
I can't confirm that, but I'll hand to Mr. Garner.
I cannot confirm that. I'm not aware of where that particular number has come from, and therefore it sounds
so
like
just to be clear,
number.
you don't have a baseline figure in relation to the ash dam either?
So Origin is responsible for the remediation of the ash dam, and we are currently in discussions with Origin. Now, obviously, the fact that they potentially have brought the closure of the power station forward by several years actually changes substantially the potential trajectory for the size and scale and remediation of the ash dam. And so we're currently engaging with them around sort of what, we are actually we've been awaiting a proposal back from them on sort of future management of the ash dam. That will have to be revisited in the light of the change of the date. And as I said, it's still a very, very uncertain timing around the closure of the ash dam. So, I do not know where those numbers come from, so I can't relate my response back to that. But we fully expect it will bring forward a process that we need to ensure that the ash dam is remediated appropriately.
Treasurer, I'll move on from that. The battery that you have announced to be ready by 2025, can you guarantee it's going to be ready by then?
Yes, we're absolutely confident it'll be ready before 2025.
Where is it up to in the planning process?
So we've just announced it, but we've done this.
I know. You like an announcement, yes. Where is it up to in the planning process?
Well, Ms. Sharp, we've done a considerable amount of work. The person that has come up with the concept of a capacity battery was recruited from Transgrid. So a lot of the knowledge and design has been prepared, but we obviously need to go through our proper processes, including the planning pathways. But we'll run a competitive process to get this built, and it'll be ready before 2025.
Federal ministers described the project as delusional. Why do you think he said that?
I don't think that he understands how the battery works. The battery is there not to provide energy into the market, it's to free up capacity in our transmission system so that our existing coal-fired power stations can provide more energy to customers. So what we're doing essentially is providing or building an extra line, would be the equivalent of building an extra lane on a highway, giving us a greater opportunity to sweat our existing coal-fired power stations more to deal with the closure of Eraring.
Treasurer, have you had a discussion with the Federal Minister in relation to the closure of the station?
I have.
And when was that?
I had a discussion with him last week.
And did you inform him of his incorrect understanding of your battery project?
Well, he didn't ask me, so no.
Deluded?
Sorry?
Was he deluded?
Well, who's right?
Well, we're right. We've got the best engineers that have worked on this design. In fact, AMO commended us. They couldn't believe that they hadn't thought of it. What we've effectively done is freed up capacity so that Mr. Latham's friend Trevor St Baker can now use his power station more to provide the energy we need when Eraring goes out.
Do you think the Federal Minister was delusional when he made those comments?
I can't speak to the mindset of the federal minister when he made those comments, but what I can say is that we've got a solution that will ensure we keep the lights on, and because of our energy roadmap, which Mr Latham opposed, we can build the supply that's going to put downward pressure on electricity prices.
The crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Can we turn to the electric vehicle incentive scheme?
Another disaster.
I understand that it's not necessarily going as planned and we don't have as much take-up as might have been expected. What do you see as the reason for that, and what are you doing to adjust to try and encourage uptake?
Well, I'm reasonably happy with the uptake and where it's going. We've seen the uptake being spread right across Sydney, right across New South Wales. Obviously, I'd like to see it go further, but the policies that we put in place were there to deal with vehicle availability, model availability, the price, the entry price, and range anxiety, obviously, and the policy is achieving those objectives.
So how many people have taken up the incentive then?
As of today, I don't have that figure before me, but we can provide that to you on notice.
Are you able to tell me how many new car sales have been electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids?
We'll get you the exact figure so that it's timely today.
Okay.
1,400.
That's not today's number.
I understand that it is in the low thousands, or perhaps between 1,000 and 2,000, perhaps would be a good estimate.
Yeah.
The target is for 150,000 a year. When you modelled that incentive scheme, did you anticipate that it would be perhaps slow to begin with? What did the modelling say, and does this meet with your modelling?
We did. It's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario. The vehicle manufacturers won't sell into the Australian market if there's no demand, but by the same token, there won't be demand if the vehicles aren't coming to the market. So that's why we've put in place the policies that will stimulate demand. We're already seeing an uptake in interest with electric vehicles, but it's not just the incentives to encourage the private buyers. We're about to see the incentives being taken up for commercial fleet buyers that will then catalyse the development of the second-hand market. So I expect that it will be a far more aggressive uptake of electric vehicles in the years ahead.
Do you think that people know that the incentives are available? Do you think that message has got out?
Well, I think so. I think that it's being pretty heavily promoted by the government and by people interested in these things. Mr Latham has been talking...
He's been spruiking it, that's true.
Spruiking it on Sky After Dark regularly, I'm told. But again, these things take time. There's obviously a shortage of electric vehicles coming into the market as well. There's some supply constraints with regard to the materials used to develop electric vehicles, but they'll be unblocked, and I'm confident that we will easily meet our targets that we've set out.
Do you have any more details on what those supply constraints are? Because I'm certainly hearing that anecdotally, that people aren't able to get the models that they want.
Well, I think it's with regard to the manufacture. Some of the precious minerals that are required to build the batteries, etc., have been in rare supply. I understand that new supply chains have been opened up, and we're seeing the producers like Tesla and Hyundai and whatnot now being able to ramp up their production, which will then flow through to the Australian market.
Which is it? Because before you said that there was obviously, chicken and the egg, that you need a certain amount of demand to get these manufacturers to take Australian markets seriously, I guess. But you're also saying that there's a problem with the sort of precious metals and things that go into the manufacture. When it comes to why New South Wales doesn't have supply or sufficient supply, which of those is it?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. But what I would say, and I'll correct the record, I'll get the information and place it on the public notice paper. But the uptake in New South Wales has been very strong. I think we're leading the other states and territories, and it's because of the policies that we've put in place here. And I appreciate the support of you and your party and other members of this House that are seeing New South Wales lead the way when it comes to people taking up the offer to drive better, cleaner and cheaper technology.
But the message that you're giving us is not that there's any, contrary to what some people may have been saying, Sky After Dark, there's it's not this take-up is not below your expectations? It's still in line? There's no need to change the incentive scheme?
Well, obviously, we'd like a greater take-up. I'd encourage people to go out and buy an EV. Mr. Latham can trade in his old Datsun, if he likes, and get an EV.
Tracking devices on people. You're not tracking me.
Okay. But we obviously want people to go and take advantage of the opportunity to buy newer technology. It's not only going to deliver them cheaper running costs, obviously there's a higher upfront cost, but the running costs and the impact on the environment is good for everyone.
This committee has asked your predecessor a few times about the nature of New South Wales's investments in overseas securities and funds. I was pleased to see the announcement this morning that New South Wales would be pulling out of its investments in Russian and Russian-related entities. There were other problematic investments that were raised prior to this. Caymans, for instance, but there's a whole bunch. Are you going to take any action in relation to those as well, or are they subject to this broader review that you're doing?
They're subject to the broader review that we're doing. I think it's best to deal with these things through an overall framework. Obviously, the Russian situation is unique, and we wanted to move on that in step with the rest of the world, which we've done. But what I would say that today I announced that Prue Bennett, who is one of the leading experts when it comes to ESG and sustainable investing, will be heading up the review. Prue's one of the leading ESG experts in the nation. She's a former managing director and head of stewardship APAC for BlackRock and has extensive corporate experience in this space. She's a director of the UN Global Compact Network Australia, a director of the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative. That work will commence in April, and I'm confident that she'll make recommendations as to how we can improve our framework so that we're not just in line with the rest of the world when it comes to ESG investing, but we're leading them. That's my objective.
And while it's as I say, welcome news that we're divesting from Russian interests today, why were we ever invested in those Russian interests?
Again, the New South Wales government has a diversified investment portfolio that's determined by our T Corp.
You invest in an array of
No, that's not the case. As soon as I became aware of these issues, I obviously was concerned, and that's why I asked for us to review what we're doing, our practices, and put in place the policies to deal with it.
Your predecessor didn't, though.
I have some concerns about where we're investing New South Wales taxpayer money. I don't think it should be going towards tyrannical regimes, dictatorships, organisations that don't share our liberal ideals, liberal values, and that's what this review will look at, make recommendations, and we'll address it going forward.
So to clarify, thank you, and to clarify then, you're saying that the decisions made by your predecessor, now Premier Perrottet, were not the decisions that you would make?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the government has an ESG framework. The investment strategy was done in line with that framework. The framework clearly needs to be tightened up, and that's what we're doing.
But your predecessor didn't see the need to tidy that up, and you do. So clearly your view is that the now Premier Perrottet had made a mistake in that regard.
No, Premier Perrottet doesn't choose which investments that are made. That's the role of T Corp. T Corp, when it was brought to my attention, I raised concerns. That's why I've asked Dr. Grimes to appoint someone to do the appropriate review around our ESG framework.
I think we can draw our own conclusions then, and I'm.
Question on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shoebridge wants a question on that.
Minister, you do know what ESG stands for, don't you?
Yes.
Well, come on.
Oh, it's not Jeopardy.
What do we? Well, I'm happy to take you through it if you can't remember. I'm happy to take you through it. But you talk about ESG principles. I want to know if you know what the substance of ESG principles are. What are they?
Environment, sustainable governance.
Environmental, social and corporate governance principles, right? So why don't we just run through them as against Russia? Environmental.
We agree.
No,
we agree.
let's just go. We'll get to the end here. Let's run them against Russia. Environmental. We agree it's an environmental vandal. Do we agree with that?
We agreed it's environmental vandal.
Social. It's a nasty authoritarian dictatorship. We agree on that?
Where are you going here, Mr.
No.
Shoebridge?
Do we agree
Where
on
are you
that?
going here, Mr.
We agree on that. Do we agree on that? It's a nasty.
Where are we going?
No, we're going through this.
Madam Chair, these questions are clearly not within the
of course they
terms of the resolution of the House. The honourable member is effectively asking him questions.
I'd like to finish my question without this interference.
Of corporate concepts like ESG.
I'd like to finish my question.
They're not
without
out of order.
interference.
Can I make a point? I would actually like to hear the question first before it's ruled out of order.
So, so we agree on social that the Russian regime is a nasty authoritarian dictatorship. Yes or no?
Okay, we're actually at time.
No, yes or no, Minister?
Stop running your Senate
it's time.
count.
Answer the question.
Relevant questions.
Answer the
not
question.
In the terms of reference.
We're at time.
Answer the question.
Mr. Smith, you'll have time. There's another round of 20, but it's Mr. Latham's time.
Well, he hasn't answered the question.
Thank you, Chair. Minister,
Time's up. Stop taking opposition time.
Minister, if we don't support tyrannical dictatorships,
Settle down.
Minister, if we don't support tyrannical dictatorships, why is it under your policies
Calling the kettle.
the extra solar panels and wind towers into New South Wales, most of them come from China?
Well, what we want to do is manufacture solar panels, wind turbines, and the infrastructure that we're going to need to modernise our grid right here in New South Wales. And that's exactly why one of the things that we've done in response to the closure of Eraring is to invest in creating new industries and our heavy industry to build the infrastructure that we're going to need, Mr. Latham.
And in which year do you expect the first solar panel and wind tower to be actually manufactured in New South Wales?
Well, hopefully very shortly. I mean, one of the things that, one of the exciting things that we've had as a result of our policies, it's provided the market the confidence they need to invest here in New South Wales in building that infrastructure. So companies like BHP have been speaking to me. So what we've done is put in place policies that will stimulate and incentivise the private market to invest here in New South Wales. They were policies that you opposed, Mr. Latham. You opposed those policies because you didn't want to see the private market coming in to solve this problem. That's the difference between us, Mr. Latham.
The New South Wales company.
China, but Minister, on a separate subject, how could Daisy Turnbull be qualified to represent low-income single mothers in New South Wales on your Women's Employment Committee?
I'm not suggesting Daisy Turnbull was qualified to represent low-income single mothers.
Haven't you said publicly she's there as a single mum representative on this committee?
No, I said she was a single mum.
Well, what are her qualifications?
Well, she's an educator. I mean, she has educated women for 10 years, is my understanding. She is someone that has a long-term... I mean, her academic qualifications, I can't speak to that right here. We can get her CV, but she is a teacher. She has been a long-term educator. She is a leader of her school. She's passionate about education policy, and she's passionate about women's policy. So I felt she was very well qualified to participate in identifying economic opportunities for female empowerment in this state.
But why did you have to mention she's a single mum when clearly she'd have nannies and affluence and resources available to her that single mums...
I don't know whether she does have nannies, but she is a single mum. That's a matter of fact, Mr. Latham.
But you did indicate that that was part of her qualification.
No, I just said she was a single mum.
She's not representative of the challenges facing single mums in New South Wales, is she?
No, I'm just saying she was a single mum.
Are you going to appoint someone to the committee who's actually representative of the challenges faced by low-income single mothers in New South Wales?
We have a diverse range of people on that committee representing a number of groups across our society. It's not a representative group. It's a steering committee and an advisory panel to guide us with the work that Treasury is doing to improve women's economic opportunities here in New South Wales.
Representative group. If women are so important to represent, why isn't the group representative?
Because it's a steering committee to shape the work that Treasury is doing. It's not obviously going to be representative, but it does have people that are passionate about this area of public policy that want to contribute to it. And rather than, talking it down, Mr. Latham, I thought you'd be getting behind a body that is doing important work to provide opportunities not only for women in the state, but for our entire economy and our society.
I think you're the one getting behind Daisy Turnbull. I've got other priorities, and one of them actually is what are you doing about male employment, given that post the lockdowns and the labour force data in December, that female employment in New South Wales is 30,000 higher than pre-pandemic levels, whereas the male employment is still below pre-pandemic levels.
Well, obviously, we want to make sure that we get as many people employed as possible. And right now, our unemployment rate is heading in the right direction, down, and we'll continue to implement policies that will achieve that objective. So we take those issues very seriously, Mr. Latham, but it's not one or the other, it's both. We know that if we can lift the female participation rate equal to that of males, that we will see 8% growth in our economy by 2060. That means higher living standards and better outcomes for everyone, Mr. Latham. So I'm not saying that we should be supporting female employment over male employment or male employment over female employment. I'm saying that we should do both, and there's clearly a gender gap there that needs to be addressed. This is one of the structural issues of our time, and I intend to deal with it in my time as Treasurer.
Minister, can I take you back to our last estimates in November, when you told the committee you wanted to keep both the Treasury and the energy portfolios, but you claimed at that time you hadn't told the new Premier, Dominic Perrottet, of that desire to keep both Treasury and energy. That wasn't true, was it?
I'm not sure. What date was that, Mr. Latham?
Of November, you told us,
well, if that's
you
what
told
I told
us you wanted to keep Treasury and energy, but you said you hadn't discussed it with Premier Perrottet. That's untrue, isn't it? You had detailed discussions with him in late October, including on the 28th and the 30th of October?
I don't know where you're getting those figures from, Mr. Latham. I don't know.
Well, I don't
know what you're referring to.
It was untrue when you told us on the 30th
Well, I don't have my diaries in front of me, Mr. Latham. But if I told the committee something, then it was true.
You had discussed it with the Premier. You wanted to keep both those jobs.
Mr. Latham, I don't know what you're referring to. If you'd like to table the evidence that you have, I'm happy to look at it.
I'm referring to the fact you misled this committee by telling us you hadn't discussed. You told the committee you wanted to keep both jobs.
Well,
why would you tell us? And you claimed you hadn't discussed it with the Premier.
I'm always truthful with this committee, Mr. Latham. If you want to table evidence that would suggest that I was not, then I'd be very happy to see it.
I'm trying to get an answer from you and an apology to this committee for misleading.
Please table the evidence that you've got. I'm very happy to take it on notice, Mr. Latham.
Will you apologise to this committee for the mislead?
No, because you're misleading the committee right here. I'm asking you to table the evidence you have to contradict the true statement that I made to this committee, and you're refusing to do that. Why not? Why are you continuing to play games and fearmonger and manipulate the truth here, Mr. Latham?
Well, you're the liar, not me. You're the one who misled
You're the
this
one
committee.
lying. I'm asking you to table the evidence you've got to make these bizarre
claims. Did you discuss with Premier
these
Perrottet,
fanciful claims that you're making, Mr. Latham, and you won't table it.
Because you won't answer the question.
No, I'm asking
Can you answer this question? Did you discuss with Premier Perrottet?
I'm asking you to table the evidence that you have, Mr.
I need to take this point of order from the government. Treasurer, Mr. Latham, I have a point of order from Mr. Howard.
Madam Chair, I really don't see how issues relating to the ministerial reshuffle could possibly have any relevance to a budget estimates hearing. In terms of the matters that the Honourable Mark Latham are raising, there are other forums for him to do that. They are not within the terms of the resolution for this hearing.
There's no problem with the questions. They're in order. It's up to the Treasurer how he wants to answer them.
Can you answer the discussions you had with Perrottet in late October?
Look, I asked you to table any documents that you're referring to. I'm very happy to look at them.
Here. I'm not the
and
tabler.
I always answer all questions that are put to me in this committee truthfully, Mr. Latham.
Can I take you to this question of wearing two hats, Treasury and energy? How can Treasury officials give proper scrutiny to your big energy spend, like the Eraring package, green hydrogen, EVs, it goes on, when they would obviously have a fear of offending you as the Treasurer? They'll never point out flaws in the spend because you're the Minister for both areas.
Well, I think that's a slur on the integrity and professionalism of some of the most outstanding public servants in the country. Dr. Grimes is someone beyond reproach, and I have absolute confidence that he's able to manage those issues that you're referring to in the appropriate way that you would expect.
Other treasurers have also been energy.
Well, I'm not asking about that's outside the budget estimates to ask about other treasurers, obviously. Minister, why would other big spending portfolio ministers bring forward ERC cuts when they see you as Treasurer beefing up the green energy spend in your own backyard, why would they bring forward any cuts if you don't do it yourself?
Well, Mr. Latham, I'm not going to talk about the ERC process, but obviously the government's policy is to manage this transition in a very responsible way. So unlike you, we want to invest in one of the things that will be the biggest productivity driver of this state. That's not me saying it, that's the Productivity Commission. That was the intergenerational report, which, Mr. Latham, I'd refer you to, instead of standing in the way of blocking our state's future and the opportunities that our kids and their kids are going to have because of your nonsense.
How many of those recommendations of the Productivity Commissioner have you implemented?
Well, which report are you referring to?
One you just mentioned.
The intergenerational report?
No, the Productivity Commissioner's final
No, that's a separate report. The intergenerational report was another body of work that was done looking at the productivity opportunities for New South Wales. And the biggest one, one of the biggest ones, was the orderly transition from an old energy system to a new energy system, Mr.
But in terms
which
of productivity,
you stood in the way of.
How many
remember?
recommendations of the Productivity Commissioner have you implemented?
Well, the Productivity Commission report, the one that Peter Achterschratt did, we've implemented another of them. I'm happy for Dr. Grimes to give you an update on that, but a lot of them were red tape reduction programs, which the government is working through. Dr.
And
Grimes?
on stamp duty reform, Treasurer, wasn't there an ERC decision before the Omicron breakout on the point that Mr. Mookie made that the $7 billion was in part or whole set aside for stamp duty reform at ERC?
Well, Mr. Latham, I'm not going to talk about the ERC process here, but if you've got access to ERC, you should, or documents, you should table them here so we can see them. You should table
No answers, more tabling.
The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Treasurer, you agree that COVID-related stimulus programs should actually be, economic recovery programs should lead to economic recovery?
You have a question?
Yes, the question is do you think that money that is described as a COVID-19 economic recovery or stimulus should be related to COVID-19 and help create jobs and stimulus to the economy?
Well, obviously we've been focused on making sure that we get us through the worst economic shock that we've ever seen and we come out the other side stronger. So I think that answers your question.
And you agree that grants that are provided by the government that are a part of COVID recovery should be subject to merit-based assessment by departments?
We should be making sure that we spend public money in the most responsible way, and it should go through a rigorous assessment process, yes.
Treasurer, there's a distinction between the question I asked you and the answer you gave. So I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you think that stimulus programs and grants to private organisations and businesses should be subject to merit-based assessment by the department, not the government, the departments that are sponsoring them?
Well, obviously, I expect grants to go through a proper process.
And does that proper process exclude merit-based assessments?
No, it doesn't.
What's the normative practice that you've applied as Treasurer when it comes to deciding whether or not to support a grant? Do you expect a department to give you a merit-based assessment advice or not?
Well, maybe I could talk specifically to a grants program that I am overseeing, and that's the West Invest
program. I'm not asking you about that. I'm happy to talk about West Invest, and trust me, we probably will get to it. But can I just ask you, is it when your government is approving grants to private organisations, are you seeking the advice of your departments as a default matter, or are you accepting the view of a ministerial office in lieu of a department's advice?
Well, I can't speak in general terms, but if you'd like to put a specific scenario to me, I might be better able to talk to you.
I will, but I'll ask you the last question before I do this. Have you, as Treasurer, ever approved a request from a ministerial office for a COVID-19 related grant, or any other grant for that matter, that has not been accompanied by a recommendation in its favour by a department that sponsored it?
Well, if you've got a specific example you'd like to highlight, there's not one that comes to mind right now.
There's not one that comes to mind from any ministerial office.
Well, I mean, I don't have that documentation in front of me. You wouldn't expect me to, Mr.
Well, I don't. Look, I'm not, but I'm asking you because I'm assuming this is an exceptional circumstance where a minister's office would come to you and ask you to approve a grant without accompanying supportive advice from a department. Has that ever occurred since you've been Treasurer?
Well, that would be my expectation, yes.
Has it ever occurred since you've been Treasurer?
There's nothing that comes to mind, but
Okay,
I'm not going to rule it out.
Your predecessor apparently gave a $5 million plus grant to the St Agnes Care and Lifestyle Facility in the electorate of Port Macquarie, despite Treasury recommending against it. Did you see this report on the weekend?
I did, yes.
And what steps have you taken to investigate it?
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a couple of things that I'd say. So firstly, we have a new Treasury Secretary. There have been a range of issues with regard to grants that have been ventilated in the public domain. I want to make sure that the issues raised by the Auditor General, by the Public Accounts Committee, by various bodies are addressed so that the public can have confidence in the integrity of our grants processes.
I'm glad, but specifically, what steps have you taken as Treasurer since you became aware of this report on the weekend to investigate the circumstances in which your predecessor, Mr Perrottet, agreed to give a $5 million grant to the St Agnes Care and Lifestyle Facility despite advice from Treasury recommending against it?
It's fair to say, with regard to this St Agnes grant, I've just been made aware of it through newspaper reports, but on the broader issue of integrity of grants programs, there have been a number of recommendations made by various bodies to improve the process. Dr Grimes, with regard to setting up Westinvest, for example, has incorporated those recommendations into the process that will be running for those grants.
Yes,
but in addition to that, Dr Grimes has also will be also undertaking a review of the grants process, and I'm very happy for him to expand on that.
No, I'm happy to... Treasurer, I asked you a very specific question.
You asked me a question, and you're not just here to hear from me.
Yes,
you're
I
also
am, actually, because I've got the pleasure of Dr Grimes' company this afternoon.
Who can expand on the answer, and I'd just like
Treasurer,
him
the questions that I'm asking on you can answer.
Framework, Mr Mookie.
Treasurer, the question...
Point of order.
No, I'm allowed to...
I will take the point of order, but I will also say, Treasurer, we do have all of the officials here for many hours this afternoon, which is the point that Mr Mookie's making, but I'll take the point of order.
It will be...
To this point and what the Treasurer is saying, the Honourable Daniel Mookie has asked the Treasurer a specific question. The Treasurer is able to answer that question with the assistance of his advisors and be able to direct the questions to them if that answers the Honourable Daniel Mookie's question.
Because I didn't need an explanation of the process Dr Grimes is following for the Westinvest Fund when I'm asking a specific question about the actions the Treasurer is taking to investigate these allegations.
Yes.
So I'm asking the Treasurer to be directly relevant to the question. And Treasurer, the reason I'm asking you this is because the Premier's office very kindly reported to at least this newspaper that they should refer questions to you. So I'm sure you would appreciate that. Can I just ask you here, are you saying you had no knowledge of these arrangements until you read about this in the newspaper?
Well, that wouldn't be unusual. There's a lot of grants that go out, and obviously that one raised concerns for me. And that's the reason that we're going through a process to get our... that's one of the reasons that we're going through this task of getting the right processes in place for the awarding of grants in New South Wales.
Have you had any meetings with Ms Leslie Williams, a member for Port Macquarie, about applications for funding for her electorate since you've become Treasurer?
I've certainly met with the member for Port Macquarie, but I'm not sure that I've spoken to her specifically about a project or funding for her electorate.
Did you ever have any meetings?
I'm not going to rule that out. I'm very happy to come back to you.
Again, there's nothing illegitimate with a member coming to see you to ask for support for funding. But did you have any meetings with Miss Williams of any type prior to her decision to join the Liberal Party around funding applications?
No.
Great.
Did you accompany Gladys Berejiklian to any meetings held with Miss Williams whatsoever prior to that decision?
Prior to her decision to...
Change parties?
Change parties. No, I wasn't involved in any discussions with Miss Berejiklian and Miss
Did you attend any meetings whatsoever?
Point of order.
About funding.
I'm looking to...
Back to the terms of reference. This has no relevance to the terms of reference to this budget estimates inquiry.
The questions are in order. It's up to the Treasurer how he answers.
Very relevant.
Can I say, do you recall having any meeting whatsoever with Ms Berejiklian and Ms Williams in which any funding request was made at any point in time? Do you don't recall, or you never had it?
I don't recall, and I don't believe I have had a meeting with Ms Williams and Ms Berejiklian about any funding.
Did you have any discussions with Ms Berejiklian whatsoever about any requests for funding that Ms Williams had put to you?
No, I didn't.
At any point?
No.
Have you had any conversations with the current Premier about this?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Can I turn to your decision to remove your Treasury Secretary? Why did you remove Mr Pratt?
Yeah, poor old Pratty.
Well,
none of us are critiquing the overall plan.
Not critically the outcome, but I'm understanding what were your motivations in making this decision?
Poor old Pratty.
I had the opportunity to catch up with former Secretary Pratt over lunch in December. The Secretary informed me that he intended to leave as Treasury Secretary in March. I thought about that over the Christmas break, and I took the view that I needed continuity of leadership throughout the budget process. As a result,
Fair enough.
I considered a number of options to possibly fill the role of Treasury Secretary, and I was targeting the most experienced, qualified person I could find with the highest level of integrity, and I found one of the most outstanding officials in the country in Dr Paul Grimes, who accepted the role as Treasury Secretary.
For which we offer our congratulations. But Treasurer, you said you wanted continuity of leadership in the budget process. Former Secretary Pratt told the Public Accountability Committee that he was willing to stay until the budget process completed. And in fact, he was dissatisfied with your decision to remove him prior to the budget. In fact, he said he would have liked to have done it, and he felt that the state would have benefited from the continuity of leadership that he was offering. He made it quite clear that he was prepared to serve, and you had reached a decision to terminate his services, for which he was dissatisfied. How do we square your evidence that you wanted continuity, his evidence that he wanted continuity, yet you somehow decided to remove him?
His evidence did not accord to the direct conversation that he had with me in December.
Sure.
I was surprised by that testimony. I had a very clear conversation with him where he said that he intended to leave in March. That would have been hugely disruptive to the budget process, and I obviously wanted to have stability during a very difficult period.
So he was prepared to leave in March, yet you terminated him January 28-ish, according to his evidence, which is literally 4 weeks. In terminating him 4 weeks earlier than he was prepared to leave, you signed the taxpayer up for an additional $434,000 of costs. That means we have paid $100,000 a week not to have his services. Please explain to me how that's good value for money.
What I'd say is that we need to make sure that we have the person starting the budget process who will also finish the budget process. Mr Pratt made it very clear to me that was not his intention. It would have been far more disruptive had Mr Pratt gone into March and then left midway through the budget process. I took the view that it was in the interest of people in New South Wales that we have stable continuity of leadership through this period, and that's exactly why I asked Mr Pratt to bring forward his departure date from March to January so that we could start the budget process with the person that was going to finish.
He didn't bring forward his departure. You terminated him under Section 41 of the GSC Act.
Well, no,
no, let me finish.
Mr.
Let me
Mookie,
finish the
that's
question.
incorrect first.
No, that's his evidence.
That is incorrect because, as you know...
Treasurer, I'm going to give you time to respond. You made the decision to formally terminate him. In doing so, were you aware that that decision would incur a cost of at least $434,000 to taxpayers?
I don't appoint secretaries and I don't terminate secretaries. You know full well that that is the purview of the Premier and only the Premier. So, Mr Mookie, that is wrong. I've been very clear with you as to why I asked Mr Pratt to bring forward his departure date. If he wasn't going to see through the budget process, I wanted someone who would.
Treasurer, Mr Pratt told us that you reached that decision to terminate, not the Premier. I actually did ask him that. and that he made the point that apparently you made this request to the Secretary of DPC.
I don't have the power to terminate
I'm
a
aware of
secretary.
how
I don't have
secretaries
the
are
power
terminated.
to
We're up
appoint
to
a
our fourth
secretary.
terminated in the last year.
That is the power that the Premier has.
So did you have a conversation with the Premier about terminating Mr Pratt?
Mr Mookie, I had a conversation with the Premier and made it very clear that the person who starts the budget process should finish the budget process, and that Mr Pratt had informed me that he did not intend to stay till the end of the budget process.
Your evidence is it was actually the Premier's decision to terminate Mr Pratt.
My evidence is that the Premier has the power, and only the Premier has the power to terminate a secretary.
And so you're telling me that you had no discussions whatsoever with the Premier at any time about the termination of Mr Pratt?
That's not what I'm telling you.
Or did you
I
have
very
any conversations with the
clearly
Premier?
said That I had a conversation with the Premier, and I said that I wanted the person who started the budget process to finish the budget process, and Mr Pratt had indicated to me that he wanted to leave in March.
Treasurer, isn't the more plausible explanation of events that you wanted to terminate the Treasury Secretary and the Premier resisted?
That's ridiculous.
And you
I don't
wanted
know
to
where you've
terminate
dreamed
him
that up.
as a result of the
I do not
disaster
know where
that
you've dreamed
was.
that up.
So you're saying to me that you and the Treasurer, you and the Premier have always been on mind about the continuing tenure of the former Secretary?
That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you...
Your evidence is being very confused, Treasurer, which is why I'm trying to get to the bottom of it.
My evidence is not being confused.
Did the Premier call you up and go, I'd like to change the Treasury Secretary? Or did you call him up and say, I prefer continuity of service?
No. Mr Mookie, the Premier has the powers to appoint a secretary. The Premier has the powers to remove a secretary.
Your evidence is that he just woke up one morning and went, you know what, new Treasury Secretary would be good for the state.
My evidence. I formed the view.
Yeah.
I advised the Premier that we should have someone that would continue throughout the budget process, and on that basis, the Premier, obviously, he's the person with the power to enact those decisions.
And I therefore now appreciate the 3-minute little merry-go-round we just did to get back to the point I just put to you, which is you made the decision to end Mr Pratt's service, and now I'm going to go back to the question that you didn't ask.
I've clearly explained that.
And now I'm going to go back to the question that you didn't answer. When you provided that advice to the Premier, were you aware that you were incurring an additional $434,000 of spending for the former Treasury Secretary not to work for 4 weeks?
Obviously, I did not take decisions to bring in a new Treasury Secretary lightly. I wanted to make sure that we got the best outcome for the people of New South Wales, and that is the person that is going to lead the organisation through the entire duration of the budget process and beyond. So it would have been far more disruptive had we had to go through this process midway through March, as Mr Pratt had flagged to me over lunch in December. So, Mr Mookie, I am saying that the best outcome for the people of New South Wales was ensuring we had continuity of leadership throughout the budget process, which will be a very difficult budget process in light of the COVID pandemic.
And therefore, you think that the $434,000 that we've expended to put Mr Pratt on effectively gardening leave is good value for taxpayers?
What I'm saying is that the decision was taken to ensure that the people of New South Wales had someone leading the Treasury function throughout what is going to be a very difficult budget process the whole way through. That's the decision that was taken. That's my view, that it was in the best interest for New South Wales citizens, and that's where we landed.
Treasurer, earlier we discussed your decision to dump our investments in Russia, but you had flagged this review, this ESG review back in October, when I first raised concerns about our investments in Russia, Saudi Arabia and the Cayman Islands. Why did it take 5 months or 4 months before you actually got around to commissioning the review that you promised back then?
Well, the first thing I'd say with regard to the review is that we wanted to make sure that we took these decisions around our investment strategy as part of an overall ESG framework. We needed to do extensive work to get the right terms of reference and the right person to do that. That said, Mr Mookie, the priority over summer has not been this ESG review. The priority over summer has been managing the COVID Omicron outbreak. That's what I spent most of my summer on, Mr Mookie. So yes, there has been a delay, but but it's because the priority of the government was making sure we got through Omicron as best way as we could.
In respect to the New South Wales Generation Fund, did the Treasury end up completing the review that the former Treasury Secretary flagged at the last budget estimates into its strategy?
No, but I can get Mr. Grant, Dr.
That's okay,
Grimes
we
to
can
be
pick it
able
up.
to update
If the
us.
answer is no, we can pick up that later. But the part that actually goes to government policy, which only you can answer, is flagged in the half-year budget review. The half-year budget review makes it clear that the government is intending to resume its policy of depositing the cash surplus as well as mining royalties and distributions into the NGF as soon as we once again return to a cash surplus, which the half-year budget review says is actually the next financial year. So that is, from middle of next year, we are once more going to be resuming this policy of putting a cash surplus into the NGF and investing it in global markets, and we're going to be looking at putting our royalties back in and distributions. This when the budget is still at that time projecting a massive budget deficit. Is that your government's policy?
No, we'll review that as part of the budget process, Mr. Mookie.
Treasurer, it's literally said in your half-year budget review. It's in Chapter 6. Have you read that part?
And we'll
of the
review
report?
that as part of the budget
But
policy.
you did review it.
No, we'll review it. So right now the current position is that we not be, whilst we're in cash deficit, we will not be putting...
I'm going to read to you page 46 of your half-year budget review, which came out in December. When you're Treasurer at this point in time, the government here, it says... the government has temporarily suspended contributions into the NGS Fund, having regard to the state's net cash operating deficit. Temporarily suspending these contributions, including state-owned corporation distributions, is expected to take pressure off the state's cash requirements. This is the key bit. The government will resume contributing to the NGF Debt Retirement Fund from 22-23, noting that in that year, the cash operating position is forecast to return to surplus. You can't seriously be telling me that you're reversing a position you just announced.
What I'm saying is that we'll review our NGF strategy as part of the budget.
Did you know that your Treasury had slipped that language into the half-year budget review, or did that miss your attention?
Mr. Mookie, you can keep going around this. You can keep going on this topic. I don't care.
But this is the reason why we end up owning Russia's debt.
We review the NGF strategy as part of the next budget.
This is when we ended up investing in Russia arose from this point. Your predecessor...
And we're putting safeguards in place to ensure this doesn't happen again. We've already addressed this, Mr. Mookie. I know you're trying to get your grabs up, but we've dealt with this.
No, you're not. You haven't dealt with this. Because
I think you've made the point.
No, Treasurer, the point that I'm trying to understand is if this is a policy that you've announced in your half-year budget review, yet the first time you come to budget estimates, you've reversed it. What took place in the last 2 months which led you to reverse the position that you stated in black and white in the
Well, the
budget?
half-year review was correct, and we'll obviously review it at the year-end budget.
So you're telling me what we're reviewing our policy of inflow. It says here that you're projecting the NGF balance to reach $81 billion. Are we still targeting $81 billion by June 2031, or is that target now shelved?
Well, there are obviously changing conditions. We are going to look at that as part of the budget process. I mean, I can't be clear.
You don't know what's going on, do you? You just have no idea what's happened here.
Mr. Mookie, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I've said to you, we'll review the NGF strategy as part of the budget.
Basically,
you can put whatever words you want into my mouth, but I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to sit here. You're trying to get your grabs up on TV.
This is policy on the run. Well, to be fair,
you are
this one's
trying to
unlikely
get your
make
grabs up on TV, Mr. Mookie.
But you are just basically...
I think you've had your
What
go.
you're telling us is black is actually white. This is an example of being gaslit.
It is actually time.
These are not questions. These are full-on...
The Treasurer doesn't get to make points of order.
But it's still time.
You have the call.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Morning, Treasurer. Afternoon. I just wanted to go to comments that the Premier made on the 1st of February at a press conference in relation to pandemic pay for nurses. He has said in response to questions at a press conference a couple of times now that Treasury is considering something for nurses. We had a campaign called Nurse Keeper which got a lot of attention and support, and I know the government's been lobbied about that quite a lot. What is the government considering in this regard, and when will they deliver nurses some kind of recognition for the work that they've done through COVID?
Well, the government, the first thing I should say is that our nurses are absolute heroes. They have done an incredible job keeping us safe and getting us through this period. There are some complex industrial issues that we're currently working through. I'm not going to go into the detail of the negotiations and the discussions as to where they're at here today, other than to say we want to make sure that we balance the needs of taxpayers in this state with the need to pay our workforces an appropriate amount for their hard work.
It sounds like at this stage, given we've just come through the awful Omicron outbreak, who knows kind of what is down the line, but it sounds like recognition of the extraordinary hard work that they worked over the Christmas break and all of that. It sounds like pandemic pay is off the books, because surely they should have received it by now if you were going to recognise just how exhausted they are, and importantly to retain them. I don't know if you've heard about how many healthcare workers, frontline healthcare workers, are looking at, unfortunately, quitting and leaving the profession because they just can't take it anymore. At what point does this come into play to stop some of our exhausted frontline healthcare workers quitting?
Look, I don't think there's anyone that doesn't want to see a great outcome for our nurses. We're currently working through that process. These are pretty complex, Ms Fairman. In light of the government's fiscal position, we just need to balance those competing interests. But, you know...
Will they get something? You're saying you're working through complex industrial...
Well, of course we need to make sure that we land a position that looks after our nurses and other frontline workers, but also protects broader taxpayer interests, which are under significant pressure at the moment. It's very difficult. It's a difficult fiscal environment. That's the constraint at the moment.
I mean, it is a difficult fiscal environment, but in terms of the government's priorities, for example, I think of the forward estimates for road projects, there's quite a few billions of dollars, for example, allocated towards roads. Have you thought, roads are important, sure, highway upgrades, highways, that's important, but have you considered looking at the whole budget and maybe reprioritising health, given the extraordinary toll on our frontline healthcare workers? Have you considered reprioritising where some of that money's being spent?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's what the budget process is, to prioritise the competing needs that the government needs to address. We're working through that process, Ms Fairman, but, you know, without going into those confidential cabinet discussions, I will say that this is something the Premier is personally concerned about, and we're trying to find a way through.
Okay, so you're committed to something sooner rather than later. Can the community have some hope that there'll be an announcement soon?
We want to get a great outcome for nurses. Again, we're just trying to work through these issues, and we'll obviously make the announcement when we're ready.
Okay, well, everybody's looking forward to that when it happens. I just wanted to turn to floodplain harvesting. I did ask you this question in the last budget estimates that we had, and during those estimates I asked you about the liability the government faces in the handing out of floodplain harvesting licences. I think it was Mr Meader who informed us that Treasury was unaware of the financial liability of those licences that it might create for the state. Back in 2014, the Water Minister at the time, Kevin Humphries, amended the Water Management Act to explicitly make floodplain harvesting licences compensable. Are you aware of this?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Have you been briefed since the last time I asked you budget estimates? Has Treasury now been briefed on the potential liability of issuing probably $1 billion, if not more, of floodplain harvesting licences, which your government is currently doing?
I haven't been briefed on that since we last spoke.
Does that concern you? I think Mr Meader last time did say that if in terms of government policy, if there was something that was going to have such a significant impact on the state's budget, that you would be briefed and you would have a say in that policy.
Well, yes, of course.
So I asked you about this last time. It's still very much on the books. In fact, as I understand it, the new Water Minister, Kevin Anderson, has started issuing or looking to issue licences in the Guida Valley and the Border River Valleys. This is extremely significant. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being handed out in compensable floodplain harvesting licences. And you understand the issue a bit, Minister. We've talked about it before in your previous portfolio, that a future government is going to have to buy back those licences because they're completely unsustainable. Hundreds of gigalitres of water is being given out that the rivers downstream can't sustain. So are you comfortable with either your government or a future government having to buy back potentially billions, 1 billion, if not more, of floodplain harvesting licences? That's what your government is doing right now. They're issuing those licences.
Well, I'm concerned about all items of government expenditure and the impact it's having on a very tight fiscal position.
It's very tight. That'd be much better going into nurses' pay packets right now, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why the government goes through a budget process to work out what its priorities are. We'll have to have those conversations within our cabinet and within the ERC of government. But rest assured, Ms Fairman, in terms of priorities, I think it's fair to say the Premier and the whole of the government sees nurses as a priority for this government.
Well, there's one area that you could potentially have a look at is not just that, but also dams. I've also asked you about the potential cost on the budget of a couple of the National Party projects that. Let's talk about Dungowan Dam, potentially $1 billion. The Productivity Commission has described the whole process as flawed. It's not going to deliver water security for Tamworth, yet the National Party Water Minister seems determined, it is his electorate, seems determined to spend $1 billion of taxpayers' money on a dam that is not needed. That's potentially something else you could have a look at. Do you think that's a good spend of money?
Well, I appreciate your fiscal rectitude. I'm very impressed that it's coming from the Greens, and of course we will consider it as part of our overall budget process.
Have you seen the business case for that dam?
Well, I'm not going to go into documents that are clearly cabinet in confidence, but what I will say is that we will have a very robust
You don't have to go into the
assessment.
documents, but you could just say if you have seen it or not, the business case. Has it gone to cabinet? Has it come before Treasury? Does the business case stack up? What's the cost-benefit ratio on this dam?
I'm not going to talk about matters that are clearly cabinet in confidence here today, other than to say we will work through the priorities of government in the usual manner.
Whether or not there's a business case is not cabinet in confidence.
Well, I haven't. I can't speak to that. That matter is still going through our processes. I'm not sure as to where it's up to.
I think the issue is the business case is going to be finding it very, very hard to make this dam stack up.
Point of order,
I'll just
Madam
go
Chair.
to David.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I haven't pulled up the member before.
It's finished.
But there should...
Yeah, you're just
wasting time.
Come on.
I'm happy to move to extend the hearing.
I'm done.
Fine, but if she's going to keep
I'm happy to
making
move to extend the
statements
hearing.
after the answer
We're
without
still-
allowing the minister to
I
respond...
think we can accept she's
then
finished.
that's
There's a
not
minute
fair.
left of this part of the Greens. Who's taking it?
Minister.
Mr. Shoebridge.
Minister, we agreed earlier that Russia is an environmental vandal. I think you're about to agree that Russia is a nasty authoritarian dictatorship. Do we agree on that?
I'm no fan of the Russian government, it's fair to say.
Right. And do we agree that it's got an appallingly corrupt corporate governance with billionaires effectively running the place? Do we agree that?
Your Senate campaign somewhere else.
We agree that it's an appalling regime and that liberal democracy should stand together to oppose it.
So it's always failed on environmental, social, corporate and corporate governance principles. It's always failed that, hasn't it?
Well, I can't speak to whether it's always failed, but they have a very poor record on these matters, Mr.
So
Shoebridge.
how on earth did the New South Wales government ever put $75 million into it and pretend to comply with ESG? Treasury says that they have always applied ESG, yet they dropped $75 million into this environmental, nasty, vandal government. How did it happen?
Well, Mr. Shoebridge, I agree with you, which is exactly why, under my watch, we will be getting rid of all assets,
it's still there.
all Russian assets, because I do not want New South Wales taxpayer dollars going anywhere near such an appalling regime.
How did it go there in the first place? You're meant to have been applying ESG. It didn't just suddenly become a nasty, authoritarian, corrupt dictatorship. It's always been it while you've been pumping $75 million. How did the $75 million
we are
get there in the first
divesting
place?
ourselves of all Russian assets.
Sorry?
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Answers that were given to the Honourable Daniel Mookie about Leslie Williams in Port Macquarie. Can I take it from the answers you gave, you weren't involved in the discussions with her about the 6-hectare expansion of the Port Macquarie Koala Hospital announced on the 29th of October 2020?
I was certainly involved in discussions about the Koala Hospital, but not with Gladys Berejiklian.
Right, but Mr Mookie asked specifically about Leslie Williams. Were you involved in discussions with her about proposals in her electorate? And you said no. So you're now saying you were involved about the Koala Hospital.
Of course the Environment Minister would be talking.
Well, I know,
That's
that's why I'm asking.
Okay, let's let the Treasurer answer.
It was in the context of Leslie Williams changing political parties, and it was in the context of funding with Gladys Berejiklian. That is a complete mischaracterisation of the line of questioning that Mr
When did you
Mookie was
start those
pursuing.
discussions with Leslie Williams? She joined the Liberal Party about a month prior to the Koala Hospital announcement, so you must have discussed it.
Joined it a month prior, did she?
Yeah.
So the decision was taken after she joined?
Yeah, but you must have been involved in discussions through July and August of 2020 in the lead up to that annountement.
Oh, shock horror. Minister talks to local member about
I'm just trying to get the
projects in
details.
their election.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Where do you get it?
So let's let the Treasurer answer the question.
I'm not going to apologise for being an advocate for koalas in New South Wales, Mr.
Excuse me,
Latham.
everybody needs to be quiet. Everybody, order. There's limited time left. Mr. Latham has the call. Let's let the Treasurer answer the question. He doesn't need any help.
I think he answered yes. Minister, can I take you to the financial review announcement you made on the 15th of November declaring a new capitalism? Sounds ambitious. A new capitalism. What do you mean by that?
New capitalism,
provincial
capitalism just doesn't focus on profits. It focuses on creating long-term value for the state, Mr. Latham. And that's something I believe you once believed. In fact, I have some quotes where you talked about a similar vision. In fact, you described the environment was part of your new politics because it involved focusing on the longer term and going beyond narrow economic issues. What happened? You used to believe in these things, Mr. Latham, and you sold out. You sold out so you could get runs on Sky News.
Yeah, in your 5 pillars of the new capitalism, in your key economic portfolio in a provincial government, an important announcement you made was lifting education outcomes. Do you acknowledge New South Wales this century has had the fastest falling school academic results in the world? And what's your specific input to that? Not the departmental policy with Sarah Mitchell, but your specific input in lifting education outcomes.
One of the things that I actually agree with you on, Mr. Latham, is the focus that you have on lifting education outcomes. I agree with the shocking fall in education outcomes here in New South Wales. It is appalling, particularly given that we're investing records amounts of funding in doing things like ratios for teachers and a whole range of things that are clearly not delivering the outcomes that we want. So, Mr. Latham, I'd like to obviously work with you to ensure that we get our results turned around and get value for the money, the significant amount of money that we're investing in the education system here in this state.
Oh, good. My policy is your policy. That's progress. Can I take you further into the interview with the Financial Review? You said there's no point running budget surpluses if we're doing it at the expense of addressing the structural issues, and you make reference to environmental debt. Does that mean you'd rather run budget deficits and do something about the environment than stick to a rigid policy of budget surplus?
Well, Mr. Latham, when I think about the problems of global warming, I don't do it for myself. It matters most to my children, one day to my grandchildren. That's not me saying that. They're your words, Mr. Latham. They're your words. You're the one that said that we should be focusing on these things, and I'm just taking inspiration from you for a change, Mr. Latham. And focusing on how we live our planet to our kids better than we found it, Mr. Latham.
Nuclear, which you told me over lunch in Smithfield you supported, but ever since you've opposed. So I tried to
if
help
that
you.
technology was economically responsible and it was readily available, neither of which it is. So again, you're just pursuing this fantasy that is not going to actually keep the lights on or drive prices down. In fact, it will drive prices up, Mr. Latham. You know that, and you should stop misleading people, particularly your friends on Sky News, that somehow it's going to result in a better outcome.
But at lunch in Smithfield in April 2019, you told me you to support nuclear power in New South Wales, didn't you?
I told you that I was interested in new technology like small modular nuclear reactors, which we both agreed on, Mr. Latham, but I didn't realise at that
According
stage
to what he said.
that small modular nuclear reactors are only in their embryonic stage. They're not going to be ready till the mid-2030s, and that the economics of wind, solar and pumped hydro have come down so much that it makes nuclear completely unviable. So yes, in that context, of course, the idea of new technology that could deliver cheap, reliable power would be interesting, but the one that we were talking about is not.
Yeah, you also told me you were going to stay out of the climate wars. What happened to that?
Science. Science, Mr. Latham.
Zali Steggall.
Science.
That's what happened. Zali Steggall happened.
Science hit you when you walked out of Smithfield. It hit you in the face.
Information.
That's good to know. Just on the budget surplus or deficit, when we were last here, we went through the strategies for reducing expenditure. You said you had a fiscal repair plan, and on the supplementary answers to questions, I asked about the 21-22 outlays forecast of an expenditure reduction of 2.5%, and the Treasury came back and said that the projection for the forthcoming budget, 22-23, is an annual expense reduction of 3.8%. Is that still your fiscal repair plan ambition?
We'll go through and announce our plans as part of the budget process, Mr. Latham. So I'm not going to preempt things here today. I don't want to get everyone all excited, but we'll go through a proper process. Obviously, there are a number of factors that we have to consider. You know, there could be another outbreak of COVID. So that will impact on our ability to deliver the budget savings that we've talked about. Again, we'll go through a proper process and we'll report it through the usual way.
So this answer from Treasury, an annual expense reduction of 3.8% is no longer operable. That's not your intention for the forthcoming budget.
What I'm saying is that you'll see in the budget process where the government lands. So obviously we want to make sure that we spend taxpayer dollars wisely. That's what we will continue to do. But there's circumstances of the economy have changed. The priority will always be the people of New South Wales over the budget.
When do you expect to implement your fiscal repair plan and bring the budget back to surplus?
Well, we'll announce that through the budget process.
You can't give us any indication.
I'm not going to.
Are you still committed to a fiscal repair plan?
I'm not going to drop out all my announcements here today for you, Mr. Latham. We're going to, do it properly through a proper media plan, and we'll do it through the budget process.
Are you still committed to a fiscal repair plan?
Of course, we want to make sure that we spend taxpayer dollars wisely, and our budget is as strong as possible. But we're not going to do that at the expense of the people of New South Wales who are going through a very difficult time.
And on that, fiscal efficiency, are you committed for the $5 billion West Invest spend that every project announced will be according to a rigorous benefit cost ratio and demonstrate benefit for the people of Western Sydney rather than pork barrelling?
Yes, absolutely. We will have a very strict governance framework around that. It will be chaired by the review process will be chaired by Dr. Paul Grimes with Michael Coates-Trotter and the head of Infrastructure New South Wales. They will go through a process of assessing projects that are put forward against the criteria before it is recommended to me for approval.
And every project will have a published benefit cost ratio?
Every project will go through a rigorous assessment process, and I will be ultimately responsible for all projects.
Are you reviewing the government's extraordinary $11 billion spend on the Badgerys Creek to St Mary's Metro, given that the benefit cost ratio is just 0.75, meaning that for every dollar of government spending, there's only 75 cents of public return, and only 18 cents of the benefits actually flow to public transport usage, and that the scoping study showed that the St Mary's Metro will only operate at 11% capacity? How can this be justified as a useful spend in Western Sydney?
Well, these were obviously government policy decisions taken before my time as Treasurer, but it is a policy position of the government that we build the infrastructure to support the growth of Southwest and Western Sydney. So that's one of the initiatives that we've got in place. There are a number of others, but, this government is not going to apologise for making investments into Western and Southwestern Sydney, and we'll continue to do it.
But do you regard this as acceptable, that an $11 billion spend, so over double your West Invest, has a benefit-cost ratio of just 0.75 and only 18 cents in the dollar flow to public transport usage? Do you take this as a model for West Invest? Is this the sort of thing we can expect going forward?
Well, there are other factors to consider when building infrastructure to those parts of Western Sydney.
Like what?
Like opening it up and providing basic infrastructure and amenity to those communities that have missed out on it for a long time.
Review this project, this $11 billion spend, given the atrocious
Of course, we can have a
BCR?
look. Of course, I can have a look at that document if you provide it to me. Very happy to. We obviously will always want to get the best result for taxpayers in this state.
Treasurer, have you commissioned any scoping studies into any further asset sales since you've become Treasurer?
Have I
And
commissioned
sorry,
any?
just to explain, so we've got 9 minutes left, 4 minutes for the opposition, and then 2 minutes each for the crossbench party. So,
Have you commissioned any scoping studies into any further asset sales?
I don't think I have. No.
What scoping studies were you briefed on when you became Treasurer?
I might have to take that on notice. Very happy to come back.
The budget says, not the half year, but the actual budget says that scoping studies are currently underway. Do any of them affect Ausgrid and Endeavour Energy?
No response.
So we're not doing any scoping studies into this further sale of the 49% of our interest in Ausgrid
Not to my knowledge.
Energy? And no one's briefed you?
No.
So will you rule out any further privatisation of Ausgrid and Endeavour Energy?
Well, the government's obviously got a very clear position on Ausgrid and Endeavour Energy. And if that position changes, we'll let you know.
What is position?
Well, the government owns those assets.
But
That's the
on
government's
privatisation,
position.
what's the government's position on the sales of those assets?
The government's position on those assets is that we're not selling them. That's the government's position.
Because I asked the Premier his budget estimates to rule it out. He wouldn't rule it out. So have you just changed the government's policy?
No, I've just told you what the government's position is,
Well,
and if
the
that
Premier-
changes, we'll let you know through the normal
Premier
process.
told me the government's policy in budget estimates last time. I asked him this exact same question as to whether or not he was considering would he rule out Ausgrid and Endeavour. He wouldn't rule it out. So you're ruling out right
But you
now
asked
Ausgrid.
what the government's policy is,
Well,
and I said the government's policy.
You're the shareholder.
Yes.
Are you ruling out the further sale of our 49% interest in Ausgrid Energy? Can you rule it out and give us a definitive guarantee your government's not going to sell it?
Well, what I've said is that it's not the government's policy to sell Ausgrid or Endeavour. That's the government's policy.
And you rule out a sale?
Will you roll out the
I
Labor
can rule
Party
out a
taking more
sale.
donations from the Chinese Communist Party?
I can rule out a sale of Ausgrid
like
and
Ernest
Endeavour
Wong did,
under Labor.
where he funnelled
Treasurer, can we just
money
get back to
from
the
banned
questions?
foreign donors, proxies of
calm down,
the
Treasurer.
Chinese Communist
just
Party
stay-
into your
Treasurer,
party,
I will
including
take a point
into
of
your
order.
leader's
I
campaign
have a
account.
point of order. Sorry, Treasurer. Mr. Mulkey on the point of order.
The Treasurer needs to be directly relevant. The Treasurer is not being directly relevant. I'll ask him for the final time. Will you rule out a sale of the state's remaining interest in Ausgrid and Endeavour Energy?
What I've said very clearly is that the government's policy position is that we are keeping ownership of the remaining shares in Ausgrid and Endeavour Energy. And if that policy ever changes, then we'll let you know. But I'm not going to engage in your hypotheticals here today, Mr. Mookie.
Fair enough. Have you, in response to the disastrous outcome with respect to the transport asset holding entity, is the government committed to continuing on with the operation of the transport asset holding entity?
Well, yes, of course. Absolutely.
And you're saying that you would...
The question is, Mr. Mookie, what is the Labor's position? What is the Labor Party's position when it comes to Tahi?
Well, I'll tell you
what is your position when it comes to Tahi?
Here's what we'll do, right? I'll ask you some questions as Treasurer, and then next year, if we beat you, you can ask me. So here's the thing.
You should be upfront with the public before
rest
an
assured,
election
when
as
it
to
comes to
what
the
you're
transport
going to do
asset
with
holding
Tahi.
entity,
Are you going to
Okay, one at a time.
I will
Really
promise
enhance
you,
our need to
Treasurer.
record this.
I will promise you,
if you're
Treasurer,
going to
that we will
unwind
continue
Tahi.
to be upfront
I'm
about Tahi.
looking forward to this answer because you've been very critical of the government's
Both
position.
of you need to be
but
quiet,
you haven't
one at a
stated
time.
what you would do.
Treasurer, the reason I ask is because the Auditor General provides a very clear warning here that there is an additional $4.2 billion that is going to hit the budget as a result of your predecessor's failure to properly stand up the transport asset holding entity. And this is hitting the budget in 2 years' time. So, my question to you is, are you going to incur this additional $4.2 billion worth of cost, or are you going to abolish the transport asset holding entity?
As you know, Mr. Mookie, New South Wales taxpayers putting money into a New South Wales fully owned asset is not going to lose value for New South Wales taxpayers. That is accounting 101. So, Mr. Mookie, those access fees that are paid into Tahi will be returned to the government via equity increases and also
I'm sure that my colleague
dividends
will
paid
ask
to
you
the government, Mr. Mookie.
Crossbench, Mr. Shibridge.
Treasurer, will you commit to implementing every one of the Auditor General's recommendations in her damning assessment of your government's integrity of grant program report in the West Invest grant scheme?
Yes, I've asked Dr. Grimes to incorporate all the recommendations from the Auditor General into how we run the West Invest grant scheme.
Will you commit to implementing the recommendations from the Public Accountability Committee? 2 reports now, which highlighted the appalling way in which your government deals with grants.
I've asked Dr. Grimes to consider
they're written on because they're so full of lies and misrepresentation.
I've asked Dr. Grimes to consider the recommendations from the Public Accountability Committee as well when designing the governance framework for the West Invest projects.
Treasurer, given you were so intimately involved with the appalling way in which the Stronger Communities Fund round was allocated, some almost $100 million being diverted to just one council in your electorate. How can we have confidence
in that?
How can we have confidence that the $400 million going to councils with this West Invest will have any integrity?
We just need one at a time for Hansard.
I was not a decision maker in that process. You know that full well, Mr. Shoebridge, and I would appreciate you not.
Well, are you denying any involvement in? Are you denying any involvement in?
I'm not denying being a very good local member, lobbying for my community, and I'm going to continue to do that.
What's wrong with that?
I'm going to continue to advocate
Minister,
we don't need commentary.
Point of order. When you look at the outcome.
Order. Mr. Shoebridge, I'm sorry, but we do not need commentary from the sidelines, and we need one person at a time. Question by answer. Hansard have to record this. Mr. Shoebridge.
Minister, will you direct Dr. Grimes to have a look at the disastrous lack of integrity that was the Stronger Communities Fund round and absolutely 100% commit to not do that again with West Invest?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Just coming back to your 5 pillars, Treasurer, in the financial review, what is your housing affordability plan, given you seem so reluctant to do the much-needed stamp duty reform?
We're working through a number of options, Mr. Latham. Obviously, tax reform could be one such solution, but there are other things that may be more acceptable to improve affordability and accessibility for first homeowners in New South Wales.
Like what?
Like direct grants, like stamp duty reductions, like building more supply, like a whole range of things. So we're just currently working through the options to make sure that we get the best outcome.
Thank you. And just to take you back to an earlier answer to Ms Abigail Boyd, where you said there's a good spread across New South Wales of the electric vehicle subsidies. If you looked at the data that in the first 5 months of the scheme, the major beneficiaries have been the postcode areas of Kellyville, Lane Cove, St Leonards, Linfield, Castle Hill and Turramurra, and places in Western Sydney like Rooty Hill and Macquarie Fields haven't got a single subsidy, nor Muswellbrook and Curry in the Hunter Valley, or big country centres like Bathurst, Moree or Grafton. It really is just a subsidy for the rich, isn't it? People can afford $78,000 cars. How do you explain this disparity? There's not an even spread.
Well, I mean, there's obviously places like Rouse Hill, which you've mentioned, which you haven't mentioned. You know, that's in Western Sydney. There are places across Sydney that are taking up the opportunities to buy vehicles, newer technology that has lower running costs. We want to see more people taking advantage of these opportunities, and I'll be doing everything I can to make sure that happens.
And just coming back to the early closure of Eraring, where I was starting my questioning, you mentioned that AEMO doesn't do pricing modelling, but what's the modelling inside the New South Wales Energy unit, and what does it show?
The ENCO?
No, what you've done inside your own agencies.
Well, I mean, that
pricing impact.
Well, that modelling is cabinet in confidence. You know that, Mr. Latham. We've discussed this before, and you know, I'm not going to breach those cabinet processes.
How much are the prices going up after 2025?
Well, there will obviously be price pressure as a result of the closure of Eraring, but the best way to put downward pressure on prices is to build new supply.
Why can't you tell us the price increase that's available to
infrastructure? Because, Mr. Latham, that will be determined by how much new supply we put into the system, and we've got a mechanism mechanism to drive new supply into the system, a mechanism that you opposed, knowing full well the pressure that existing coal plants were coming under, and you stood in the way of it. So thank goodness the rest of the parties sensibly backed this position to build more supply, which will put downward pressure on prices.
You won't tell
And
us
on
how
that
much.
note, we're at time.
Okay.
So there is provision for the government. However, they don't need to take it. So, Treasurer, thank you very much for your attendance today. You are now excused. Yep.
Madam Chair, could I just make a number of corrections to some statements that I've made?
Yes.
So I just want to make the following comments
We need to extend the
to
time
add
of
to
the
my
hearing.
evidence. Firstly, I can confirm to the committee that the first time my office was made aware of Dr. Walter's affidavit was on the 22nd of February, and it was provided to my office after that. Secondly, on the $300 million per annum, $300 million earmarked for future net zero industry foundations announced as part of our jobs plan. The details will be announced in due course. Funding for recycling of material in ash dams. There is funding available for recycling for low carbon products such as green cement, and that's available through the waste strategy, and that's in the government's policy. Thirdly, on the issue of unserved energy, the energy security target is at a tighter standard than the national reliability standard. When you look at the plant and equipment needed to achieve the energy security target, it is greater than the reliability standard. So we are confident that the unserved energy standard will be satisfied. I also note that the way we are meeting that target is not based on plant that lasts for a few seconds. It is by freeing up access to plant that generates over lengthy periods of time and based on its firm rating at times of peak demand. Further, AEMO has a range of tools such as RERT and the Strategic Reserve to make sure that we can satisfy the national reliability standard. Now, we don't think that we will need to do that, but those tools are there to provide a further buffer in case we need it. Finally, on the NGF, our policy is set out in the half-year review. We will not be contributing further to the NGF until we have a cash operating surplus. That is because when we are running a cash deficit, we need to be borrowing to fund our day-to-day activities. But we keep the NGF policy framework under constant review like we do all parts of the fiscal strategy, especially through our budget processes.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. The committee will now break and will return at 2 p.m. With our departmental witnesses. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back at 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have a look at it.
Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon's session of budget estimates hearing into Treasury. We've got an additional couple of witnesses joining us this afternoon, and we will just need to swear them in. So one of you is here in person, the other one online. If I could ask each of you to please state your full name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation, which is on the card in front of you. Oh, yes, you'll have to share the microphone, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Come to the table as required. David, I don't think we need it. Maybe after the affirmation.
I'm Chris Hickey. I am the Acting Executive Director of Climate Change and Sustainability, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Lewis, you're joining us via WebEx. If you could do the same.
Andrew Lewis, Executive Director, Energy, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So we will now begin this afternoon's questioning with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings again to all the officials, and thank you for spending the afternoon with us as well. Dr Grimes, I will direct the questions at you at first instance for you to refer, however you see fit, I guess, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, if that works for you and other committee members, that certainly works for me.
I think the first issues are likely to be relatively straightforward, because I did want to ask at first instance through you, Dr Grimes, if it's possible to ask some questions to the Chief Economist.
Yes, it would be completely possible.
Thank you.
And he's with us right now.
Greetings to you. Dr Walters, I thought it was.
To correct the record, I have not completed a PhD, Mr Mookie.
I apologise for if I inadvertently defamed you in that respect. If I've inadvertently... Fair enough. Well, Mr Walters, firstly, did you have the opportunity to witness the questioning that took place this morning?
I did.
Great. And do you have a copy of your affidavit with you?
I do.
Thank you very much. Firstly, can I ask, I think we learnt from this morning that you were asked by the Crown Solicitor's Office to prepare this affidavit?
That's correct.
When were you asked?
Just let me consult my notes because...
Just bring the microphone forward, please. Sorry, just with these microphones.
So we had various communications with the Crown Solicitor's Office dating back to November last year on this matter. So there's a specific timeline related to the actual preparation of this evidence.
Do you want to take me through that timeline?
I'm just looking for the right page of my notes. So the initial approach from the Crown Solicitor's Office was on the 15th of February, in which they identified that there was a matter that had been raised with them that required some examination of the economic impact. We didn't know what that matter was. And then there was a series of contact from their CSO in the subsequent days, both on the 16th and the 17th, and then I signed the affidavit on the 18th.
When specifically did the request come from CSO to prepare an affidavit?
On the 16th of February.
And what was that, via email, or was that, did someone call you?
It's via email.
And that was from the solicitor who had carriage of the matter?
Correct.
Fair enough. And what was specifically you were asked to provide evidence on?
We were asked to provide a cost estimate of a 2-week action if the rail network was shut down for 2 weeks.
So, to be specific here, the CSO asked you to model the impact of a 2-week shutdown.
Correct.
Was that the only thing they asked you to do?
They asked us to do, we did 4 scenarios, but...
What were they?
This is going back to November. There were various matters that
Just from the 15th onwards, please.
From the 15th onwards, it was only one matter, and it was a 2-week shutdown of the rail network.
Did they give you reasons for why they asked you to model that specific scenario?
They said they'd had indications from Transport.
And what did you do once you received that request?
I actioned the macroeconomic team to estimate what the impact of a 2-week complete shutdown of the rail network would be.
And is that the team that reports to you?
Correct.
And so it's not the modelling team or the budget modelling team.
No, it's the macroeconomic team that reports to me that does all the monitoring of the economy, the forecasting for the budget, and this type of work that we do fairly frequently for the Crown Solicitor's Office.
Fair enough. And just to be very clear here, they told you to model simply a 24-hour shutdown.
No.
Sorry, a 2-week shutdown.
Correct.
And nothing else.
That's right.
And they
from the 15th onwards. They'd asked us to do previous matters earlier, but from the 15th onwards, it was only a 2-week full disruption to the rail network.
Did they tell you what your affidavit was meant to be used for?
They told us it would be used in a Fair Work Commission hearing.
Did they give you specifically that it would be used as a part of an application to seek interim termination of a bargaining period?
They did, and that's what they asked. They said it would be. Yes, okay. It would be in giving evidence in the government's position as to the economic impact of such action.
Okay. Did they indicate to you who was meant to be taking this 2-week action?
We knew it was the rail and bus union, yes.
Okay. And is that... When you received the request, did you tell anyone in Treasury that you had received this request?
My team of macroeconomists, yes.
Okay. Have you received a request like this before?
Routinely.
To provide evidence in terms of an application to terminate a bargaining period?
In all sorts of industrial matters. So I'm considered a subject expert in economic impact assessment. So on all sorts of matters, from wage cases through industrial matters.
But specifically this type of application, of a termination application, when was the last time you prepared one like this?
I'd have to check with that, Mr. Mookie. We do this fairly routinely, as I said.
And is it ordinary practice after you receive such a request to notify other people within Treasury who are not part of your direct reports?
The previous convention was we did not, because I was a subject expert and I was acting under instructions from the Crown Solicitor's Office that the practice was to not inform anyone else within Treasury, apart from the macro team that reports to me, and to not inform the Minister.
Was that the practice you followed in respect to this request?
It was.
So you never spoke to a Deputy Secretary, you never spoke to the Secretary?
The following week I did, when clearly it had become evident that the rail network had been shut down. That's when it became clearly there were questions in Parliament, and that's when I had discussions with the Deputy Secretary and the Secretary about the affidavit that I'd prepared.
Particularly which Deputy Secretary?
Ms Wilkie.
Fair enough. Thank you. And that's just because that's the way your teams are organised?
I report into Ms Wilkie.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. And Ms Wilkie, you didn't have any understanding that this request had been received from either Mr Walters or any other source?
Not until after he informed me post Monday. I think it was on the... he indicated over the weekend that he had been asked to do the affidavit, and then he provided details the following week on the information that he'd provided.
Thank you. I swear it was Dr Wilkie, or am I wrong as well?
Sorry?
Was there once upon a time Dr Wilkie, or did I get that wrong?
No, I'm not a doctor.
Okay, I've been thinking everyone's from Treasury to PhD. I swear I recollect. I'm getting all my doctors confused.
Sorry, Dr Mookie.
Mr Walters, I might just one more time ask this point. Sorry if it's repetitive, but you're telling me that you only received a request from the Crown Solicitor's Office to model a 2-week shutdown, which you were under the understanding was they were contemplating that the RTB you might take.
That's correct. That was my understanding of why we were modelling. There was action going to be in the Fair Work Commission, and that evidence was provided to the government in defence of the government's position.
Okay, can I take you to your affidavit, please? Can you please turn to paragraph 9?
Yes.
It says here in the first sentence, which on the 16th of February 2022, I oversaw the modelling of the immediate economic impact of notified action. And that's what, that accords with what you've just described, fair?
Yes.
And down at paragraph 11, the outcome of that modelling is reported in that table. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But there's 2 other scenarios that are there that apparently were modelled as well. Why then are these 2 other scenarios there?
Because there was some suggestion that there may not be a full 2-week action. Now, that did not come from the Crown Solicitor's Office. That was within my own team. But the way we model this is to work out the daily cost and then escalate it up over a 2-week period.
Okay, but you provided specific evidence on 3 scenarios to the Fair Work Commission. And were you asked to provide these 3 scenarios by the Crown Solicitor's Office?
We were asked to provide the cost over 2 weeks. But the way we presented it in the evidence is you build up the daily total and then present it over.
That makes sense. If you go up to the top, you say, on the 16th of February, I oversaw the modelling of the immediate economic impact of notified action. And do you understand what notified action means?
It means that my understanding is that the union has notified the Commission that there's going to be industrial action.
And you provided as an appendix to your affidavit, the actual notification that the RTBU had provided to the Transport Department, did you not?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 9 and 10 of your affidavit, specifically, well, actually page 8 and 9, that's the correspondence from the RTBU, is it not?
Correct.
And you can see here what they've notified is a periodic ban on the performance of foreign depot working for train crew, a periodic ban on overtime, a periodic ban on working with non-Sydney Trains, New South Wales Trains direct hire employees, and a periodic ban on the issuing of transpositions. They're the 5 scenarios that were notified. Do you see that?
I do.
And what I don't see the RTBU notifying whatsoever is a 2-week shutdown. So, if it is the case that you were asked to model the industrial actions that the RTBU had notified, they didn't notify a 2-week shutdown. They didn't notify any shutdown. It would have been illegal for them to shut down the network for even an hour. They had no plans to shut down the network. So all of a sudden, you've been asked to give evidence on a scenario that was never contemplated. Did that occur to you that when you were modelling this, that there was a total discrepancy with what the CSO had asked you to model and what the RTBU had notified?
My role is not to question what the Crown Solicitor's Office is asking me to model, Mr Mookie. We were asked to model a scenario, which we did.
But see, the problem, look, I appreciate that, Mr Walters. I'll just be very clear about that. I don't suggest that any role that you've played here is inappropriate, but the issue that I have is that in your affidavit, you said, I oversaw the modelling of the immediate economic impact of notified action. It's the notified action part that sort of is why I'm now asking you these questions. I would accept that it's not your role to question the instructions that you received from the CSO, except for the fact that you gave evidence to the Fair Work Commission saying that that was a notified action. It wasn't a notified action. There was no such notified action. And in fact, the RTBU never occurred to them to underdo a 2-week shutdown. And to the best of my recollection, there hasn't been a 2-week shutdown organised by a union of the rail network for 50 years. So why all of a sudden were you being asked to model a 2-week stoppage?
You need to ask the CSO, Mr Mookie. I don't know. We were asked to model that scenario, and that's what we did.
Fair enough. But do you accept that when you say in paragraph 9 that I oversaw the meeting economic impact of notified action, do you accept now that that was inaccurate? That wasn't a notified action?
My understanding was that was the notified action. If there's a discrepancy between what the union notified and the CSO, you'd need to raise that with them.
But there's a serious discrepancy, and I will, trust me, rest assured, I will raise it with the CSO and for what it's worth, the Transport Department, so there's no ambiguity here. But a 2-week shutdown of the rail network that apparently is meant to have a $370 million impact. For what it's worth, I thought the model was actually pretty good. But it didn't occur to you at that point to say, look, the reports of this are quite startling and maybe I should call the Treasury Secretary or I talk to the Minister?
That's not the convention, Mr Mookie. As I said, if I'm responding to a request from the CSO, I respond directly to the CSO in a matter that's it's a contested matter before a tribunal. It's not something that I would naturally raise with government officials outside my team. That's been the convention.
But see, again, if you turn now to paragraph 2 of your affidavit, and again, I understand having prepared witness statements for myself, for that matter, and others involved in disputes like this. I understand you have to say out your expertise so the Commission can appreciate why you're giving them the evidence. But you actually say the role frequently briefs senior government ministers and other executives on economic conditions and issues, including from overseas.
I do that routinely, Mr Mookie. Every day I brief Treasury officials and the Minister on matters that are of a policy nature or a general information like what's the impact of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I do not routinely brief government ministers or officials on contested matters before a tribunal.
But you said that that's the convention, so you have discretion though, don't you?
The advice from our own counsel within Treasury is that that should be the convention. Now, that may change, but the convention I've been operating under the 4 years that I've been the chief economist has been that convention under his advice.
Well, look, I won't push it much further other than this. In retrospect, do you think perhaps further you should have notified the Secretary and the...
Not according to the convention that I've been operating under, Mr Mookie, no.
Dr Grimes, you said earlier this morning that you would have expected to be notified of an action like this.
Of this sort of work that was being undertaken, that would be my expectation. I don't think there's a tension between what Mr. Walters is providing by way of evidence and what I'm saying, because you're asking me about my expectation. Mr. Walters is describing what has been the conventions within the department for some time, and I totally accept that that's the conventions that Mr. Walters has been operating on.
Would you expect as Secretary to be notified if the CSO has asked a senior member of the Treasury to provide evidence in such a contentious matter like this?
Yes, I would on a matter like this, with one caveat, and that would be if there was some advice from the General Counsel that indicated there were some specific circumstances where I couldn't be advised. That would seem to me to be quite extraordinary, but they could arise, and so would want to be attentive to that because, as you would understand, want to make sure that we're fully complying with whatever our proper legal and probity obligations might be in a particular matter.
And can I therefore infer that despite whatever conventions may have prevailed in the past, that you will now be altering expectations, policies and procedures?
I'll be having a close look at our arrangements here and seeing what would be the appropriate arrangements, but I've already indicated to you this morning on a matter that was of some significance that my normal expectation would be to be advised. Now, it's possible my General Counsel will provide me with some advice and information that means that I need to take that into account with our arrangements, but I'm giving you a very clear answer and a clear indication that I think that it would be appropriate to be advised of these matters, as I indicated this morning.
Which is clearly appreciated. Mr. Walters, can I just, did anyone from the CSO flag to you that the government or the operators were intending to shut the network?
No.
No one provided you with any prior notice that that was an action. In fact, the scenario that you were being asked to model wasn't notified, but was in fact an action contemplated by the operators?
No, in fact, the contrary, I was notified on the weekend the matter had been settled.
You were notified on the weekend the matter was settled? Who notified you of that?
CSO.
And then what happened after that?
Well, clearly the matter was not settled.
Were you ever notified after Saturday that the matter was...
By ABC Radio on Monday morning.
Right. And
a superior news source than the Minister.
Probably more reliable. Well, finally then, were you notified that the government had withdrawn the action? You were not you weren't required to provide evidence?
Just let me check my notes, Mr. Mookie, because I'm confident that's the case, but I just want to make sure that I'm reading the instructions from the CSO correctly. Mr. Mookie, I'm going to have to take that under notice because I need to get legal advice as to whether I'm allowed to disclose the instructions from the CSO to me.
I'm not asking you to disclose your instructions, and, well, to be fair, I'm not asking you now to disclose the instructions. To be fair, that's probably going to be my next question. But right now, the question that I'm asking you is, on Tuesday, when the government made the decision to withdraw the application for which you had provided an affidavit in support of, were you told that the government had withdrawn the application?
No.
So the first you learned that the government had withdrawn the application was Tuesday last week?
Yes.
And presumably you were available to be cross-examined if you were needed to in the Fair Work Commission throughout this entire period?
Yes.
Fair enough. Now I will ask you, is it possible that you can table all the correspondence with the CSO?
I'll take that under notice, Mr. Mookie, and I don't know. It's advice that I'm provided from our own Crown solicitor, so I'm not sure whether that's privileged or able to be shared in public. I'll have to take advice on that.
The instructions relied upon for the affidavit.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah, well, actually, it's more the correspondence as to what you requested to be modelled, actually. But if that's what the instructions are, fair enough. If you don't mind taking that on notice, that would be
I can do that.
Helpful. Secretary, I think in the 1 or 2 minutes I've got left in this particular time, is there any updates you have from this morning in terms of any information that you want to provide that you took on notice? Just ordinarily, we give the Secretary the practice at first instance, but I made a mistake in etiquette in not providing you the opportunity. Sorry, I meant that was there any request for information that you were to come back to on the afternoon or not?
Sorry, Mr. Mookie, I'm not following the line of questioning. It's just...
The only thing is that ordinarily, at the first instance, we would provide the Secretary the opportunity to provide any updates on the questions that we had asked this morning if you had them. But as a matter of etiquette, I didn't do that this time.
Oh, no, thank you. I didn't have any updates on any evidence that I might have provided this morning. No, thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, well, let's move on to the next matter. We've got 2 more minutes. Can I ask you, Dr. Grimes, do you have... can you provide us any further information about the $7 billion breakdown of the contingency fund?
I can't provide that to you at the moment, Mr. Mookie.
Can you tell us at least, or can we find out by the afternoon at least how much of it's been spent already?
I could take that on notice and see what information could be provided. My understanding is that $7 billion is an estimates provision in the forward estimates for policy decisions that the government might make.
Well, this is the confusion because it's in the parameters. It's a parameter variation, I think, technically, as you described.
Yeah. And then a parameter variation. Well, it's a provision in the estimates, and when government makes policy decisions, those policy decisions will be accounted for in the government's decision-making around what is an estimates provision.
Well, it's also described as a contingency fund. How much of it is for policy and how much is it for contingency?
I would see this as a provision in the estimates for policy amounts. Now, the language of contingency and policy could get blended together because it might be described as a decision that the government takes to spend more money is called a contingency, but it's very different from the sort of contingency that you might see of an appropriated amount in a department or an organisation.
Well, it's not a contingency as would be defined in an Appropriations Act, because the Appropriation Act provides definitions of contingency.
It's an estimates amount. It's an amount that's been earmarked in the estimate. So it ensures the forward estimates have anticipated that the government will have to make a number of decisions, and those decisions could be of the order of $7 billion. And yes, you could describe some of those as being decisions made in particular contingencies, but I think we're starting to get sort of tied up in language here.
I think
that's time.
Happy to end on that contingent note.
We'll return to this contingency.
Cool. Mr. Walters, I'm going to preface my questions here. Nobody's in any way, well, I'm not in any way challenging the bona fides of your analysis at all. But you say in paragraph 7 of your affidavit, I have been informed and verily believe that the cumulative effect of the notified industrial action is there will be a complete stoppage of train services for the period of the notified action. Had you ever got in the witness box, you would have been first off asked, who told you that? Who informed you?
The CSO.
Was it
Crown Solicitor's Office.
And did they give you anything other than any actual evidentiary foundation to have that belief?
They did not.
And did you read the notified, the 2 letters that you annexed?
I did not have the letters with me at the time when they were asked for that action, for the action to be modelled. It was within a few hours, so I did not have the notification with me.
Did you ever swear the affidavit?
I did, and the notified actions were attached to that affidavit on the 18th.
But at the time you swore the affidavit, did you have a look at the notified actions and satisfy yourself that they would have the cumulative effect?
Well, again, it's not my role, Mr. Shoebridge, to try to reconcile what was in the notification letters and what the Crown Solicitor's asking me to model.
Did the Crown Solicitor's Office ever indicate that they would be seeking to shut down the rail network for 2 weeks?
The Crown Solicitor's Office.
Or that the government would be seeking to shut down?
No, that was never...
Did they say who?
No.
Was going to shut down the rail network for 2 weeks?
They did not.
So it could have been the union, could have been the government. You weren't given any clarity on that?
I was not.
You modelled the cost of the 24-hour stoppage at $33.3 million in paragraph 11. Is it your evidence that that's likely what the economy, the shock the economy suffered as a result of that Monday shutdown?
It would have been more than that, because the 33 million assumed that people had sufficient notice to do alternative means of transport. The fact that they didn't means the cost will be higher.
Can you give an indication of what it actually would
have cost? An extra $15 million on our estimation.
So about $48.3 million.
We thought around 45 to $50 million. These are economic estimates, Mr. Shoebridge, so there's a little bit of licence in the
I understand.
decision.
So, and does that include the sort of knock-on effects on the following days?
No, that was isolated to just the first day because we assumed by the subsequent days, however long the dispute went for, that people could make alternative arrangements, whether it was working from home, driving, walking, riding a bike.
Yeah. But that sort of knocking everything out with no notice on Monday, your best evidence is that that probably cost the state about $50 million.
Correct.
Yep. Now, these questions are probably, I'm not sure if it's to you, Mr. Hay, or you, Ms. Parry, but it's in the energy space, so you'll work out who to put it to. I'll talk to the middle of you. The First Nations Renewable Energy Zone guidelines about Aboriginal empowerment and returns for First Nations communities, when will they be finalised?
They're in process. As you're aware, there's been quite extensive engagement around those. The focus we've got is making sure they're right. They need to inform the auction processes that are going forward. So they do need to be finalised, but we're taking the steps to make sure they're as good as they can be.
Will they be finalised in time so that they can be used when you're assessing the $100 billion worth of bids that are in for the Hunter Central Coast?
Absolutely.
Absolutely? A rock-solid guarantee?
The intention is that they'll be in place.
Yeah, you might have to get a bit...
Sorry.
They'll be in place?
The intention is they should be in place as the roadmap moves forward with its next steps. So, yes, absolutely.
All right. Asking about the Kurri Kurri gas plant, the carbon targets that the government has in terms of carbon emissions, have they factored in the opening up of a new gas and diesel-powered plant in Kurri Kurri?
That might be a closer question. I mean, in fact, what I'd say in the opening, Mr. Parry may be able to add to this, but those plants, the Kurri Kurri and Tallawarra, run a very, very small percentage of the time. So their emissions, it's not like putting in baseload coal. So their emissions factors are small. Have they been factored into the specific test? I'd have to take that on notice.
Is it true that the Kurri Kurri is planned to run on 73% gas, 17% diesel when it starts? Like about... Is that right?
To check the precise ratios.
Where's the other 10?
I can add a little bit to that, Mr. Shoebridge. I think the intention with Kurri Kurri is that it will be diesel will be used as backup, but the intention would be that it would be 100% gas when it's operational.
All right. Do you have any viable source at the moment identified to put green hydrogen into Kurri Kurri?
That is a matter for the Commonwealth Government because the Commonwealth owns Kurri Kurri.
Yeah, but it's going to be in New South Wales. It's going to be part of the New South Wales energy mix. Surely you've looked at whether or not it's actually ever feasible to attach green hydrogen to it.
So the New South Wales Government, from my understanding, has not looked at that, but I can take confirmation of that from my colleagues. But I do know that with the Kurri Kurri proposed station that the Commonwealth is looking to, over time, ensure that hydrogen is able to be blended into the plant. But I don't believe that the New South Wales Government has looked at that.
Okay. But the modelling that you've been provided shows that Kurri Kurri is going to run for about 2% of the time. Is that right?
The capacity factors of those type of plants range anywhere from 2 to 6%. The modelling would show for Kurri Kurri it's estimated to be 2%.
How much is it going to cost?
The Kurri Kurri plant? The Commonwealth Government has estimated that it's going to cost $600 million.
And that's going to be recovered from consumers, isn't it?
So the asset is owned by Snowy Hydro, and it's the Commonwealth Government made an equity investment through their stakeholder, through their ownership of Snowy Hydro.
But then they will factor in the recovery of that in their pricing for electricity. Have you worked out how much per kilowatt hour?
Is that a question or an assertion?
Have you worked out?
Not necessarily the case, you know.
Have you worked out how much per kilowatt hour that is going to cost, that investment, the energy produced out of Kurri Kurri?
So the role of peaking plants, as you would be aware, is, and first and foremost, one, the costs are being borne by the Commonwealth Government. I think that's the first and most important point to make. Second of all, as Mr. Hay has indicated, the nature of the plant is a peaking plant, so it would operate about 2% of the time. In terms of its fuel costs, the way that it operates in the market is it would bid into the market. So it gets dispatched, and then those costs get recovered by energy consumers based on the stacking bid and how different energy sources are bidding into the market.
Have you done any modelling to work out what the actual cost per kilowatt hour is of a $750 million gas plant that runs 2% of the time?
The $600 million gas plant, not 750.
Sorry, I was just factoring what it'll actually cost. So have you worked out what the actual cost of one that's budgeted at $600 million will be for run 2% of the time? What the actual cost per kilowatt hour that is in terms of investment?
That would completely depend on how it's operating in the market. So it would depend the operating costs, and again, how costs are being passed on to consumers is entirely dependent on the nature of the bidding behaviour of that asset into the market on any particular time. Because AEMO, as you would be aware, generators bid in at 5-minute intervals and they're dispatched according to price. It's entirely dependent, on the price and how much it's being dispatched.
The market wouldn't build it, would it? Because it's a cruelly expensive way of producing that tiny amount of dispatchable power. The market wouldn't build it, would it?
I think you're asking my opinion on that.
A point of order. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Howard.
Now, let's be very clear. This is not a project being funded out of the New South Wales budget at all. It's being funded out of the federal budget. And the questions that are actually being asked, while they're quite interesting, I'm always interested in this subject, are not actually relevant, or at least not being framed in a way that's relevant to the expenditure of the taxpayers' funds in New South Wales.
We have energy here. It's about the energy mix in New South Wales. It's clearly relevant to estimates.
Yes, so I understand the point, but the questions are in, but they're not out of order.
Relevant.
They're not out of order.
It might be relevant
and the witnesses can answer as
but
they
it's
see
not
fit.
relevant to estimates.
Senate estimates.
You've heard the chair's ruling.
Maybe I could move a dissent motion and take.
Well, go for your life, Don.
Up to you.
So there's been no costing done by your department about what the price impacts will be of the Curry plant being constructed and operating in the New South Wales electricity market. You haven't done any modelling on that?
Not on that plant specifically, but I'm just going to double check for completeness to my colleague, Mr. Lewis, to just confirm that we haven't undertaken any modelling on that plant in particular.
Mr. Lewis? Have you got any modelling on the dead cat?
I'm not aware of any modelling that the department has done. As you've heard this morning, we've obviously been closely engaged with AEMO on a number of modelling exercises that they have done. So as Ms Parry has indicated, we will go and check the various modelling scenarios that we do have available to us to see if that has been included in those scenarios.
And if so, could you provide that detail to the committee? Could you provide that detail to the committee? If so, Mr. Lewis.
Of course, either if we cannot confirm that by the close of today's proceedings, we'll be taking it on notice and providing that within the 21 days as required.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Midhar, fiscal discipline. Have you or others in the department developed the fiscal repair plan that the Treasurer has announced as his policy, and what will that look like going forward?
Fiscal repair plan is part of the budget process, and so our fiscal strategy, which includes fiscal repair plan, is part of the budget process, and the budget process is in progress, and those plans will be included in the budget for 22-23.
Right, so there is no separate fiscal repair plan. It's just part of ongoing budget processes year by year.
Well, the fiscal repair plan that we have, that was in the budget papers last year, that's being executed. So our procurement savings, etc. So we have over the last couple of budgets, that's being executed, any further fiscal plans will be developed for the following budget process.
Okay, but the new Treasurer told us in November he's got a fiscal repair plan policy of his own, but that's not been put down on paper as yet. It's going to be unfolding through to the middle of this year.
So further new developments of fiscal plans, that will come to the budget process.
That's new developments are in the budget process. And are you still working off section 5.2 in the budget paper number 1, saying that the projection for 22-23 is an annual expense reduction of 3.8%?
Section, sorry, can you point me to that section again?
5.2. It's in the supplementary answer that Treasury gave me out of November estimates. You said that you're working to an annual expense reduction of 3.8%. Is that still the case?
I'll have to take that on notice. I think that's the average reduction over the forwards at that time.
No, it said the projection for 22-23, one budget, is an annual expense reduction of 3.8%. So that's the forthcoming budget. I'm just wondering, is that still operable?
I'll take that on notice.
I would imagine that that's a matter for the update of the budget estimates that are published in the budget papers themselves in June.
Okay. Can I just come back to the question of gas peaking plants for Dr Grimes or Mr Hay or Ms Parry? How much did the New South Wales Government contribute to Tallawarra B?
$78 million.
$78 million. And how often will it be operating, percent of the time?
It will have a similar plant factor to the Kurri plant.
And has Energy Australia been able to source the green hydrogen for 5% of the content?
Their process is to go to market for that. So my update from them as recently as today was the construction's in sequence, the plant's on track. They haven't given us an update on the hydrogen component.
Are you aware that Energy Australia hasn't been able to source any hydrogen?
I don't think they've sought it, Mr Latham, but I can find out. I can come back to you as to what steps they've taken.
Take that on notice. And the plant there is only made for 5% hydrogen content, isn't it?
That's the initial content, that's the initial manufacturer's target, and so they have obligations to seek to increase that.
Right, and if they can't source it, then they just go to 100% the normal gas. And your knowledge of Kurri, I think there's a federal Labor policy to make it all hydrogen, but that would require whole new turbines, wouldn't it? You just can't sort of throw the hydrogen in on a system that's been designed for predominantly natural gas.
I have no particular knowledge of the turbines they've chosen for that or what the requirements would be.
Okay. On this question of what the market provides and what the market doesn't, in the general framework of the energy system we've developed, isn't it true essentially that the market will go to the profitable centres, that is low unit cost, high government subsidy, which is at the current time the increase in renewables, and the government cost essentially is one of providing and funding for what economists would call a market failure, the backup power, the firming capacity. Is there any private sector investment that will come for firming capacity, or are we expecting that it's going to be almost entirely off the government budgets?
With Tallawarra, the vast bulk of the money is coming from Energy Australia.
Any other examples?
Well, battery storage would be another example of where the private sector is investing.
Right. Has the energy section of the department or even the Treasury got a calculation on the cost per megawatt hour of firming capacity for intermittent renewables? What it's going to cost taxpayers going forward?
So CSIRO, as you would be aware, Mr Latham does a levelised cost of it. They do their gen costing reports, and they do the analysis of, certainly a very robust analysis of the costs of different sources of generation. In terms of, so again, that points to fuel inputs, points to the cost of operations levelised over a period of time. So we have done, again, we would be looking at using inputs like that around cost of energy when we're looking at the overall energy system. But
so what is the New South Wales estimate going forward? What can the taxpayers expect to fund in this firming capacity? Because a lot of it obviously will be off government budgets.
So I think we haven't done, in terms of that kind of future type of modelling, but if you look at the roadmap and where the government is intended to be intending to incentivise private sector investment in both renewables and firming.
Yeah, incentivising private sector investment, of course, never means that it automatically happens. Is there no estimate here with the officials here, Energy and Treasury, of what the New South Wales taxpayer cost will be in remodelling an entirely new energy system in New South Wales electricity grid, where we've got a megawatt hour cost for the firming capacity?
I think your question was what would be the government...
Sorry, you have to use the microphone.
The government contribution of any future firming plant, is that?
Yeah, you must know what you're getting into, surely. In developing a new system, a whole new electricity grid, you must know the public sector cost of firming.
Firming rounds...
There are estimates put
Firming
out
rounds
there.
will be run under the roadmap if the Energy Security Target Monitor identifies there is a gap. At that point, there will be a competitive process to seek parties to build these type of assets. They may or may not need any form of government assistance at all.
We don't really know. And when will the first contracts, the reverse auctions, go out for this firming capacity?
They only go out if there's a breach and if there is the identified best solution is a firming round. So there have been no need for that. Like take the Eraring example, the best solution there is to increase the transmission capacity, and that's what's being done.
So the consumer trustee at the moment's no plan to put out any contracts for pumped hydro?
So that's different. That's long duration storage. So long duration storage, there is a target of 2 gigawatts by 2030 constructed. And there is a detailed schedule of auctions in the Infrastructure Investments Objectives report that the Consumer Trustee published in December.
So when do they put out their reverse auction for pumped hydro?
I'd have to look at the specific dates.
You come back on notice?
Yeah,
and what about extra batteries?
Sorry?
Extra batteries?
Well, batteries can participate in long duration storage if they meet the 8-hour requirement. Batteries are expected.
No firm contracts going out there?
So there's an auction schedule. I'll come back to you.
You'll come back on notice. And just on the Waratah battery, Mr Hay, is that right that the night before or the morning of the announcement about Eraring, the Minister contacted you to ask how long would be the duration of the Waratah battery, which turned out to be 2 hours? Got a recollection of that conversation? The Minister didn't know how long the Waratah battery would service the system?
I have no recollection of that conversation.
No
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
And what's the view on extra gas peaking plants? There's a possibility the federal government will be seeking an additional gas peaking plant in New South Wales on top of Curry and Tallawarra B. Do you see the need for it?
I have no idea what the federal government will do at this stage. I've had nothing more than what you've seen.
Given we're talking about the future of the electricity and the future of the New South Wales economy, is this remarkable breakdown in federal-state, even communication about firming capacity indicate a huge problem that the public would be very alarmed about? That ministers don't talk to each other, departments don't talk to each other. You're unaware of an extra federal government push for gas peaking?
Mr Latham, we've just talked about Curry and Tallawarra, where the federal government and the state government work together in relation to those things. Those projects are part of the basis upon which the response to Eraring has been based. We continue to work with our colleagues through the National Reform Committee, which was what used to be called the COAG Energy Council. So there's ongoing liaison between the governments. To your point about storage, it's just not accurate to refer to the Waratah battery as whether it's got storage. So it's a network solution. So it operates to allow
I didn't say it had storage. I said it's the duration of 2 hours used to the system.
But no.
We'll have to come back to this time. You can finish your answer though, and then it's the opposition. You can finish your answer if you like.
No, it's fine.
That's fine.
Dr. Grimes, I might just resume talking about the productivity fund / COVID contingency fund. Has the government, have policy options been identified for which this money can be used?
Options will be identified through the budget process and through any of the decision-making processes that the government has been going through in recent months and in future months.
So why then was $7 billion set aside in the half-year budget review if it's simply a case that this money will be reflected in the next budget?
It was a provision made so that the forward estimates were reflecting an anticipation that there would need to be decisions of that order of magnitude. So it's a question for the government fundamentally.
In time, we've changed the budget parameters to incorporate $7 billion of additional spending, but we haven't identified the specific policies for which they're going to be spent.
That's my understanding, but as you would appreciate, Mr. Mookie, I wasn't on deck when those decisions were made.
Maybe Mr. Midha can shed light.
Other officers may wish to provide further comment now or provide any further information on notice.
Have we identified specific policies or any even candidates for policies for which this $7 billion can be spent?
This would be actively something considered through the budget process and indeed in decision-making over the last couple of months.
Well, I'm asking prior to the decision by the government to incorporate it in the half-year budget review, were candidates for this spending identified?
On that question, I'll have to defer to Mr. Midha.
Thank you.
No, there was no. There were no specific project. It was as Dr. Grimes has said. It was a $7 billion provision.
Where did the number 7 come from?
That was a decision for government. We have. It is there for unanticipated spending that could come through because of COVID, etc.
But it's also there for productivity.
And for productivity, yes.
So how much of it's for the unanticipated COVID spending that's not already covered by existing authority and contingency, and how much is for productivity?
There wasn't a split. It was just one set of money.
Sure.
And as those policies are developed and approved by Cabinet and made public, they will then be included in our measure statement.
But look, I'm going to, again, just put to you what's in your half-year budget statements. But it says here, $7 billion set aside for future productivity reform and COVID-19 contingency. And in a footnote, it says it includes the capital expenditure impact. So some of this $7 billion is going to capital spending. What capital spending we're using this money on?
So that $7 billion has been split in the budget. There is 4.3 of it is recurring expense, and the balance is capital.
So 4.3 is recurrent, and the balance is capital.
Yes.
Okay, but is there candidates for the capital projects, or it's just been put to the capital budget?
No, that's how the provision has been allocated across the forward estimates.
Okay, well, across the forward estimates, of the 4.3 billion that's recurrent, can you give us a breakdown for the next, until the forward estimates around, how much of it is this year, how much is next year, how much is in 23-24?
I'll take that on notice. I don't have those details.
Can we get it today? Well, before? Could we have to wait 21 days?
We'll ask the team and see.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to describe specifically the measures, but do we, because it's in the...
The amount of the provision that's in the forward estimates,
yes.
I think that's very clear, and I would imagine that should be able to be provided fairly quickly, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that, Dr. Grimes. And I might then pause questions on that front and switch to another until hopefully we get that information. Dr. Grimes, you might not have been there for this, so I seek your advice as to who's best to direct it. But how does a project that is described as COVID stimulus be assessed by the Treasury? Who assesses it?
I might have to defer to Mr. Midha on that question.
Yeah, Mr. Midha, how is a project assessed by Treasury if it's described as COVID stimulus?
Those stimulus programs that we have announced, or that the government has announced. So there's a range of them.
Sure. Well, specifically, applications for grant funding that is authorised and paid and as part of COVID stimulus, how would Treasury accept those applications?
So there's a number of grant programs. So which specific one? Sorry.
Well, it's a good question, Mr. Mayor. It's specifically, but how would a department that has a project or is seeking grant funding for a project and wishes to access the money that is set aside for COVID stimulus present their case to Treasury?
So they would have a submission. They would bring up. That would go to Cabinet, and we would assess that on its merits.
Yep. And that's been the way for most of the stimulus programs?
For most of the grant programs, some of the programs such as JobSaver.
Sorry, specific project grants.
Oh, so project grants. So the program goes for assessment to ERC. Treasury would review that and provide us commentary on it. And we look at we assess the needs basis, we assess the governance, and we assess the eligibility criteria. So on those three bases, we provide commentary or Treasury advice that goes, once the grant program is approved, we don't necessarily see the specific program spend. That's for the minister to approve.
Sure. And departments can sponsor projects or grant applications for approval. Can ministers' offices?
Within the specific approved program, then...
I'm asking separately. Can a minister's office come to Treasury and say, hey, we've spoken to this organisation, they have this wonderful project, we'd like to give it money?
Well, they would just follow the normal expenditure review process. They would have to go through that process.
And would Treasury provide an assessment?
We would, if it's going to ERC, we would normally provide assessment to ERC.
And you would provide advice as to whether the project should be supported or not supported?
That's correct.
And how would you reach your conclusion on something which is styled as an application that is meant to create jobs? Criteria would you...
So if it's a grant, I've spoken about those three different criteria. Obviously, we will assess the business case if it's for jobs. The economic, there's an evaluation done, and we look at that specific business case and see if it meets the BCR criteria or whatever the financial benefits touted in the business case are.
And you would expect an application for a grant of $5 million to be accompanied with supporting documentation?
If it was going up to ERC, yes.
Yep. And presumably, is it normative to have business cases for those type of projects?
It would be normal to have business cases for any project, yes.
Okay, and is it often the case that ministers will put through requests without their departments, just from the office themselves, to sort of suggest an application? Is that something that has happened in particular the 2020 economic stimulus programs?
I don't recollect. That would be unusual, yes.
Thank you for that baseline of information, Mr. Mitter. Can I now ask specifically about the St Agnes grant approval? Firstly, who in Treasury was responsible for its assessment?
There would have been someone in my team. Let me just see if I can...
That's okay. I don't really particularly want the particular name of the Treasury official, but if it's someone in your team, then I might direct the questions at you.
Yes.
Was the request for $5 million for St Agnes aged care and lifestyle, was that a project that Treasury had identified?
Treasury had not identified. We did, I think there was a submission for an aged care, so was that the aged care facility? I'm sorry, I don't have that detail in front of me.
Sure, but to the best of your recollection,
the Amos one or the...
Not a project that Treasury itself had identified?
No, I don't believe so. Again, I can confirm that by taking a notice, but we don't identify such projects.
Okay, please, if you could, that'd be good. And to the best of your recollection, is this a project that the Health Department had identified?
That's right.
And did the Health Department provide a submission in favour of that report?
I don't know the specific details. If this is the Amos Memory Support Village, is that the one that you're calling St Agnes? Or?
Sorry, which one? I didn't hear that, Mr.
Support Village? It's an aged care facility?
Yeah, I think we are talking about the same project.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did receive and we did provide advice.
Sure. And who was the sponsor of that project?
It was Health, I believe.
And did you have any conversations with the then Treasurer's office about that project?
I wouldn't have, but my team might have.
Did the request come from the Treasurer's office prior to it going to Health?
Again, I don't know. I'd have to look at that specifically.
Fair enough. And did Treasury assess that application?
Yes, we did.
And did you find that it should not be supported?
Yes, I think we did not support that.
And then was it supported?
I'm not sure. Again, I will take that.
Well, it was announced.
So
Treasury didn't support the application.
We provided advice. Advice had not supported, but that's a decision for government then.
Of course, and government has the opportunity to ignore the Treasury's advice if it so chooses, and other departments. I don't want to single Treasury out. But just to be clear here, Treasury advised against that project. What were the reasons why Treasury weren't supporting that application?
So there's all business advice. First thing we identify is if you want to support a private enterprise, is there market failure? Does it need government funding? And is this part of the state government? I believe that was a federal aged care in federal government, so it doesn't link in with our outcome. So the answer would pretty easily be no.
Okay, so I can infer from that, which is, firstly, aged care is of Commonwealth responsibility.
Yes.
Secondly, there was no evidence of market failure.
I don't have the details in front of me, but I'm just giving you an example of how we assess.
But in this specific instance, was a prime reason why?
I'm not sure, but I don't believe so, but I'm not sure. I need to check on that.
And in respect to the 2020 COVID stimulus projects, did Treasury provide funding to any other facility, aged care facility? Sorry, not Treasury. Did the New South Wales government provide any other grant, any other aged care facility as part of any COVID stimulus program that you're aware of?
I'll ask the team, but not off the top of my head, so I'll need to check.
So the only aged care facility that got funding from the state government in New South Wales in 2020 was this particular facility in the Electorate of Port Macquarie.
I don't know. There could be more. I don't know. I need to check.
Okay, well, this is a COVID stimulus program, so presumably, I'm not asking in general, I'm asking as part of COVID stimulus. I can't find any other announcement of such a thing on the public record whatsoever. So given Treasury is responsible for centrally monitoring what this is, do we know whether or not as part of COVID stimulus that we had provided any funding to any other aged care facility in 2020?
We'll check and come back to you.
Thank you. But to the best of your recollection, this is the one that most immediately comes to mind.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The Honourable Daniel Mookie's put this to Mr Minhar several times, but Mr Minhar's taken it on notice. There's no further...
Well, there are a number of questions and they're all being taken on notice, which is completely appropriate.
Same question.
So, Mr Minhar, this is the only one that immediately comes to your mind as to what was paid for under COVID stimulus?
Yes, I need to take it on notice, yes.
Okay.
Whether there's anything else.
Do you know whether or not, how many jobs has this money created? Does Treasury monitor the outcome of these projects, or does the New South Wales government? To be fair, I don't want to necessarily imply this is exclusively the responsibility of Treasury, but do we have any monitoring regime as to whether or not this money has created the jobs it was meant to create?
I don't have that information, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay, fair enough. And can I ask, did the Treasurer's, to the best of your recollection, did the then Treasurer's office instruct Treasury to put aside its concerns anyway in respect to this project?
Again, I have no information on that, so.
Yeah, well, did the Treasurer's office, given the Treasurer himself then announced the project, or he was at least party to the announcement of the project, did the Treasurer give reasons as to why he had disagreed with Treasury's advice?
We don't necessarily get, when government makes a decision, we don't necessarily get, I guess, details of the reasons behind it. And any of that correspondence, if it went up to ERC, would be cabinet in confidence anyway.
Oh, look, to be fair, I'm not asking you to comment on cabinet processes. I'm asking whether or not the Treasurer at any point gave reasons why he supported the project despite Treasury's advice. No?
No, I'll take it on notice.
Okay, sure. And in respect to the actual press release, did the Treasury write the press release that announced the project?
Again, I'll take that on notice. I don't know.
It says here on the report media article, which I'm sure if you had a chance to look at over the weekend, but it says here that public servants were given the job of writing a press release for the announcement. Was that Treasury?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, I'll perhaps go and ask the Health Department about
could have been eye care.
that. Could have been eye care. That's true. No, I won't put that. That's not serious. Can I ask you... well, actually, this might be the next part to go into the next thing. In terms of the COVID spending to date on the contingency, the other sources of contingent authority, which I was asking you about this morning, Dr. Grimes, do we have figures to hand for this year as to how much has been approved under those sections of the Appropriation Act?
I don't believe we've got figures to hand. We could see what we could provide on notice.
And can you take me through what criteria at all is in place for the Treasurer and what assessments Treasury does before the Treasurer agrees to exercise his authority under Section 34 of the Appropriations Act to authorise?
I'll refer those questions to Mr Minhar to respond.
Yep.
So there's a couple. So there's one is so there is a provision in the budget that was created. A special appropriation was done for it. That was about 806 million, if I remember correctly. So an amount of that was put aside. It has two criteria. One is for wages. A specific act was for wages and for COVID spending. There are two kind of large amounts. One was for the increase at the last budget of wage rises from 1.5% to 2.5%. So I think that covered a large part of that, a little a little over 300 million, and then there was an amount put aside for cleaning for trains and health, etc. So that was another provision. That was another use of that provision. I don't have an exact amount of where we are with the expenditure of that provision.
Sorry, are we talking about the same year?
That's that's
2020, 2021?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The 21-22 budget?
Yeah, I'm asking about the 21-22 budget, how much of that authority has been used to date? Do you know?
So I don't have a running total of that number, but
Sure.
it's mostly been expended.
Okay, so you're talking about the $346 million, which, to be fair, between the two, I think this was inserted in the 1920 budget, then changed from inflation to wages in the 2021 budget, was my recollection, having read both acts. But you're saying that of the $346 million, that the decision to end the wage freeze was paid for out of that with that legal authority.
So there was. Sorry, I just want to. I'll get a full reconciliation, but there was also quarantining that was being paid out of Treasury. Initially got the quarantining money, so that was a 346 out of the 347. That was part of the provision. Those expenses were covered in there also.
Okay, not the original budget appropriation.
I believe it was part of the special appropriation.
Okay, and can I ask, in respect to the allegations that emerged over the weekend about the central fund, is there a central COVID fund that Treasury maintains?
So COVID for COVID stimulus package, they are funded through the exigency of government appropriation.
Yep.
So when those stimulus packages are approved by ERC, those funds then come in via Treasury into different departments as those funds are expended. So it might be health or DCS for example, Service New South Wales that go out to the public.
Yeah, okay, so what I think very specifically what you're describing there is the authority that's under Section 4.13 of the GSF Act. That is the exigencies of government power.
That's right.
So Treasury maintains a central fund. Is that correct? For COVID stimulus, it does.
Correct. So it has. So that particular. So when it's approved, then it's the funding comes through.
But I'm talking about operating costs that departments are incurring. Is that coming from a central fund, or is that coming from the departments?
Well, so the departments could incur COVID costs through their own budget.
Yes.
That they have plans for, and they could also incur costs that come specifically from exigency of government, and that is appropriate to them.
Sure. So, insofar as the allegations that we read about yesterday around whistleblowers alleging that there's these secret they described it as a secret slush fund and a unlimited black Amex fund, what's your best theory as to what precisely they're talking about?
So it's hard to tell because in some of the easier because there's not a lot of details around this because you could have. Agencies that are expending money for, repairing social housing. So if they bought carpet for social housing, maybe that's where it went. But we just don't have that kind of detail. So we don't know what the reasons were for that expenditure. And at a line-by-line level, that's not something that Treasury look at.
So, but if they are claiming that through either the exigency of government provisions, you would have line of sight of that?
Not necessarily, not to an account level. We have a program level, so it is for a particular purpose, then they are limited to use for that particular purpose. It's not available then for use for any other purpose.
So it's possible, as I say it, that there's three sources of this money that whistleblowers are alleging could be a slush fund. It's either the exigencies of government, it's possible that it's the contingency funding and or pandemic response funding of the Appropriations Act, or it's within each department cluster as well. But there's three separate departments who are alleging this. Or whistleblowers, sorry, I should be fair. There's whistleblowers from three separate departments that are alleging this. So, has the Treasury ever provided guidance to any of these departments about what is appropriate COVID funding, emergency COVID funding, and what's not?
Yes, the funding reasons the reason that they receive the funding is very clear when the money is appropriated to them. It is a decision of ERC, and there's eligibility criteria. So those criteria for those funds are also sent to them. So it is explicit.
But just be very clear here. Is it the Treasury's practice to rely on the departments to ensure that COVID emergency funding isn't being rorted? That they control, to be fair. COVID funding that those departments control is not being rorted.
That is something for the Auditor General to look at and how funds are expended against.
Detection is the Auditor General's job. I think prevention is what I'm asking about.
Yeah, I think Mr. Mookie is. I think the Treasurer had indicated this morning he was keen for the Treasury to have a close look at what might have happened here. We're not going to step into the auditor's role, but I do think it's appropriate for us to.
I totally agree, but I'm asking you, until this point in time, has the Treasury been providing? Is there a single? Has the Treasury been providing advice to these departments about what is appropriate to charge to the emergency COVID funding and what's not?
We do, we provide advice on what is meant to be used for. We do report, so they do report back to us on how the money is expended against each of the different programs that they have received money for. And we do report that centrally.
Crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Dr Grimes, if we could pick up on the discussion that I briefly had with the Treasurer earlier in relation to the Auditor General's scathing report and the number of recommendations in there. The Treasurer indicated you could give us an update on the internal review. Are you able to tell us sort of a bit more about the scope and who's going to conduct that?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to provide further information. And you recall that I advised the Public Accountability Committee of my intention to commission an independent assessment of the circumstances behind the matters that the Auditor General had drawn attention to, and the fact we're treating those very, very seriously. Over the last couple of weeks since that hearing, I've been working, I've been keeping quite busy behind the scenes, actually developing terms of reference, importantly developing those terms of reference in consultation with the Auditor General, and I have been liaising closely with the Auditor General. I'm very, very close to finalising those terms of reference. They're all but finalised. I had a further conversation with the Auditor General on Friday, so I'm anticipating that I'll be releasing terms of reference in coming days, and obviously I'd be happy to make those available to the committee.
Thank you, that would be useful. Is there a deadline on that review? Is there a sort of a time for it to come back?
Yes, that needs to be finalised, but as a working date, I'm looking at a date that is probably in the first part of May. My intention would be to have a review that is done quite expeditiously, recognising that a reviewer may come in to do the assessment and then indicate that they need more time for one reason or another, but my expectation is it would be a review done quite
And who are you thinking of to be the reviewer?
I'm very, very close to making an appointment of a reviewer. I'm in advanced discussions with a potential reviewer. I think it's probably appropriate that I just complete the appointment arrangements before making an announcement. But I have actually been liaising also with the Auditor General on an appropriate person to conduct the independent assessment.
Okay, so presumably we will get some notice of that within the next...
Within coming days, literally coming days, and it will be a person of high standing, as you might expect, and deep experience as well.
Thank you. If you could provide us, if it is within the 21 days notice, if you could provide the committee on notice with more details,
Yes, we're very happy to provide that information naturally in coming days.
Will it be made public otherwise, or is it something that you were thinking of?
Yeah, my expectation is that the assessment would be a public assessment. It's quite possible that there might be aspects of an assessment report that was undertaking that needed to be kept confidential for a particular reason, but that could be identified by the assessor when the assessor prepares their final report.
Okay, thank you. In relation to some of the other recommendations made in the Auditor General's report on the state finances in relation to Tahi, she mentioned, she brought our attention to the heads of agreement that was signed in relation to the access fees on the 18th of December. And there was some confusion over whether or not that was a firm agreement or subsequent agreements needed to be signed. And I think we got to the point of understanding that subsequent agreements did need to be signed. Where are they up to? Have they been signed? And if not, when do you expect them to be?
The development of those agreements is still underway. Since the last hearing, I think the Auditor General had indicated that she'd be looking to reaffirm the arrangements with Treasury, and indeed the Acting Auditor General wrote to me seeking a reaffirmation. I, in turn, conducted some inquiries of the Transport Department, the relevant parties, and then have provided correspondence back to the Auditor General reaffirming the arrangements. Consideration of that, obviously, is a matter for the Auditor General, but the work to develop the associated agreements is, as I understand it, proceeding well within the terms of the heads of agreement.
So does that mean that we will have them signed by, I'm trying to remember the deadline, it was normally sort of end of Feb, March, wasn't it?
Yeah, March.
Mr. Walters will probably be best placed to give you he's been the Treasury officer liaising directly with Transport.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Walters.
Thanks, Ms. Boyd. I think the heads of agreement spoke to having this completed by the end of June.
June, okay.
However, I believe, as Dr. Grimes noted, the parties have begun discussions and expect to have it completed well before then.
Okay. I think when we were told during the Public Accountability Committee hearing that it would be sort of February, March.
That's correct. My understanding is Transport, Tahi and the operators would commence New Year, so now, and they have begun, and would aim to complete it as quickly as possible. But in any case, it has to be in place by the end of June, because that's when it's an operative for a fiscal year.
Is the Auditor General aware that it might not be in place until June?
The Auditor General is aware the heads of agreement said that it has to be in place at the latest by end of June. But as Dr. Grimes said, the parties are working in good faith and have begun to get that negotiated and signed as soon as is possible.
And is that negotiation based purely on pricing and rate of return, or are there accounting issues that are part of that negotiation?
I'm not across the details of the negotiation. Can I take that on notice? Have to consult with Tahi and the other parties to that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Grimes, there were a couple of other quite serious recommendations that were made by the Auditor General in relation to the accounting treatment of Tahi. The first one was she recommended that New South Wales Treasury liaise with the ABS to reconfirm the classification of New South Wales Trains and Sydney Trains as entities within the PNFC sector. What action has been taken in relation to that recommendation?
We'll be consulting with the ABS in due course, and my intention would be for us to consult with the ABS on that question.
And will that be before or after the heads of agreement are signed?
I haven't turned my mind to that question, but I would be thinking that we would be seeking to do that over coming months. So the heads of agreement may be signed by that point, and that would provide even more information for the ABS to take into account in confirming classifications.
Have you worked out how long the discussions with the ABS might take in order to have a very clear position in time for the next audit of the state finances?
I think it would be highly desirable to have those discussions completed before the next audit is undertaken. I think that would be completely appropriate. But of course, it would be a matter for the ABS to determine their timing in confirming the arrangements.
But to confirm, you've not yet spoken with the ABS?
No, I haven't spoken to the ABS yet, but certainly firmly intend to give effect to the recommendation that the Auditor General has made.
Given that
there's been a very short period of time, of course.
Understand, but given that the ABS, if the ABS came back and actually gave an understanding to you that was different to what the understanding that Treasury is working off of, that would have significant impacts on the accounting treatment of Tahi going forward. Presumably you'd want to get that wrapped up and dealt with well ahead of the next audit.
Well, I think, as I indicated, I think it would be desirable to have it completed before the next audit.
I find it interesting that there's not been an immediate sort of reaching out to the ABS.
I wouldn't be too surprised. It's only been a couple of weeks. There's been a number of things that are probably just slightly more pressing at the moment, including making sure that there's a properly constituted independent assessment initiated. So there'll be a good opportunity to talk to the ABS in coming months.
The other thing that the Auditor General recommended that you speak with the ABS about is the classification of tahi as well. So presumably that's not been done either. There's no liaison started with the ABS in relation to that?
We haven't commenced formal liaison with the ABS at this stage.
Have you worked out what it is that you'll need to do in order to liaise? Like, has someone started putting together documents, or is there any...
I would imagine that Mr Walters' team is already thinking about these matters. There's already, of course, been a number of engagements with the ABS over several years on the classification of tahi, so it won't be a new issue for the department or a new issue for the ABS. Nevertheless, the Auditor General has said, and I accept this and support this, that given the fact that there's been a number of changes in the arrangements, that it would be appropriate to return to the ABS to describe what the current arrangements are and seek reconfirmation of the sectoral classification of
So just to finish off that line of questioning then, so when we spoke at the PAC hearing, there was some concern put to you that it didn't seem as though the Treasury were taking the comments of the Auditor General seriously enough. We're sitting here having had to wait an additional several months in order to get audited reports. It's a very serious thing. The Auditor General had given a significant risk finding to Treasury. Some very serious recommendations were made. How are we to believe that you're taking it seriously when nothing has been done so far in relation to the very core accounting issues related to tahi?
As I indicated to you, the most important thing was to make sure that an independent assessment was initiated and underway. We will proceed over the next couple of months to have those discussions with the ABS and formally seek the reconfirmation of the ABS, and timing will be a matter for the ABS, but I'd be very much hoping that we could have this completed well before we get into the serious end of the audit of the next year's accounts, for all the reasons that I think you've properly highlighted.
Thank you.
Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Dr Grimes, 17 months ago, the then Treasurer, now Premier, Mr Perrottet, issued a press release saying that the New South Wales Public Service was leading the office return here to the CBD. After a few false starts, is the Treasury now leading the office return to the CBD given the lifting of the restrictions?
Yes, we're encouraging our staff now to move towards returning back to the office, and indeed a week or so ago we advised our staff that from today we'd be seeking to have staff come back into the office under our hybrid working arrangements.
And as of this week, how many of your staff are working 5 days a week in the office?
Well, it will have been as of today, so it's this week, so we don't have numbers for how many are working 5 days a week. At the moment, some of the department's floors are not available for workers because there's renovations that are occurring. But my expectation is that there'll be a significant number of workers who come back into the office. But I would imagine also that only a small number would be working the full 5 days a week in the office.
How many floors are being renovated?
Mr Walters will be able to provide the information. This is Mr Stuart Walters will be able to provide the information on the number of floors being renovated.
Ms Latham, there are 5 of the 7 floors are being renovated.
And why?
Principally, it's about 8 years since Treasury moved into those floors, so we're just taking the opportunity of the time out of the office to do some of the minor repairs that are necessary. But just to be clear, all of the desks and all the other major fit-out remains as is.
And has the renovation been described to staff as reimagining the office space for Treasury? And what is the reimagination project?
So staff have been working principally from home for the last 2 years. As you'd imagine, one of the things we're keen to do is to with staff coming back, make sure that they're clear that the office is set up for them to be productive when they come back for those whatever number of days a week.
Yeah, well, they haven't been there for 18 months. I'm sure the productivity of the office hasn't deteriorated in their absence. Is there a reimagination project, and has an interior designer been hired for this?
We are using Property New South Wales to facilitate the refurb for us, Mr. Latham.
And have they hired an interior designer to do the work?
Property New South Wales use architects to do these sort of minor works.
And after 18 months of the office essentially being empty, what's the cost of this renovation for 5 floors?
Can I take that on notice, please?
And it means, when's it due to finish?
We should have a couple of the floors reopened from next week, and then progressively through the next 6 weeks.
Okay, so you really won't get any significant return to office work over the next 6 weeks, so we're pushing through into April.
Mr. Latham, we've got 2.5 floors that are currently available and have been available throughout this minor refurb. So that's, and I'll take that on notice, but about 225 desks continue to be available.
And when did the renovations start?
Oh, just before Christmas.
Just before Christmas.
Essentially, they've started in January on the return.
And what's your general estimate of these costs, and what sort of example does it set to the rest of the public sector in terms of fiscal restraint, that after 18 months of emptiness, the Treasury finds the need to reimagine and renovate 5 floors using an interior designer?
As I said, Mr. Latham, we're using Property New South Wales, who handle refurbs and property for the sector, number one. Number two, as I said, we're not doing a refurb after 18 months. As I understand, Treasury, and it predates me joining Treasury, moved into these offices about 8 years ago, and so this is the first attempt to do some minor refurb in 8 years.
Is very conscious. 5 floors a minor refurb?
Each floor is staffed by individuals, so I don't think it would be fair to only do one floor. All of them probably have the same challenges after 8 years. I said minor issues with breakages, stuff that needs repairing. Some of this is also putting in the technology that allows people to work in a hybrid environment, so making sure that there are the right speakers in rooms.
Okay, so you'll get me the cost on notice. And Dr. Grimes, when the reimagination renovation is finished, what's your goal for how many of the Treasury staff will be working 5 days a week in the office, as they used to pre-COVID?
I don't know whether we've got a formal target. It may be that the department's already got one that predates me, but my expectation is that we'll have a significant number of people that will be choosing to work 5 days
What's
a week.
That, 70, 80%?
I couldn't put a figure on it unless one of the officers here is aware of a figure that's previously been put on it by
Are you
Treasury.
aware that call for papers in the upper house shows that after the now Premier issued this release in October 2020 that the public service, including his own department, Treasury, was leading the office return, that essentially the public servant said, no, we'd rather work at home, and that's where they stayed? You said earlier you're encouraging the staff to come back, but is there an order to come back?
There's encouragement for staff to come back. I don't know whether we've had quite to go to the point of ordering staff, and the reason for that is that Treasury staff generally find that it is an environment that they enjoy working in, particularly a useful environment for them to be working in leading up to a budget, because you can get easier collaboration than you can working
so it's just
working remotely. I think it really very much in keeping with community, changing community expectations, we will see a move to greater hybrid working naturally in our workforces. But that's against a backdrop where I'm expecting and anticipating within the Treasury there'll be significant work within the office, and that will probably happen without anyone having to be ordered in a formal way.
Okay, so just as the Sydney CBD is a ghost town, and the Premier is saying private sector office workers should come back, the Treasury's got renovations in place and a flexible work policy that means that no one can come back until April.
Well, we moved straight away to encourage our staff to come back from today. I'm anticipating, I haven't been into the office, I've been here today, but I assume that there's a number of officers. I'm getting nodding heads at the table. We've got a number of people in the office today, probably celebrating being able to be back with their colleagues in person.
And to Mr Stephen Walders, all your economic modelling, what has been the damage to the Sydney CBD of the exodus of public and private sector workers to work from home?
Well, it's significant, Mr Latham. I don't have the number right in front of me now. I'm happy to provide that on notice, but it's mainly been the absence of private sector workers that's caused most impact on the economy. There's very few New South Wales public sector workers in the CBD relative to the others around the state. There's 400,000 New South Wales public sector workers. My understanding is around 50 to 60,000 work somewhere around the CBD.
And what's the economic benefit of those 60,000 coming back to the CBD?
Well,
as the former Treasurer heralded 17 months ago.
Well, as Dr Grimes said, there's benefits to Treasury and government from collaboration and engaging with your colleagues, but there's also direct impacts of spending in the CBD, for example, on lunches and dry cleaning.
Have you got a figure on that, or can you take it on
I do, I just don't have it with me right now.
You can take it on notice, thanks. And could I also get a full list of the Treasury staff training programs, their cost, purpose and any evaluation report about their effectiveness?
Yes.
And then, Dr Grimes, coming back to St Agnes in the seat of Port Macquarie, given the extraordinary nature of that grant, which was against Treasury advice for a Commonwealth responsibility, also the grants for the Hastings Secondary College, the Koala Hospital expansion and the new hospital station at Lake Cathy, has there been any specific evaluation of what's happened with all these grants at Port Macquarie, or a reference to Peter Arkestrat for his review of grants in pork barrelling?
I'd have to take that on notice to see if there was anything particular that we could offer, but I note that most recent media story is a very, very recent media story.
And are you taking this seriously to the point of ordering a review of what happened with these?
We've certainly got the major piece of work being undertaken by the Productivity Commissioner on grants administration. I think that's very welcome.
Will you refer this particular problem to the Productivity Commissioner as well?
I don't think it needs to be formally referred to the Productivity Commissioner, because the Productivity Commissioner will have a good line of sight to really what constitutes high standards of administration around grants, and will be no doubt making recommendations in due course.
Will the Treasury undertake a review of what's happened with these 4 expenditures in the one electorate after the local member changed political party?
As a first step, I think probably have an opportunity to properly look at the media reports that have been made and conduct preliminary inquiries within the department, but these may be matters that are more suited to consideration by the Auditor General.
And can I just finally say that there are ICAC rulings that inducements using public money to change political allegiance are regarded as corrupt conduct, and you as the head of the Treasury are aware of your obligations if you have a reasonable suspicion of any such corrupt conduct to report it to the ICAC?
Yes, I'm aware of my responsibilities if I ever become aware of such conduct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, given that we're scheduled to break at 3:30, I think it's best, unless there's any objection, that we break now and return at 3:33, so that then people's blocks of questions aren't split up. So, thank you. We'll be back at 3:33, and we'll just switch off the broadcast. opposition.
Thank you. Secretary, just on notice, can we get the amount of money spent to date under the exigency of government provisions of the GSF Act?
Yes. Yeah,
can we also get the amount spent to date under the equivalent section in this year's Appropriation Act to Section 34 of the last year's Appropriation Act?
Yes.
And can we also find out if any money has been spent from contingency funding or Section 13 or then Section 13 of the Appropriations Act, the equivalent for this year? Is that possible?
I would imagine it is possible.
Thank you. Can I just invite Mr. Deverell to take a microphone? Sure. Thank you. Mr. Deverell, first things first, what is the current balance of the New South Wales Generations Fund Debt Retirement Fund?
It's approximately $15.7 billion.
It was approximately $15.7 billion as of 30 June. Sorry, 15 billion.
It was 15.2 billion back then, I thought.
Yep, it was 15.2 billion back then, and we're at 15.7.
And I think it's at 31 December it was 15.8. That's probably the last official number that we have there, 15.8.
Okay, that would be helpful. Last year, there was a deposit into the Generations Fund Debt Retirement Fund from the appropriations of $1.9 billion. That's right. That's what your annual report says of that fund. Can I ask, has any money been deposited into the New South Wales Generation Fund that arises from appropriations this year?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I think Sam's probably better off.
Mr. Are you in a position to sort of say whether under Section 91A receipts of the New South Wales Generations Act, what has been deposited into the fund?
I think through the budget we announced that there was no further contribution being made to the fund. In fact, the only contribution that was to go on there that was legislated to go on there was the sale of the West Coast.
I'm just double checking that there's been no deposits.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because the Appropriations Act gives the Treasurer the authority to appropriate, to put $4 billion into it, and that at the time was passed when the government's policy was to deposit the mining royalties and the dividend distributions and the cash surplus. So despite the Treasurer having the legal authority to deposit up to $4 billion, close to $5 actually, no money has been deposited this year.
No.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Deverell, did you hear any of the questioning this morning around the divestment? And so last time, very helpfully, the information T Corp provided us said that we had an asset allocation towards the Russian Federation, which was 0.45 towards Russian bonds and 0.3 to Russian equities.
That's possibly a bit high, but it's point something or another, yes.
It was 0.75, your information, not mine, across both. Is that still the allocation in that fund?
No, it's a lot less.
How much is it?
It's roughly 0.2%.
0.2% of 15 billion. So we're at 30-ish million?
That sort of thing, yep.
Okay, and is that because we sold those assets or because the value of those assets dropped?
Combination, but yes.
Well, I've been looking at Russian bonds. They have not performed well. How much money have we lost on Russian bonds in the last year?
I don't know that off the top of my head. So I can take that on notice.
Do you mind? Thank you very much. How much money do you manage for the New South Wales Government in investment funds?
I think the most recent number was approximately $110 billion.
And how much of that is in international equities?
It varies by fund, but I could give an estimate. It would only be an estimate, and it's plus or minus 10%.
Yep, please, if you can give assessment now and then on notice.
Estimate of around about 30% or so.
30% is on international.
That'd be an estimate. I don't think always in terms of the entire portfolios together, because we have individual portfolios depending upon the client.
And as we have learnt before, you respond to each of your clients' different risk appetite statements.
Thank you.
Don't say I'm not a connoisseur of T Corp documents, but can I say, of that 110 billion-ish, how much is allocated towards emerging markets?
It would be in terms of emerging market equities, the typical allocation for a growth fund, if I could look at it that way, where you have a high equity component, would typically be about 6% for equities. And so that would be emerging market equities. But if you have a more defensively inclined fund, it would be a lot less than that.
Well, that's on equities, but you also allocate to debt.
Yes.
With the Generations Fund, which is one of the bigger funds, it was 6% to emerging market equities and 6 to debt.
That's correct.
And that's, from reading all the other reports, it seems like it's a similar asset allocation for a lot of those investment reports.
For the higher growth funds, that would be correct. Again, for the lower growth funds, you'd have a smaller proportion.
So across all the $110 billion, how much money have we invested in Russia?
I think the number currently would be roughly 0.2%, something like that.
0.2% of 112 billion.
It's a rubbery number, but if that's the overall allocation, it'd be around about 0.2%.
And in dollar terms, how much does that work out to be?
Well, on that basis,
if you want me to.
200 mil, roughly.
So we have roughly $200 million allocated to Russia, and are we now getting out of all that?
Yes, well, I think what's been happening is we've been de-weighting towards Russia over the last period of time, and then the announcement that came through over the weekend will have us getting out completely.
So we're going to lose money on our investments in Russia, are we not?
Well, all of the various investments go up and down. Russia is one of the emerging markets is one of the diversifying component, but I would imagine that once we do get out, we would have lost money, yes.
Yeah, and look, I'm assuming that there are other emerging markets which have performed well, which means in net terms it might balance, might not. But just specifically on the Russian investments, we've had... I'm looking at the ruble, I'm looking at the 10-year bond yield on Russian debt, I'm looking at the performance of the Russian stock market. It's tanking, is it not?
Well, it went down, I think it went down 33% on Thursday and it went up 25% on Friday, so it's very volatile at the moment.
Well, on balance, can we assume that the Russian economy is going to improve or deteriorate?
Depends over what time frame.
I'm tempted to ask the Chief Economist for his views on the performance of the Russian economy, but given we are literally in the process of throwing Russia out of the world financial system, are we going to find our assets stranded?
Not necessarily. So we have had discussions with all of the fund managers. So just to remind you, we don't look after the money ourselves. There's about 6 underlying managers. We spoke to all of them over the weekend to understand the levels of liquidity. Obviously, what we're talking about here is very sensitive because I don't want to be informing the market exactly how much we've got and when we want to get out at what price, etc. But there is liquidity in the market at the moment.
Right. Okay, well, when do you expect us to have divested the close to $200 million of Russian assets we own?
Again, I would prefer not to comment on that. We are working on a plan with Treasury to execute on that. But if I give you a deadline now, the way the market works is that they see you coming.
Well, to be fair, the Treasurer announced his intention to immediately divest, and which is, of course, a welcome decision in this light of the circumstances. To be very clear, I'm not critical of the decision to get out of these Russian assets. So, Dr. Grimes, are you working to an expectation as to when we're meant to have divested?
Absolutely. We're working and liaising very, very closely with T Corp and very much working towards as rapidly as possibly divesting.
Good. That's helpful to know. And I'm not asking you to reveal market-sensitive information.
No, I understand.
I presume by the time we get to the budget, it's unlikely we're going to own any Russian debt or equities.
Yeah, but that would be my expectation. As you've alluded, Mr. Deverell's maybe just made some broad comment on. We'll have to see what the market dynamics are, but I would be expecting that we would have rapidly divested very, very quickly.
Okay.
So, I mean, the issue is the one that you raise. Would there be any stranded assets? I don't know. Mr. Deverell's in a much better place to answer that question.
He's in a better place. Whether he will is a different question. So, Mr. Deverell, are you confident?
I lost the last minute.
Are you confident we're not going to have our ownership of Russian debt and equity stranded?
Based upon the conversations I've had with the underlying fund managers, I'm confident that we'll be able to divest.
Well, that's helpful.
Excuse me, can I just ask? I might have missed the question you asked, Daniel, but it's easy to divest. I don't think that's a problem, but have you any view in relation to the realisable loss that you're going to incur? Have you budgeted anything for that?
Well, we mark to market on a daily basis in the funds.
Yeah, but that's not answering the question. The question is, do you have a view in relation to what your managers are telling you of what the forward projections may well be as you divest?
No, I don't.
There'll be a lot of people running for the door now.
Everyone's dumping it. Like bonds.
I don't have a number for you.
So you don't have a view on what the loss would be?
We're very careful to make sure that when we do divest, we do it in an orderly fashion, so that we're not not too negatively impacted by market conditions. But no, I haven't budgeted.
Well, don't get me wrong, everybody's been caught out by what's happened in the invasion of the Ukraine.
I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that there could be some losses in a divestment strategy.
Could be or will be.
Well, as Mr. Deverell's indicated, it depends on the conditions, but I wouldn't find it surprising if the point that you're making is right, that there will be some costs.
I mean, you won't be Robinson Crusoe. That's
right.
What I'm saying, but that's why I asked, do you have a view yet?
I think committee members can see the great importance of New South Wales acting.
So, Mr. Deverell, on the general question of why are we owning this debt in the first place, last time I asked you about ESG policies, you said that TCOP follows them, and then you'll notice you said that the countries that you don't invest in are Commonwealth sanctioned countries. It then took us a bit of time to figure out who actually has been sanctioned by the Commonwealth, which, to be fair, I don't think we ever got to the bottom of.
Well, they're sanctioned entities, not countries.
Sure, either or, both, countries or entities. So, 2018, we entered, or at least with the Generations Fund, we made a choice to invest in Russia. Clearly that was a mistake, wasn't it?
Well, the objective of the Generations Fund is to produce the best risk-adjusted return possible, which means having a highly diversified portfolio. Emerging market equities and emerging market debt are a fantastic way to get that diversification. There are probably, in the equity space of emerging market, there's probably about 40 countries, and in the emerging market debt space, there's probably about 80 to 100 countries. Russia is one of those, and some of them are going up, some of them are going down.
I'm not asking you in terms of investment performance and investment outlook of each of the 80-odd countries. I'm asking you about effectively whether or not it was permissible, both under your policies and, let's be honest, morally, to be buying this debt, regardless of how well it would perform whatsoever. Like, what I'm trying to understand is if the ESG principles were properly applied in 2018, we wouldn't own a cent of Russian debt, let alone $200 million of debt and equities. All of which raises the question as to how close is TCOP actually following these ESG principles when it comes to allocating the $112 billion you manage?
Yeah, the general philosophy in terms of, and this is a view that's held not just by TCOP but broadly across all large institutional investors around the world, is one of engagement rather than divestment. So that's the philosophy. So when we get the original exposure back in 2018, the idea was the underlying managers would then engage with these entities or these jurisdictions or companies. If in the situation where you feel as though engagement's not working, then they will choose to divest. And that's what we've started to do with Russia.
Look, I'm not going to suggest for a second that whether or not we bought on the secondary market Russian debt or equity was likely to have any impact on Vladimir Putin's actions. I'm not suggesting that at all. We're too small, and let's be honest, it doesn't seem like it has any response, regardless of your scale. The question is, from the perspective of the taxpayer, I don't think any taxpayer would have expected us to own a cent of Russian debt because fundamentally they wouldn't pass ESG principles. So the question was not about sort of the intent of your policy, it's about the application of your policy. If your policy was properly applied, we shouldn't have owned this debt whatsoever. And what I'm trying to understand is, do you hold managers to account to this? Are they going to be penalised? Are you going to be making inquiries with the asset managers who are responsible for these investments as to why they were allocating money into Russia? Or did you tell them not to allocate money into Russia? It's probably the first question.
So the way in which the money is allocated is there is a broad index for equities. It's the MSCI Emerging Markets Index, and for debt, it's the JP Morgan Emerging Market Bond Index, and that's, as I said, about 40 different countries for equities and about 80 to 100 different countries for debt. The managers get the broad index exposure, which includes a component for Russia and many, many other countries, and then their job is to engage with the entities. Again, somewhere like Russia, for example, the equities will be Russian individual companies, and engage with them to seek to drive better ESG outcomes. As I said, if in the event that you're unable to achieve that, then the managers are under instructions to sell.
Okay. Can I just on notice get, please, the same breakdown of emerging market equities and debt that you provided on notice before for the following funds? Yes. Can we get it, please, for the Treasury Managed Fund Investment Portfolio, the New South Wales Infrastructure Future Fund, the Social and Affordable Housing Fund Investment Trust, the Long Service Corporation Investment Fund, and the name which escapes me right now of the $17 billion odd fund that you manage for iCare for the workers' compensation scheme too.
Oh, I think it's the Workers' Compensation Scheme. Is that
the Treasury Managed Fund.
The Treasury Managed Fund?
There's two. There's a Treasury Managed Fund, which is...
Yeah, I thought you've already mentioned that one.
I did that, but then there's a separate...
It could be the Lifetime Care and Support Fund.
Lifetime Care and Support Fund, but no, it's the $17 billion fund.
That would be the work cover scheme.
That one, yes. Yep. If that's possible on notice, if we can get that, that would be great. And Chief Economist, on notice, can you provide us your outlook on the Russian economy? Oh, jeez.
How many pages?
Thanks very much. I'm not quite sure who this is to go to, so we'll start with you, Dr. Grimes, and we'll see. I suspect it may not be you actually. I'm just wanting to go back to Eraring Power Station and whether Origin, when it informed the government that they were considering early retirement of the power station, whether they sought government assistance to stay open.
I might refer across to Mr Hay on that matter.
The engagement with Origin was about their possibility of closing, and as they made in their decision on the 17th, they've still announced the potential closure in 2025. Based on that, we analysed a number of possibilities and how it would work to see what the plant contribution was to energy security and to see what the alternatives were, which culminated in the government's announcement of the package. That was announced after Origin made its decision.
But in terms of assessment of any assistance that they may have asked from the government, were you involved in that?
I was involved in advising the government on possibilities and options around the possible closure of Eraring.
Was there ever a offer of financial assistance or otherwise to Origin in response of learning the plans to retire Eraring early?
There were no offers of financial assistance.
But there was some assessment of potential assistance to keep it open longer.
We canvassed a wide range of options around the future of that plant and how its exit would be managed depending on the decision of its owner as to when it wanted to exit.
In relation to Project Phoenix and the modelling that looked at the impact of the closure of the power station, can you take us through how the modelling considered the impact on electricity prices?
So the detail of the advice to government is still cabinet in confidence, as the Treasurer said this morning. So what we did was consider all the likely consequences of different ways that the plant could exit the market. As for the details of the advice given to cabinet, I can't go into anything other than what's been released.
Sure, but you can confirm that the modelling did consider the impact on electricity prices.
As the Treasurer said, our energy policy is about reliability and affordability of energy.
Thank you. That's not answering my question.
We looked at affordability and reliability.
So you also then confirming to the committee that you're not in a position to provide a copy of the modelling completed as part of Project Phoenix?
Correct.
When was the modelling commenced?
So the work in response to the possibility of early closure commenced once Origin approached us in July.
So that's the July 21 timeframe.
July 21, yes.
Thank you. As a result of the early retirement, does it require changes to the New South Wales electricity infrastructure roadmap?
What it focuses on is actually acceleration of that roadmap. What are the measures that can be taken? And the principal part of that roadmap that was triggered is the energy security target, as I mentioned earlier. And we were in the process of receiving the initial report from the Energy Security Target Monitor, which is AEMO. acting on that basis under the legislation. So that report is now was released in December, early December. And so that looked at scenarios including early closure, not necessarily the specific one that has...
Well, I assume it includes this one plus the others, given there's some doubt about the others as well.
It looks at scenarios of early closure, and it indicated that should there be some early closures, there would be an energy security target breach. The breach is what the government response is there to respond to.
Can I just do one quick follow-up, which just is, does that mean that are you saying that the electricity roadmap doesn't need to be updated, it's just going to be accelerated, or do we expect to see an updated roadmap?
No, I think the electricity roadmap provides the mechanisms that are necessary to respond to this. That was the point of it.
Crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. If I could just follow up on some of those questions in relation to the Russian investments. Presumably, if a decision has been made to divest, and some sort of, a normal sell order would have a time frame and also a floor price. So presumably there's a floor price on the instruction to divest.
We're still working through the specific instructions with Treasury at the moment. There's a current market price, and the general. When you're trading securities, you try to trade with the minimal impact on the current market price.
Sure,
and that would be our endeavour.
Yeah, but if you are giving instructions to managers to do that on your behalf, there would ordinarily be, as you've said, you're going to lose a certain amount of money, but ordinarily there would be a floor where you'd say, we do not sell below this amount. We're not prepared to wear this amount of loss. Is that the case here?
We generally try to give very, very narrow ranges for the managers in terms of selling. So, one of the things that managers pride themselves on is making sure that the price they get is as close as possible to the prevailing market price. Yeah. So one of the major considerations for us is to ensure that those transaction costs or frictional costs are minimised.
Okay, so there is a scenario then, if the market tanked sufficiently, where you would not be selling the Russian stocks in this relative...
I don't want to speculate. There are a variety of different market conditions. It would just for me to speculate at this stage.
I think probably is also has been indicated in the responses given today. T Corp and Treasury is working very closely with T Corp to give effect to the decision that the Treasurer wishes to implement, and we're working through all of the details of how you effectively implement that decision, and that's a process that's going on, but I can assure you that it's happening very, very expeditiously.
Sure. I guess when you look at the Treasurer's announcement, it's a very, very firm announcement. It's going to divest. We're not going to be in the business of owning Russian investments.
That's right. We're working very much to that understanding.
But that's fine. But in reality, if you were to signal to the market that you're basically just going to sell it at zero, that would be madness. So that's not the case. So there are some conditions then. It's not a completely unconditional divestment.
Precisely the reason why I said we need to be working through with T Corp on the very specific parameters that will be applied.
So would it then have been more accurate for the Treasurer to say we're looking to divest subject to not losing too much?
No, I wouldn't express it in those terms. I wouldn't express it in those terms. We are working through the details of how to give effect to the Treasurer's decision.
Ms Boyd, maybe I can just help answer. The volume of securities that we're talking about on both equities and debt, in a global perspective is very, very small. So, as I mentioned before, in discussions with our managers on the weekend, there is liquidity there for us to be able to get out without the frictional costs being too onerous.
Sure. You're confident that you will not lose too much, but it is still possible that you will have to put a halt on the trade because you would lose too much.
As I said, I don't want to be making pronouncements in a public forum about exactly what our trading strategy is.
And I wouldn't expect you to, in the same way that I wouldn't expect the Treasurer to release a statement that's effectively saying it's going to, the floor is zero, when that can never be the case.
Yeah, and indeed reflecting this is under active consideration right now as we speak.
Yeah. And assuming that you do get a decent chunk of that money back. I mean, you'll get some. What will it be invested in?
It's too early to tell at this stage. The amount of money will probably initially just go into cash because as an overall percentage of the portfolios, it's very, very small. As I said, it's 0.2%, and then probably will then get deployed according to the asset allocation of the funds. So some will stay in cash, some will go into equities, etc., etc.
You said before, Mr. Deverell, that the decision in relation to complying with the ESG principles was pretty much made at that original investment decision, not a sort of, as you go down the track, reviewing based on new information. Does that mean then that you would be holding that in cash until the ESG principles have been reviewed?
The capital that we raise, no, I think we would probably deploy it, but as I said, 0.2% is such a small amount in terms of the overall impact of the portfolio. Whether it stays in cash or gets redeployed is not a material decision.
Okay, so potentially then you could be investing that money into new investments that don't then comply with whatever the ESG principles are going to be after the review that the Treasurer announced.
If the money was to be deployed, the bulk of the money would go into Australia. If it was in equities, it would be Australian and developed market equities.
So we could have the same problem, though, couldn't we? I mean, we spoke earlier about the Russian investments.
Highly unlikely. These are developed market equities, so this is the US and the UK and then Australia.
I understand, but we don't know what the ESG principles aren't just geographic, presumably.
Yeah, I think the point that you're making is following the Bennett review, and when the government considers that, there may be changes, there may not be. I mean, allow that review to conduct its work, and I imagine that T Corp would then make any adjustments to its portfolio and investment strategies accordingly.
Okay. If we could talk about the coal ash contingent liabilities then, or the power station contingent liabilities, which we've been speaking about for many years in these estimates. I understand how the non-quantifiable contingent liabilities works, and that we need to have both the certainty of date and also some sort of approximate cost or realistic approximation of costs. Liddell will close next year. Has the amount of the state's liability for the pre-existing contamination been determined, and will that appear on the in the budget as a quantified contingent liability?
To Mr. Gardner.
Yes, so the answer is we have an internal Treasury estimate of the cost of the Liddell remediation that the state will bear. It is a question for us then to work with the Treasury accounting team to determine whether that appears as a provision or stays in the contingent liability category. There's still quite a lot of uncertainty in events that need to take place. So me personally, I'm completely agnostic to that, but we've got to let the accounting principles flow through to determine whether or not that is reflected somewhere in the accounts as a specific item.
And how was that amount estimated?
Through work of through an independent sort of review done by an environmental advisory business.
Mm-hmm. So a consultant had a look and prepared
That's right.
a report?
And look, obviously, as you're well aware, we need to go through a process of the EPA determining actually the level of remediation that needs to be taken, and then there's a determination of the total cost of the remediation between the state's liabilities and the private operators' liabilities, and then the proportionment. So the work we do only needs to be done once at a certain point in time to determine the cost of those things. You don't want to keep repeating the cost estimate because it will obviously move and evolve over long periods of time.
Given the inquiry we had into the coal ash repositories in New South Wales and the sort of growing body of evidence that what we're currently doing with the coal ash dams is not sufficient and we could leave a toxic legacy down the track, it is possible that future regulation be tightened to require a more stringent level of rehabilitation. That would increase the amount of that contingent liability for the state, wouldn't it?
That's a very hypothetical. I agree the principle structurally if the EPA were in future periods of time to change the standards or change the level of remediation they required, then that could theoretically bring back to the state some sort of risk around the pre-existing contamination, but it's highly hypothetical. There are certain standards it's got to be remediated back to, and we understand what those are, and we'll work towards those in the first instance.
I understand that generator property management, it was part of, set up by the same legislation that allowed the electricity privatisations in the first place in 2016, has taken over Mamora and Willerrawang.
Willerrawang Ash Dam, that's correct,
I understand that although they've had them since 2016, there's been no work undertaken in relation to the ash dams themselves as opposed to the other components of decommissioning those sites. Firstly, is something being done about that? Perhaps that's not a Treasury question. Let me know if it's not. But is there, the prospect that this GPM will also be taking over Liddell and Irraring?
I'll have to take the first part of that on notice, Ms. Boyd. I'm not aware of where we are, particularly with Willerrawang and Mamora on the ash dams. I presume it is something to do with the processes we need to go through with the EPA and the others. With respect to Liddell and Irraring, the responsibility with the ash dam sits with the operators, and so at this stage, that would continue to be the case, and therefore not expect GPM to be involved in those processes. They could advise, like this, they are experts in, particularly in DDR work around power stations, so we always bring them in to evaluate the situations and the independent reports and the advisory reports and work with us as experts in this field. But I'd be, at this stage, would not anticipate their involvement in those two processes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just back on the ESG, has Treasury got a number on the amount of return that will forfeit in adopting these principles compared to maximum rate of return that could have been yielded? They're not cost-free, are they?
I don't think we've got a single estimate at this stage, and perhaps alluding to the Bennett review, that will be completed, and whether it's possible to be able to put a precise figure on it, we'll have to.
But the Bennett review, she's not an independent person. She's going to recommend to go ahead. But how do we find out the net cost of doing this?
Yeah, and the question is that something that would be feasible to do? I wouldn't necessarily assume a net cost, by the way, because moving into a high-quality portfolio may actually have financial benefits and higher returns.
But you've got no assumption at all, have you? So can we take that on notice?
We can definitely take it on notice. And I'm looking at the officials.
We should know what we're getting into financially,
just in case there are any. I'm just
certainly, Mr. Latham. We will be modelling. We will have further advisors assist us in the process to be able to model based on capital market expectations around different investments in different markets, and we will be able to model the change in potential changes in asset allocation and what they may mean for the return profiles of the funds.
When will that be completed?
Well, the review will be completed during the course of this year, and so we would expect that. Now, the investment strategies that we get advised on may find other investments with equally high returns and risk characteristics. We don't know whether the extent of this change.
Okay. Just back to one of my pet topics, outcome-based budgeting. How far has the rollout proceeded? Has it got past the Department of Education?
I think the rollout is across government at the moment, but I'll go to Mr. Midder.
Yeah, it's right across government. So all of the budget estimate numbers are linked into government outcomes, and Budget Paper 2 does cover all the outcomes by cluster.
Right. Is Treasury being hard-nosed about it? Because it turns out in the Education Department, the performance targets in schools are optional. Schools can opt out. What leverage has Treasury got to say, look, if you're going to have outcome-based budgeting, it's got to be serious, backed up by serious performance targets and accountability for what's been achieved and what's been failed?
We haven't, so I'll take So with education, we don't implement how they, we don't work with them on the implementation of it, but we do report up their performance, and they're meant to provide performance data, and they do that.
Okay, so it's optional in schools and it's optional for what departments do. Okay, can I just come to this question in energy? It was mentioned earlier by Mr Hay that the energy program in New South Wales is about reliability and affordability. It's also about reducing global warming, isn't it? The Minister's made that very clear. Yeah, okay. And he answered me that the greenhouse gas emission reductions are 3 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in 2021. What's the impact? What's the outcome here in terms of impact on global surface temperatures?
Mr Parry is climate change.
Yeah, well, someone must know.
Sure. If I just want to repeat the question back to you, Mr Latham, to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. You're asking the net impact of New South Wales electricity policy on global temperatures?
No, overall greenhouse gas emission reductions. The Treasurer report, the Minister for Energy reported to me in November that last year it was 3 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent. What does that do in reducing global surface temperatures, which is obviously a major policy objective of the Minister and the government? Well, there's no point doing all this, is there? Spending billions of dollars turning the electricity grid upside down unless it has some positive impact on global warming.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just going to turn to my colleague, Ms Hickey, to see whether she has a firm answer there. Otherwise, I'll take it on notice and we can come back to you in this session.
Okay. Would it be the calculation you can take through the Royal Society in London, verified by our parliamentary library, that amount of CO2 equivalent reduction over 100 years, a full century, is a reduction in global surface temperatures of 0.00055 degrees Celsius. That is over 100 years, basically nothing. Meaning in terms of outcome-based budgeting or any rational assessment, why would any normal government do it if that's the outcome? But you'll take on notice and check my data against what I've got gleaned from the Minister and the Royal Society in London, the Academy.
We can take that on notice, Mr Latham, but I would just make the point is the government has committed to their net zero plan, and they have obviously the gains that can be made in achieving those net zero targets are primarily and can most easily be made through the energy sector, but there are other sectors that contribute to that overall target as well.
The greenhouse gas emission reduction transfers at that rate in 2021 over 100 years to 0.0055 degrees Celsius.
I'll take your question on notice, Mr Latham.
I think it's probably important to note that dealing with climate change is a collective action problem.
It'd want to be based on that, wouldn't it?
And a collection.
It'd want to be based on that.
Collective action.
Like New South Wales impact is basically nothing. Over 100 years is basically nothing.
With every country and every jurisdiction making its contribution to achieving a global
Good luck
outcome.
with Russia and China. Good luck, because they'd want to be doing a lot more than that lousy figure, which is just kind of bizarre as to why anyone would bother. If I could come to Mr Hay, there was a media report over the weekend about the Hume link being delivered and finished 6 years after Snowy 2.0 comes online. Is that the expectation we have here in New South Wales?
No, it's not, and I can take that point, Mr. Latham. So I'm not sure which media report you are referring to, but all I can point to is AEMO's 2022 draft integrated system plan, which still has Hume Link on track for being delivered.
2025.
I beg your pardon?
For 2025.
2025-26. So that is still the expectation. That is that was in the draft ISP. That has not changed. That is still our expectation, and we are working very closely with both Transgrid and the Commonwealth Government to ensure that transmission capacity comes online to unlock certainly not only Snowy 2.0 but the other.
Has Transgrid told you it might be delayed somewhat?
I beg your pardon?
Has Transgrid told you it might be a bit later than 25/6?
They are still working under their assumed timeframes, and they have not advised us to anything contrary.
Okay, and you've got our New South Wales transmission plan coming out in September. When are we expecting to have the full upgrade of the link for Arana REZ, and how much does it cost?
We're currently in procurement for that network, so RFPs will be issued at the end of May. We have a strongly competitive process for that. So right now, suggesting what we think it's worth is probably very highly commercially sensitive, so I'd rather not go into that at this time.
It's public money, isn't it?
But the completion date for that...
You pay Transgrid, don't you?
So how that's procured is through a contestability process whereby people will bid to build and fund that asset, and the costs will be recovered from consumers as is normal for transmission assets.
All right. What are you expecting to be the impact on consumers?
It should be, that's all factored into the forward projections, so the precise impact of that I'd have to come back to you on rather than give you a number right now. But
okay, so you take that on notice. Can you do the same for the New England connection?
New England is not as advanced, but we are working on that, so we'll be continuing to update, and the strategy I mentioned will give a much firmer position on the time frame for delivery of that link.
Right, any broad parameters for delivering the link, finishing it? Because it's vital, isn't it, with Eraring closing early?
It's important. So the assumptions are that New England will be delivered in phases, and it's also got to be integrated with plans for further interconnectors with Queensland. So we'd have... it's hard to answer that in a single question, Mr. Latham. It's a complex piece of network design, which is what the network investment strategy will set out.
It was completely opaque from the view of the taxpayer, isn't it?
It will be very clear.
When?
When the network investment strategy is set out.
Okay, well, we'll eagerly await that. Mr. Hay, earlier on you mentioned, I think, 2 gigawatts out of the pumped hydro.
Can I just add something on there,
please,
just to clarify that answer too? So the Consumer Trustee, the independent body that runs the auctions, in its Infrastructure Investment Objectives report at Figure 4, talks about having 4 planned auctions between now and 2026 for long-duration storage. It also provisions in its schedule to have a further 4 auctions should they be needed. It calls them contingent auctions. And so that's the process by which it's intended to procure.
And can I just quickly ask, for that capacity, long-term storage capacity, how many new dams would need to be built?
It would be too hard to say. It depends.
Take that on notice, because it's 2 dams, isn't it, for pumped hydro, one at the top, one at the bottom?
It doesn't necessarily mean 2 dams, but 2 reservoirs, yes.
Yeah, well, you know.
So some are connected by tunnels, some are connected by penstocks. So
can you take that on notice, an estimate of what sort of dams or reservoirs numbers we would need to construct to make that viable?
I think
these are big EIS processes, aren't they?
I think the way to potentially answer your question most helpfully would be to sort of say what are the projects that are currently we understand through the pumped hydro grant scheme, which is well advanced, which is intended to bring projects forward for those auction processes. So we can give you some ideas of the projects that are currently proposed.
You can take that on notice. Thank you.
Opposition.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just need to correct testimony. I indicated that Hume Link in the draft ISP was coming on in 25-26, and it's actually 26-27 in the draft ISP.
That's what, 18 months after Snowy 2.0?
No, Snowy 2.0 it will be progressively commissioned from 25-26.
Secretary?
Okay, fine line.
Can I...
Fine line. Yep, please.
Yeah, you can, yes.
The New England Res is about...
Can you just switch the microphone over?
It's not necessarily a direct response for Eraring, so it's not coming on time for Eraring. It's about... The reses are about the future of energy over that period to 2030 and beyond.
Dr. Grimes, through you to Mr. Deverell. Are we invested in any cryptocurrencies? You have to verbally answer.
Depends, but I'll defer to Mr. Deverell on that question.
No. Okay, cool. In the budget papers, I'm just reading from page 6.6, it says that the average yield across the entire $72.9 billion of general government borrowing portfolio is 2.4%. Either now or on notice, can we just get an update as to what the average yield is across the portfolio?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Secondly, Mr. Deverell, nor through you, Dr. Grimes, either of you two, as to who's best, it says that in the half-year budget review that we will be retiring $4.3-ish billion of debt as a result of the WestConnex sale. Has that been done?
I can, if it's okay, San, I can give the update.
Sorry, Mr. Miller, I didn't mean to be rude if it was you.
Yeah, it's sort of San's the man, really.
Oh, well, Mr. Miller, do you want to respond to that
We
question?
execute, he tells us what
Well,
to
maybe then if you're the person who's controlling the actual debt retirement, it's better that I direct the question to you. Have we, Mr. Miller, retired the $4.3 billion that was flagged?
Yeah, TCOP do execute the debt retirement action. So that money is sitting in a liquid fund, and that is so the actual debt retirement program has been run by TCOP. So it's better than Mr.
Yes, but you issued the instructions, do you not?
Yes, so the instructions have been issued. So they are in the process of retiring debt. And
just on notice, can we get Mr. Deverell the list of instruments that have been retired? Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, so just to help you with your answer, we've retired so far about $2.3 billion. Yep. Mostly instruments 2 years or less.
Okay, right. Can we just get the list of instruments that have been retired?
Sure.
And thank you. Dr. Grimes, where are we up to in terms of recruiting a parliamentary budget officer?
I'd have to take that on notice.
That's actually not the Treasury's.
Secretary of the Treasury is responsible on the Act. Okay. In terms of the allocation of staff from Treasury to the PBO, though, has planning commenced on that?
Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean that planning hasn't commenced, given my
Can we just get an update?
Short tenure in Treasury.
Can we just get an update on notice?
We'll take that on notice.
That will be helpful. I don't need to detain more time.
But I imagine that will happen in due course.
I suspect that this might need to be directed to the team that is responsible for economic modelling as you see fit, Dr. Grimes. But have we prepared models on initiatives that could encourage increased female participation short, medium and long term?
Yeah, I'll refer that to Mr. Midder and Mr. Walters.
I believe it might be Mr. Walters and Ms. Wilkie, actually.
Right, okay, you're doing better than me, so I'll refer across to Ms. Wilkie.
Look, to be fair, Ms. Wilkie and I have had conversations about this before, so it's not like I have any special insight, but Ms. Wilkie, perhaps I can direct the question to you. Has the Treasury prepared modelling on initiatives which could encourage short to medium long-term lift in female participation rates in New South Wales?
Yes, so as part of the intergenerational report, as we've conversed about before, there was modelling done in the course of that. There are various other things in response to, say, in some of the productivity commissioners' recommendations where Treasury is looking at individual initiatives, and then further initiatives are being looked at as part of the Women's Economic Empowerment Task Force. Treasury is involved in modelling, looking at modelling for the overall package that may be considered, modelling on the impact of individual projects or initiatives is the responsibility of the responsible department. Yep. And then that will be assessed as per usual processes by the evidence and evaluation team in Treasury. I
appreciate that, Ms. Wilkie. Just the two categories of modelling that you described for which on notice it would be great if we could get some more detail. The ones that, the modelling of the Productivity Commissioner's recommendations, if we can get on, given that those recommendations are public, if we can get on notice, I guess, Treasury's advice as to which is most likely to lift female participation in short, medium and long term, that would be helpful according to each of the initiatives. Actually not an aggregate answer, but actually the specific recommendations.
Yeah, to the extent that, I mean, the Productivity Commission and the White Paper report looked at specific sectors of the economy. It wasn't specifically looking at this issue. So it's, in some respects, it's not going to be a comprehensive answer in terms of possible initiatives across the economy. But yes, we can take that on notice for you.
I appreciate that. But then now on notice, can we get a list of possible initiatives that could be taken by the New South Wales government that Treasury has modelled, and which one is most likely to increase female participation in the short, medium and long term?
Sure, we can do that.
I really appreciate that.
No more lockdowns.
Would help. Dr. Grimes, do you have Treasury's financial statements with you?
not immediately in front of me, but I'm sure we will have an officer who's got them available here.
After you repeated the problem.
No, the financial statements, your annual report.
Statements attached to our annual report, I would imagine.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Can I just flag equally that I'm about to ask you about the state's accounts as well. So if you're in a position to get the Treasury annual report and the Treasury financial statements and the total state accounts, it's probably going to make this a bit smoother. But I'm just referring to note 2 of your statement. Treasury is the only department that doesn't actually publish how much Treasury spent on redundancies. How much did Treasury spend on redundancies last year? Does Mr. Walters have that?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Is there a reason why you don't publish that line item in a note?
Lost count.
Because you literally, the Treasury is the only of the 8 clusters not to publish the outcome, which is quite remarkable. Hence, I'm interested in how much Treasury spent in redundancies last year.
It's a reasonable question, and a reasonable question why that line isn't there, and a reasonable question for us to take on notice to provide the information.
Thank you. Also, last year your workers' comp bill went up by $300,000. Why was that? Like it doubled. Your premium doubled. The Treasury's premium. It went from $214,000 to $600,000, which is actually the largest of any cluster, from what I can tell. There's an irony in that, but on notice, can we get an explanation as to why your premium skyrocketed? Unless you have one now.
If we've got any information. In the meantime, I have got information on the number of redundancies.
Great, how many?
In 2021, there were 12 redundancies, including senior executive terminations, and the associated costs were $2,174,604.
Thank you. Can we get the year previous? Because you haven't reported it for years.
Unless my helper in the background provides the information more quickly.
On notice, if it's possible just to get for the last 3 or 4 years, which is reasonable because we can't benchmark Treasury to any of the other departments in the absence of Treasury publicating that figure. In respect to... I want to ask you about the building maintenance. Just on page 85 of your annual statements, helpfully we have a report on items that you administer. It says here that Treasury provided grants to fund agency redundancies of $113 million. And at various times, various departments have told us that they don't incur the actual cost of their redundancies on their budget, they transfer it to you. So, did the New South Wales government spend $113 million making people redundant last year?
I can take that on notice, but we do fund the redundancies as long as they provide the evidence that those positions are permanently removed.
Sure. Mr. Miller, do you mind just using the microphone so we can get this on Hansard? I'm referring to page 85. It is just there. It's item note E7 for what it's worth. It's quite clear that that's what it is, and it was up $7 million last year. Can we please get the $113 million itemised by departments, and which ones were going to which departments?
Yes, we can. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Equally on that page, it says here that you provide grants to agencies for state contingencies. Last year, you only provided $1.15 million, which is fair enough because you had the opportunity to change the actual appropriation, so it wasn't a contingency. But the year previous, you provided, when I say you, I mean the Treasury, $1.2 billion. Is that the possible source of where some of that allegations of rort funding could have taken place?
I couldn't easily say what they're referring to, or how this contingency and where it's sitting in different departments, and whether it was for bushfire or floods.
Yeah,
or
it's
COVID,
entirely possible. But can we just get a breakdown of the 2020 figure of the $1.2 billion as to who got what from that particular figure? That would be great. Equally, it says last year that you provided capital injections into government-owned businesses, which were $3.3 billion. Now, I'm prepared to accept that 2.4 of it went to the transport asset holding entity as a capital injection.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, 2.4 into for 21-22 was 2.4. Yes.
21-22.
Sorry, 2021 was 2.4.
So what happened? Which other government businesses got an accumulation of $900 million capital injections?
I'll take that on notice.
We could get that broken down by government businesses that attracted that particular capital. That would be really useful. Yeah, because there's a discrepancy between. Yeah, there's a discrepancy between the items because it's reported as being 3.37 and then on the next page it's reported as being 3.4. So I'm trying to understand why there's a difference. if that's okay. But don't worry, you don't need to answer it now. If you can take that on notice, that would be very helpful. Just in terms, $700 million, not rounding. On page 79, the Treasury provides an outcome list of its special deposit accounts as well. And I'm just interested in, firstly, on notice, can we get an update as to what the current balance is on all those special development accounts?
Special deposit accounts?
Yes, sorry, special deposit accounts. That would be helpful. What I'm actually interested in is the Social and Affordable Housing Fund, which didn't spend any money last year. Why didn't it spend any money last year? I think might be Mr. Gardner.
So the principal requirements are there are two elements to the Social Affordable Housing Fund. There's a cash deposit account and an investment account.
Yep.
The total balance is probably in the order of $1.5 billion, and the purpose of that fund is to meet sort of ongoing commitments to service payments through the life of the Social and Housable Forwarding Program. And those numbers are, at this early stage of the program, are relatively de minimis before there are tenants in the houses. And so it's just most likely that the drawdown profile of the fund is yet to ramp up with a ramp up in tenancies and payment.
When's it meant to ramp up?
Well, it's happening now. Like I will take the payment profile on notice, but the SAF fund itself is actually the number of houses is being delivered fairly much on target, and the tenancies are coming through relatively quickly, and so certainly it'll be ramping up in the course of the next 12 or 24 months.
Okay, that's fair enough. And so you on notice will provide us a bit more information on that?
We can.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to turn now, because this is the exciting part of budget estimates, to the state accounts, if you don't mind, as well. I know everyone's excited, but the specific question that I wanted to ask is, you would have seen the report from the Auditor General about the rather large mistake that in terms of the purchasing of PPE equipment that the New South Wales Health has undertaken in the last year, which with the write-off of $259 million worth of masks and other personal protective equipment. Have you provided any further update or had any further reports from Health about how it's tracking this year?
No, I don't have any information on that. I can take that on notice.
Okay, that would be helpful. Did you want to go on one or two questions? Are you ready? I'm sorry, just don't mind me jumping through documents. It's exciting times.
Do you want me to jump in?
No, actually, I've got one. Just in terms of the state accounts, it reports on the expiry of certain concession arrangements that were entered into decades ago. They're actually expiring this year. And one of the ones which I am interested in is this year we are apparently recovering our ownership of the Prince of Wales Hospital car park, and the St George Hospital car park is due in 2 years. What are we doing about that? What's going to happen to the car park? Do we know?
No, not on the top of my head, so I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, look, to be fair, it's a particular question, but it's actually the first time some of these concessions are expiring, so I'm interested into what's going to happen with that revenue. These are quite important issues to the people who work in the hospital and people who use the hospital. So is this going to revert back? Is it the intention to revert this back to public ownership or not? Do we know? Has the government?
No, I'll take that on notice, but I assume that should be with the ministry that owns the.
But is Treasury involved in renegotiating these concession arrangements, given that is a responsibility of Treasury? Well, Treasury has a pretty big role in negotiating the rollover and or end of concession arrangements. Where are we up to on that?
I'll take that on notice and understand the process better before we answer.
Equally, Hawkesbury Hospital is apparently due to come back. The entire hospital, according to this. I'm reading from page 688. And obviously the people of Hawkesbury have a real interest into the status of their hospital. Has Treasury commenced work as to what's going on with Hawkesbury Hospital? It's a big thing to happen to the health budget to recover ownership of a hospital. Where are we up to on that?
Again, I'll take that on notice.
Yep, fair enough. Look, I'm really getting to the exciting bits, I know. But the other thing I was interested in reading your state accounts is that we have had quite a large increase in annual and other leave entitlements that's not been claimed. $500 million needs to be, additions had to be provisioned in terms of public service. That's not long service leave. What's going on? Are people not taking the holidays because of COVID, or
they're home?
They're at home.
Home already.
Ready. Yeah.
So what's the impact to the budget of managing that better?
Well, that means that we've built up some increased liabilities associated with people not taking as much leave. I think all departments would be encouraging staff to take leave and run down that liability. Of course, as staff take leave, it's already been booked, so there isn't an impact on the budget when the leave is taken.
Yeah, so we're basically pre-booking it.
Yeah, we're pre-booking it as the liability builds up. So if you like, the cost has occurred to reflect that liability building up.
Hence my interest in managing this.
Yeah.
Yes. So, is Treasury, what are you doing with your own department, Doctor?
I can't give you an update on what Treasury's been doing specifically, but I do know in other places there's been a focus on trying to encourage staff as far as possible to be taking leave, and particularly with things opening up, I think that's even better time to be encouraging people to use up some of their entitlements and get out around Australia and regional New South Wales and possibly in some cases overseas.
Thank you. Yes, it's an energy question about gas. The AEMO March 2021 gas statement of opportunities updated the effects of the declining natural gas production from Bass Strait, and it basically said that it believed that there was sufficient supply in the near term in relation to forecasts, but that was very much based on the Port Kembla gas terminal being delivered and operational by winter 2023. Given the difficulties with COVID, etc., are we confident that that's going to happen? And then it will be ready? I'm not quite sure who to. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for my question. Thank you for your question. I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Lewis, who's online, to take that question. Andrew, did you catch it?
Apologies, while I just come off mute. I'm sorry, could you just repeat the last bit of the question?
Well, the question is really, what's the latest update that you have received on the construction of the terminal at Port Kembla, and is it going to be delivered ahead of winter 2023, which is the date flagged by AEMO in terms of issues of supply?
So we have regular engagement with the proponent for the Port Kembla import terminal, as well as the this party that's been selected to build some of the pipeline infrastructure that supports that development. I don't have an exact date off the right in front of me of the latest information that we've had, so I'm very happy to go back and find that information and provide that on notice.
But just
what we do know is that the developer of that facility is still examining a range of options for the timing of when that can be delivered. It's very much dependent on the demand for gas, and as I think you partly highlighted in your question, there is some uncertainty around potential uncertainty around future gas supplies, and that would tend to indicate that there may well be strong demand, which would help them to enter into and agree to the necessary contracts that are required for the building of that facility.
But just to be clear, so you're not able to tell us today whether it's on track for a winter 2023 finalisation?
I don't have any information with me right this time, but I'm more than happy to take that on notice and provide a follow-up question within the...
Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks.
Secretary, the Victim Support Fund provision doubled from $193 million to $403 million last year. What is it now?
I don't have. I can get you the numbers for this process.
Thank you. Do you know why it doubled?
No, I don't have. Again, I'll come back to you with the...
On notice, if we can just get some information about that. State accounts also report that Treasury underspent its budget by $652 million. I'm just reading on your grants, which is on page 6.178. It says major reprofiling of grant expenses in 21 includes the following lower than forecasted expenditure, $652 million in Treasury administered items. Is that because there was less demand for some of the COVID support programs than was expected?
Yes, that would be the case.
Okay. And is there any other reasons for why that was lower than expected?
We can reconcile that and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Secretary, where are we up to in terms... The Treasurer has made repeated reference to work is going underway on the property tax reform proposal. What's Treasury doing?
Treasury has been preparing advice for the government, and that's a matter for the government to consider and make decisions.
Indeed, and that's what we learnt last time. But what specifically has taken place in the last 3 months since the release of the consultation paper?
I think we're really entering into the territory of matters that are currently before the Cabinet, so probably not in a position to be able to...
Treasury has engaged KPMG to assist it in this work and has renewed its contract. So in total, I think across the 2 years, KPMG has gotten $10 million in order to assist. What is KPMG doing for the Treasury for which we are paying them $6 million?
I would have to either refer to the officers here or take that on notice to provide a fuller response to you.
Just with the indulgence of the crossbench, one final follow-up on all this. I've had multiple people come to me and complain about the fact that KPMG has forced them to sign non-disclosure agreements in order for them to even be able to be consulted, which is unprecedented. That in order to participate in a public consultation, they have to sign non-disclosure agreements with an accounting firm that is not Treasury. I'm interested in how many, whether or not this has been reported to Treasury, whether or not this is an approved Treasury practice, and whether or not Treasury is aware of the number of NDAs people have signed with KPMG. And I'll just leave you to respond to this because, Dr. Grimes, it looks like Treasury hired KPMG to do this work, so none of this work could be scrutinised by the Parliament, and none of this work could be scrutinised by these committees, or at all subject to our powers to inspect. And it is just remarkable the amount of people who are complaining to me about being forced to sign an NDA in order to be consulted on what is, whether you like it or not, a very, very significant change to Australian taxation. Why is Treasury using KPMG, and is KPMG asking people to sign non-disclosure agreements before they have the opportunity to even give their opinion on the government's policies?
All good questions. May be most appropriately taken on notice, but I will see whether there's an officer. Ms Wilkie might be able to provide further assistance to you while the arrangements are being constructed in that way.
Thank you for the question, Mr Wilkie. So in terms of the amount of money that we have contracted KPMG for, there's a difference between, I guess, the amount of money in terms of what has been reported and the actual expenditure, so I can take on notice what that discrepancy or that difference is. In terms of what they were asked to do, KPMG has not been asked to undertake the policy work for this reform. KPMG has been providing support to Treasury in things like undertaking, as your question suggests, stakeholder engagement and consultation, and other logistics and administrative support while Treasury undertook the core policy analysis and work. So I don't agree with the way you phrased the question in terms of KPMG has been hired to do this reform. That's not correct. They've been supporting Treasury while Treasury has been doing the policy work. On the signing of non-disclosure agreements, I am aware that for certain aspects of the consultation process where we were wanting to have confidential discussions about specific issues in relation to the reform and seeking to understand, for example, the way the industry operates in terms of third parties and that sort of thing. We did ask people to sign non-disclosure agreements, but from what I can recall, and I will take this on notice, we certainly didn't require everybody who was consulted to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but I will take that on notice. And
well, how many people have signed NDAs?
I'll have to take that on notice. I know there were some circumstances where we did ask NDAs to be signed, but it wasn't in all circumstances. And we're talking about consultation that's been ongoing now for over 12 months with dozens and dozens of stakeholders. So I will need to take that on notice because I do not have that information at my disposal right here.
Crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. Just following up on some of the questions I asked this morning in relation to electric vehicles and the incentives scheme. I'm not sure how much of that was taken on notice, so just to be clear, are you able to tell me how many cars have been sold that received the cashback amount?
I can, yes, thank you. As at the 18th of February, there's two figures here. 18th of February, there's 1,399 rebates have been given. And as of the same date, 18th of February, 1,948 EV stamp duty exemptions have been provided.
Okay. How many EVs have been purchased since the start date of the, presumably that 1948 captures all of the EVs that have been purchased since the beginning of the scheme?
Yeah, and I would need to line that up because I know there's some of those, the rebates can go retrospectively from the 1st of September 2021, whereas the EV data that we have collected, that I have here, covers all of 2021. So I would need to probably take that specific question on notice, but if you would like to know the proportion of EV sales for 2021, I do have that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so just to note, EV sales in New South Wales growing really significantly. According to the EV Council in 2021, 7,430 new EVs were sold in New South Wales, which is almost more than were sold in all of the rest of Australia. So New South Wales is quite a significant EV market, and that represents in 2021 1.9% of all car sales were EVs.
1.9%.
Okay. Do you have any data that compares the sort of pre-scheme versus post-scheme take-up over a similar period? So if we looked at, when did it start? It was...
So the program began, so again, retrospective to September 1st, 2021, but I would have to take that question on notice because I think you're breaking that down to something quite specific, so we need to get the data collected on that.
That's fine, yeah. Comparing to the previous 6 months would be useful. How does that amount compare against the assumptions behind the modelling for the policy?
So I don't have the assumptions to hand, but what I would note is that these kind of demand-based programs like this, we would expect them to ratchet up over time. Again, part of the overall strategy is to attract more supply, address range anxiety, kind of address those barriers to take up. So our modelling, in particular on the rebates, would show it ramping up over the life of the program. So I think it would be, while I don't have the exact assumptions here to line it up, it wouldn't be far off our assumptions in terms of the relative trajectory, but I can take that on notice in terms of absolute terms.
So the department's not concerned yet?
Nope, not at this point.
In terms of the charging station rollout, my understanding, if I recall correctly, is there was going to be some sort of a process of inviting people to tender for that work. Is that correct? Where have we got to with that?
It is, but I might just invite Ms. Hickey to go into some of the charging infrastructure uptake. Chris,
oh, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So, and apologies, I don't have my glasses with me. So
I can relate to this.
This works, thank you. Okay, so the EV ultra-fast charging infrastructure. On the 2nd of February, the Minister announced the first $35 million co-funding round. So that has gone out. There will be probably up to 4 rounds. And those responses have been received. And I guess we're just working through those.
Is there a estimated time for when we'll have a certain percentage of these charging stations rolled out?
Yes, so look, for this round, we expect construction to start in the second half of 2022 for that first round, and that we expect that the construction of all the charging stations that are approved in that first round to be completed within 2 years.
During the during the debate on the bill that implemented this policy, there was some discussion around range anxiety, and I think I expressed the view at the time that I think that was perhaps a sort of something that was a year old, and that people aren't as concerned about range anxiety anymore, given the new models with the hundreds of kilometres without needing a charge. But what's becoming clearer is that a lot of people who don't have driveways really do want to have an EV, but they've got nowhere to charge charge it overnight. Has that, I guess, sort of filtered through now into the department's thinking, and what is it doing to address that?
Yes, it has. So the ultra-fast vehicle sort of program has both ultra-fast charging stations put in place every 100 kilometres on sort of regional roads, but also within 5 kilometres in those densely populated urban areas where there are where there's limited off-street parking.
That's a very different thing, though, to have to go 5 kilometres from your house to being able to just plug it in at your house.
Yes, it is.
It's a major obstacle to a lot of the people who would otherwise be buying these sorts of cars.
So there's also some work being undertaken to ensure that we've got some infrastructure charging put into apartment buildings as well. But yes, the intention is that there will be charging infrastructure at, supermarkets and other public places.
That was the original plan, though, and I guess there's been quite a lot of lobbying in relation to having sort of on-street parking attached to charging stations on every street in places in the inner west where you have relatively wealthy people, to be fair, who would otherwise be buying an EV. They're environmentally conscious, but they just can't. They're not going to drive 5 kilometres to charge their car. So what is being done to try and address that?
Under this package, there's no specific incentives in place for, a charging station on every corner at this point. And I think, we will obviously be reviewing the policy as it's rolled out and addressing the needs of stakeholders based on
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I hope that will be considered in order to increase the uptake as we go.
I think I would just, the only point I would add to all of that is, in this first tranche and in this first infrastructure strategy, it has gone to the hotspots, so to speak. It is on tourist destinations, it's in regional areas, high volume, destinations where consumers would be able to charge, kind of points of convenience, if you will. So I think that is probably the first areas of focus, but I agree with what Ms. Hickey is saying, always room to evolve the strategy, and we will be looking at that as we implement it.
Particularly because technology is moving so fast. Again, this is the sort of rollout that would have been good 2 or 3 years ago, and now we're at the stage where we need people to be able to do it overnight because that's what most people are buying an EV to do. One final question to you, Dr. Grimes. The New South Wales budget process and the sort of the layout and the end product of the budget papers has been something that's been widely criticised as being quite unaccountable and untransparent compared to what we see in other states and territories.
What we've seen previously.
Now that we have a new secretary and a new treasurer, are there any plans to produce a far more readable and trackable budget?
I would very much like to see if we can achieve that. I can't promise how much we'll be able to do in the next few months, but I think over the next few years that would be a very, very laudable thing, and I know the Treasurer would be very, very supportive.
I think you'll find it will also perhaps reduce the number of SO52s and questions on notice.
Not possible.
Thank you. I'll just give a couple of extra minutes to Mr. Mookie.
Dr. Grimes, have you met with the head of iCare, either the chair or the CEO, about how they are undertaking the work they do for you for the Treasury Managed Fund?
I've had an introductory meeting with the Chief Executive of iCare.
Did you discuss with him progress in respect to the remediation of underpayments to injured workers who claim to the Treasury Managed Fund?
Not in any specific and detailed sense. I know the work is continuing there, but I have not had that discussion with him yet.
So, given that the TMF has been excluded from the remediation program that iCare has undertaken, we're in this position where literally the biggest claimants, which are police officers, then nurses, then other hospital staff, are not going to get their underpayments remediated. And right now, as best I can tell, there's no prospect for remediation. Can you assure us, when do you expect the TMF to acquit its responsibilities to repay the injured police officers and other public sector workers who claim to the TMF?
Yeah, at the moment, I'd rely on advice from Mr. Gardner on that point.
Mr. Mookie, I think it's a mischaracterisation to say that the remediation is not underway within the TMF. So
No, I said they were excluded from that remediation program, the $38 million.
they're excluded from the nominal insurer one, but there's a specific program with respect to the TMF, which is expected to be completed by the end of June this year. And so, I can beyond this would have to take anything further on notice, but I'm aware that, the program is ongoing and they are continuing to repay workers who are underpaid.
Pick it up when we...
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Seems an eternity ago, but this morning, Mr. Hay, you said you were going to give us some advice about when AEMO first received the early closure of Eraring package and when you delivered it to them. You've said the work on that started in July last year. When was the work delivered to AEMO?
The precise date I don't have, but AEMO was brought into our work on analysing options around closure scenarios as soon as we possibly could, and subject to confidentiality arrangements.
Right, so can you take that on notice as to when you brought in...
the date.
As to when you brought in AEMO, yeah. Okay. And as an independent public servant, what's your own assessment of the electricity pricing impact of the early closure of Eraring?
One of the key points that I think about in this context is, if you contrast this with Hazelwood, where there was 5 months' notice, the market now has 42 months' notice. There are many things that will have different impacts on price. That's the point of a market. Closures of plants typically have an upward pressure on price, but the roadmap and all the initiatives that are underway are all intended to have a downward pressure on price. So predicting the price in 42 months' time is too hard to do.
Have you got a number, all other things being equal?
Sorry?
Have you got a number, all other things being equal, or a range? You don't, okay. What unserved energy target have you modelled, and what assumption does it use regarding Tomago's operations there in the Hunter Valley, that is required shutdowns and other demand management mechanisms?
What unserved energy
targets have you modelled, and what assumptions does it make about Tomago's operations?
So we continue to work through the Energy Security Target Monitor and the National Reliability Regime. As I explained earlier, the EST test is typically a higher and more onerous test, and so we get significant confidence that the measures in place will ensure that even in the 1 in 10 year event of a peak demand with two of the biggest units in the state out, there will be sufficient supply for the likes of Tomago and others. As Daniel Westerman was quoted in saying on the 17th, AEMO is now updating the ESU analysis, as it does when there's a major event in the market, and that will give us a new measure of how the unserved energy through the national market reliability standards will look.
Is there an assumption now that Tomago would have significant shutdowns as part of the demand management of unserved energy?
Cool. Yeah.
Not at all. Has Tomago contacted the government in any capacity expressing its concern about its viability given the early closure of Eraring?
No. I've spoken with Tomago. They did not contact us.
Right. And what advice has the government got about we've covered extensively early closure of coal-fired power stations, but there's another issue, isn't there, about the maintenance of the turbines, that obviously the companies are running down the maintenance as they get closer to closure date. What concerns are there about turbines acting well below optimal capacity and being out of action, and what that does to the capacity target and also the unserved energy?
One of the things the capacity target does do is assess the firmness of all the contributing parts of energy. It ignores demand side, some of the rooftop solar, and it looks at the dispatchable energy and it assesses the relative firmness of all the we look at the plant factors on existing, the major thermals. They're all within what you'd expect to be, so they've got room to ramp. We do factor in, as I said, the loss of two major units, which is a way of factoring in unplanned outages. So we think that with the way that AEMO as EST monitor, and also when it does its probabilistic work under the USE, that it factors in a number of scenarios around outages and reliability of plant. That is the point of it.
Right. Does it factor in the declining reliability of these turbines because the companies are running down their maintenance budgets?
It looks at ageing plant. That is a key part of a prudent engineering consideration of plant. What we're seeing at the moment is that the plant is not utilised at a high plant capacity, most of the thermals. So as you see one exit, some of them will pick up the slack. There is slack in the system. So it's not running at full noise, if you like, at the moment.
Right. Did the early closure of Eraring come as a surprise to you, Mr Hay, given what we knew about the modelling and also the modelling audit of the electricity infrastructure roadmap some 18 months ago?
The point of the roadmap was to anticipate early closure. So we look at all the options, and as you're aware, various parties have all made statements about their intended closure dates in recent times. So we continue to look at scenarios and think about when parties will close. So it's just part of our job.
I would also note, Mr. Latham, that AEMO also talks to that in their draft integrated system plan, where they've proposed their step change scenario as the most likely to occur, and that would see an acceleration of retirement of coal-fired power stations with 14 gigawatts of coal generation across the NEM, that's NEM-wide, forecast to withdraw by 2030. So certainly New South Wales is not the only one thinking about this. The market operator is also looking at what the impacts of early coal exit will be, and they've certainly modelled that as well, and that's what their draft ISP is based on.
And the electricity infrastructure roadmap, what early closures did it anticipate, or what did the modelling show, and also the modelling audit conducted by Danny Price?
So the electricity roadmap used the assumptions from AEMO at the then current assumptions. As my colleague has just advised, those have been updated. We continue to look at those over time. What I would add is that since 2019, since the legislation was placed, there's been 2.5 gigawatts of new generation of new solar and 1.1 gigawatt of new wind. We expect to be committed another 0.8 gigawatts of intermittent wind and solar. There has been, of course, the gas peak, as we've discussed, so there has been significant new investment, and the SIPS battery we talked about, the Waratah battery, will add effectively another gigawatt of capacity to the transmission network that allows existing generators, including the existing Snowy 1.0 assets, to better access the load centres of Newcastle, Wollongong and Sydney.
But the Danny Price audit of the model, what did it say about the early closure of coal-fired power stations being a consequence of the roadmap?
I would need to refresh my memory about that.
You take that on notice?
Sure.
And also what the model itself had to say?
Matters of the modelling from the roadmap, I would point out, still remain cabinet in confidence, so I will look at that and take the question on notice.
Okay. And in general approach to market structure, is it the view of the government and its advisors that we're better off having vertical separation in this market, a separation between retailers, generators and the transmission network? So competition purposes?
There's no updated view on that as such. We do think the role of the consumer trustee will insist in ensuring that new developers don't have to be tied to retailers in the same way as they used to be.
Is there a concern about the proposed takeover of AGL by Brookfields and Mike Cannon-Brooks, that Brookfields has these transmission assets and investments in Victoria, and it would lead to someone owning the transmission network to also own generation?
I understand from what I read, the ACCC is looking at that.
Okay, so you regard it as a matter for them. Is there a view about the AGL takeover, whether it's desirable or not? We really wouldn't want the early closure of the AGL assets, would we, to bring forward Liddell?
We monitor all activity in the sector, and we prepare to respond to any eventuality.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your answers.
So we've got a couple of minutes left. Sure. Are there any final questions?
Mr. Gardner, I think we were talking about remediation of underpaid public servants. You say that the program is going to be completed by June. How many people are likely to receive a remediation payment?
Mr. Mookie, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't have those numbers with me.
How many have received a repayment to date?
Just check if I have those numbers. I have a number here of 25 workers have so far been repaid a total of $125,000.
The average underpayment is quite high. Do you agree?
For those workers, and I'd probably have to defer to ICARE to explain how they've sort of particularly triangulated on those.
I think the last question I have on list on this matter is in respect to ICARE's underpayments, which at time were historical, but they have confirmed that these issues are ongoing. And that we have, I think, their estimates are, to be fair, I think it's for the nominal insurer, 6 to 8% of people today who are making claims are being underpaid. What steps is Treasury taking to ensure that TMF workers, for whom it is much simpler to calculate their pre-injury average weekly earnings, are not being underpaid still?
So I will have to take on notice status of the particular work, but we do have a work stream working with ICARE and agencies to ensure that we have a sort of an accurate calculation methodology to ensure that this doesn't take place. But unfortunately, sorry, I don't have particular update on the program and work right now.
Secretary, on the broader issue of ICARE reform, we were promised the introduction of legislation to implement the McDougall review. Where is that legislation?
I would have to check and see where that's up to.
Someone has to know, given last time at budget estimates we were told that it was due to be introduced. In fact, the Treasury at the time issued a public statement saying, we're due to introduce legislation, and that was in November. He actually issued a release in August.
If there's any update that can be provided at the moment.
I think it's under consideration by one of the committees, but I'll take it on notice.
That's a different matter. That's to do with the presumptive legislation.
Oh, right.
I'm referring specifically to the press release then Treasurer issued circa 26 August, in which he said the legislation to implement the McDougall recommendations would be introduced. Yeah. We're now into March. Is this the case that the government just has chosen not to introduce it, or is there an issue with the actual legislation?
Not being familiar with the discussions over recent weeks, I'd have to take that on notice. I'd have to take that on notice.
Is it Treasury's responsibility to prepare legislation or customer service? It's about an act that you jointly administer.
Service.
Right, so customer service is the lead on that act?
Correct.
Okay. Secretary, have you been briefed on the recommendations that were made by Mr McDougall?
At a broad level, I'm aware of the review. I've got a copy of the review, but if your question is, have I had a forensic review of the review? No, I haven't in the time available.
Well, the specific aspect that perhaps relates to your function is whether or not you as Treasury Secretary should have an equivalent power that you have in respect to state-owned corporations to be able to step in and issue directions. Have you taken advice on that specific issue?
I haven't taken advice and I haven't received advice on that, but it's a good question and I'll probably be seeking advice very rapidly.
Indeed, yes. I think I might leave it there, given about 30 seconds left.
Yes.
Quick questions.
Can I just get you to use the microphone for hands up?
I endeavour to come back on the number for 4.3 billion of the fund, of the provision. So next year at 22-23, it's 1.750.
The contingency fund.
The
$7 billion contingency allowance.
Allowance, yeah.
Yep. So how much is it next year?
So next year is 1.750.
Yep.
And the following 3 years is 850 million.
Each year.
Each year.
On the recurrent. Do you have an equivalent number on the capital?
No, I haven't asked for that. I can get that on our notice.
Thank you.
Yeah. The other one I was going to come back to you was on the 806 million that we had for the 21-22. We spent 325 million on the wages increase, the 1.5% to 2.5% that was given to all the agencies, and there's 481 for COVID-related costs, of which we've spent most of that has been spent on 120 million has been spent on COVID cleaning, and there's business supports of 14 million, and there's 92 million on COVID social supports, particularly to the Delta program.
So is that the restated 2020 figure, or the 2021 COVID-19 pandemic and inflation? per Section 34 of the Appropriation Act.
This was a special appropriation.
Yep, there's multiple sources of COVID funding. I'm just asking which does these figures relate to?
This is the 806 million of special appropriation that was done for COVID.
Okay,
It was an
sorry.
act.
Yep, and in the last, in 21-22?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a balance of 256. The other question, and I need to come back to you on notice, but for the victim support scheme, the key driver of increase was domestic family violence and child sex assault.
Fair enough.
Thank you. There's now time for the government, if you so wish. Thank you all.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you to all of you for your attendance today. We do appreciate your time. Thank you. The Parliamentary Secretariat will be in touch with questions that were taken on notice and the timetable for responding to those. But we are finished for the day, but I will ask the committee to stay for a quick deliberative.